2 great weeks here in Switzerland. It all concludes today. It's day 14, day 2 of the ECI, with 3 international teams here ready to battle it out in the fast-paced 10-over format. The hosts have one hand on the trophy, but we know this is ECN and anything can happen. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket International Switzerland, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another huge day in European cricket. It is day 2 of this ECI. It's an international 10-over series between Switzerland as well as Luxembourg and France. The hosts, they have the first game off, and we will see Luxembourg versus France in match number 6. First of 4 matches today that will conclude this series. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Rob Kemming has the coin in his hand. Big toss coming up. Let's see who wins it.
Heads. Heads is called. Tells it is your call.
So the coin falls for Luxembourg and they decide to have the bat first. One thing we didn't see Luxembourg do yesterday in their 3 matches is bat first. They were facing some pretty big totals every time. So maybe we didn't quite see the best of their batters because they were put under an undue amount of pressure. So a nice opportunity for them to just go out, bat, no target in mind. I think Vivek Dixit was very good for them yesterday. One player I know can play a little bit better is Jatin Madan, so watch out for him. Luxembourg had a tough time, but let's be honest, yesterday, but I'm sure it was a good learning experience. They would have gone back, they would have looked at yesterday, and I'm sure we'll see a much improved performance out of them today. I think avoiding early wickets is a bit of a key as well. Hard to do that though when you're trying to score so quickly. France are an interesting one as well. They kind of fell away in the last game last night. Their batting collapsed, but we know that they're a very good cricket team. And we know that their bowling is their real strength, and it'll be interesting to see what combination they pick for this game. They'll be running out on this pitch, which has been slightly relayed after yesterday, so let's see how the pitch behaves. But we know that they have a lot of very good bowling options. I'd like to see Zain Ahmed, the left-arm tweaker, bowl a little bit more for France as well. I think he provides some variety for them, and he's likely to bat at the top of the order. Right, let's talk about the conditions today. Once again, we've got some sunshine. That is good news. Expecting a maximum temperature of 26 currently, about 18 to get this one going. Well, I am flying solo today, but I'm sure that I'll get plenty of company in the chat, so keep your comments coming in. Right now, it's time to start the day. Let's get ready for the first ball. News from the toss here in match 6 is that Luxembourg, they've won the toss and they're going to have a hit.
Once again, a very warm welcome to all of our viewers that are watching on Fangode in the Indian subcontinent, as well as all of you watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, and a very, very special welcome to everyone watching live in Switzerland on Swiss Sport TV. So great to be on terrestrial TV here in Switzerland. Well, this is Game 6 coming up. Let's have a look back at yesterday. We had 5 matches, and it started with the hosts, a strong performance over Luxembourg, 162 to 105. Hassan Ahmed continued his good form from the ECS, 65 off 23. Idris Haque, where he scored 41 as well. It was rivals becoming brothers in arms yesterday for Switzerland, really. And Izzet Zain with a nice little cameo there, 25 off just 6. And Luxembourg never really in the contest. Then France made an appearance for the first time in match number 2. Switzerland, a little bit too strong for them. Again, 150 plus on the board. Hassan Ahmed, another half century. And Hassan Mahmoud, 28 not out at the end. Izzet Zain, again, nice little cameo from him. France, despite the efforts of Gulami with 46, Zain Ahmed opening the batting with 31, weren't able to get close. And probably flattered them that 17-run margin in the end. France got a long way behind in that game. But then France turned the tables as they met Luxembourg for the first time in match number 3. France putting 153 on the board. Bit of a team effort, bit of a collective side. Ahmed once again 40 off just 12. He was up and going. Jabakel 28 off 12 and Amjad 26 off 13. They were in some trouble at one stage, France. They were continuing to lose wickets, but they just kept scoring at a very good rate, and a very good partnership between Amjad and Jabakel there got them out of a jam. Switzerland then in match number 4 put some big runs on the board. 172, Osama Mahmood, one of the innings of the day, 78 off just 26. Izzah Hussain again in the runs, 42 not out for him. Luxembourg just couldn't go despite the efforts of Vivek Dixit, who was able to score a half century. And so we look at match 5, and France just fell away with the bat, collapsing to be all out for 65. And they were bowled out within the 10 overs. It was all academic, really, as Switzerland chased down the score in the 7th over. Bit of a demolition job there to finish the day. So it's a case of the haves and have-nots, really, after day 1. Switzerland, it's possible but highly unlikely that they could be toppled at the top of the table. To do that, they'd have to lose both games today. They'd have to lose to France and Luxembourg, and France would have to win every single game today, and then it'll go down to net run rate. So it does seem a little bit of a foregone conclusion, but nonetheless, you know, each game in its own right is a contest that both countries will want to win. Switzerland just playing twice today. France and Luxembourg will play 3 times. And Luxembourg in particular, I think they'll want to walk away with at least 1 win, and they'll meet France twice today. They'll meet Switzerland as well in the second match of the day. So let's turn our attention to this game here. We've got match number 6 on the cards, and it's going to be France who are bowling first up to Luxembourg. They won the toss and elected to bat. And these are the 2 teams. So France have got a very good bowling lineup, we know that. And you can see there we've got 2 Mungals in. You've got Ibrahim Jabakel, you've got Warnakul Surya in there as well. So you've got all 4 of their frontline fast bowlers. Warnakul Surya didn't have a great time in the first game. We didn't see him for the rest of the day. So Mustafa Omar, he retains his place in the lineup. So I'd like to see a bit more of him. As we get ready for the first ball, Luxembourg going out there. It's Vivek Dixit to face the first ball, and here it is. He just plays it out. And so a bit of an innocuous start to the day. And I want to say, once again, warm welcome to everyone in the chat. And yeah, Rico's already in Germany, I believe. Wow, digs it in. Let's have a look at this one. So yeah, Amjad testing out this pitch early. It has been slightly relayed. Yeah, it's a good bounce up. He's one of the few guys that can get away with that, Noman Amjad. Hello to Rob Thompson. He's taken aback at the amount of cricket I think that we're playing at the moment on ECN. But it's all because people like to watch it. And if they like to watch it, I like to do it. Good end swing out from Amjad. This should be the first run of the day. Well handled by Usman Khan. He's a clever player, isn't he? We've seen him for Dra in the ECL. He's an ECL winner, which means we'll see him at the ECL next year. The ECL is the Champions League of European cricket, of course, one of our 2 marquee tournaments during the year. Rob's excited, saying, well, let's go. Yeah, let's go. Why don't we get a bit interactive in the chat? Who's up early here? Who's up for this contest? No, Luxembourg up after 3 losses yesterday. Ed Packard, former Gibraltarian international. He gets one upstairs. Well, here's the thing. If that's above the shoulder, it's no ball and it's been called now. Yeah, so let's have a look at it. Is it above the shoulder? Yeah, it is. So Amjad, who bowled a roller yesterday, now he's getting the ball to go upstairs, and it's a correct call. And the Packard will get a free hit. Something about these French trousers. I noticed this last time in Malta. The pockets come out. So you see it flapping around at the moment. Here's the free hit. Oh, it's high. Doesn't matter if it's caught or not. I'll be leaving this one alone. suppose Jackson's got the gloves. And then not the best throw I've ever seen with the new ball. And Packard's off the mark with your skied keeper catch. Well, that's cricket in 2023, ladies and gentlemen. Tell you what, I wish I got a run every time I hit one straight up in the air. These guys have it too easy these days. Judd. He's the one guy I think actually bowled with decent rhythm on this pitch yesterday. It kind of threw a few of the international players. As you can imagine, it is kind of a unique situation here in Switzerland. It's a beautiful field, but there's no pitch. So the pitches are kind of an improvised solution. Wooden boards with carpet over the top. Another good in-swinger. Soft hands from Dixon who just gets a single. And Judd yet to really be attacked. Slides in, getting this new ball to swing, isn't he? Noman Amjad as we get to the end of the first over of the day. And the score is 5 without loss, so pretty quiet start. And of course, the countdown continues 43 days until the Euros of cricket, the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. It's the 3rd edition, and it's getting bigger every year. 15 nations contested it back in 2021, 21 last year, and now 31 this year. So, as he gets the second over, looks like this is Ramatullah Mangal who's going to bowl it. Ramatullah, this very vibrant young fast bowler from France. First ball a little bit short though, and it's absolutely met. What a shot that is by Packard. He's a little bit short and it's up the bank. That's a banker. And Luxembourg finally get moving. A little bit short. This pitch just sits up. Mangal probably needs to go back to plan A and go Yorker. That's a great shot by Packard. He slams it straight back over Ramatullah's head. Maximo. Now that's something you don't see very often. Sign of how benign this pitch is for the faster bowlers. It's a little bit short of Yorker. Picked up, and that's a cracking cricket shot from Packard. Skipper leading from the front here in the power play. Now another boundary through the offside this time, and Packard lighting up the second over. Ramatullah back to the drawing board for him. Look at the length of this. Again, it's not quite the Yorker, is it? It's probably a metre in front of the front pad. And that's a brilliant shot in any format at any time. I think Packard will be clipping out these 3 balls in a row. Ramatullah Mangal is one of the best young fast bowlers in the whole of Europe. Okay, he's running in. He's bowling on what looks like an ice lolly stick. It's not easy for him, but that's brilliant batting by Packard. It's be a wide. Well, this is for off the pitch. I didn't see it myself, but the umpire's a lot closer than I am. Check it out. Yeah, I mean, unless you're 100%, I'd like to see these called a wide. See what we can pick up. Yeah, maybe. Doesn't quite feel right, though, does it? It's going to be a free hit now. And Mangal's already having a tough time of it. Packard, the free hit specialist, gets another go. It's going to be a wide, I think. Full wide. And yeah, straight over the tram line. So Mangal thinks he might have snuck that in, but I don't think so. All right, up in the air. And not really timed. Big touch and go. Really good fielding. Yeah, and expertly done as well by Galami. Have a look at that again. That's the power play for you. Very few outfielders. Then watch Galami just quickly get that foot back inside to make sure that it's not going to be four. Oh. All right, slammed. What a shot. This over's gone magical. It's getting worse for Ramatula. He got sent over wide, long on. Maximo. Well, I don't know what Edmund had for breakfast, but it's working for him. As he picks that up off a length and whacks it out of the park. And this is more like it. Luxembourg, I said it before the match, they're batting without any pressure here because there's no target. Every time they've been chasing 150 plus, now they can just go out there and bat. And we're seeing a bit more of what I thought we might see from their openers, in particular Packard. Last ball of the over. Once more, but now they put a fielder back. Should stop this. It's maybe not a bad result because he will retain the strike. As Luxembourg have arrived. Might have taken 24 hours, but that's the end of the second. The score is 32 without loss. Well, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. I'll have a guest or two during the day. In fact, I just spotted this gentleman, and I thought he might be a very interesting voice to hear here in the box. So I want to welcome Phil Burley, the Luxembourg manager. Hello, Phil. How are you today?
I'm fine, thank you.
And
it's a pleasure being here.
It's really nice to have you, Phil. You are originally from the Caribbean, is that right?
I'm from the West Indies, namely Antigua and Barbuda. Yeah,
beautiful place.
The Richards country.
My favourite player growing up, when I first watched cricket, it was West Indies touring Australia in 88, 89. So kind of in the golden years, if you like, of
yes, indeed,
the West Indies. Here's Amjad coming back for a second over. Don't think this grabs anything down the leg side. Anyway, tell us a little bit about this Luxembourg squad and how you're feeling after day one. Obviously, it wasn't really the day you wanted yesterday, but how are the boys feeling this morning?
Well, the boys are feeling a lot less pressured today. Yesterday being the first day for just about all of them. And it was kind of hard. Bowling on this pitch for the first time, it's a difficult track to bowl on.
It's different, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, but they're getting the hang of it. And we just came out here today to play fancy free, or the footloose and fancy free today. Yeah, because we're not under any pressure right now. So
I think it's a good thing.
We feel relaxed.
You're batting first as
Yes,
well.
yes,
Because I think it was a good toss to win. Obviously, you're chasing yesterday. It's a bit lucky for Packard that doesn't go onto the stumps actually. But I mean, obviously Edmund, he's a great pickup for you guys.
Yeah, he's a very good player. He's kind of short of runs right now. And this morning we had a little discussion, and he said, well, he's just going to go for it today, and he's doing that.
Yeah, he's been very, very good. He's taken down some very good bowling as well.
Yes.
Young Ramatul Mangal, of course, the bowlers haven't had it too easy. Now he goes again. He's going to hook it for 6. What a shot. Maximo.
Yes.
Well, so, ever since you've come up here, Phil, the runs have been flowing. So I think you might want to stay a while.
No, I told her today, hey, man, just go on, play your game, and have fun. That's
the thing with this format. I think someone like Ed, he'll be able to have 3 hits today as well. So, he doesn't want to overvalue his wicket. I think he just has to kind of play on instinct.
Yes.
That's what the good batters do in this. And occasionally it won't work, but when it works, obviously there's big runs.
When it works, it goes off great, yes.
And I suppose, you need to have 6, 7, 8 guys that can all go out and hit boundaries. So if it doesn't happen for you, it might happen for someone else.
Yes.
The bigger crime's wasting balls.
Yes, that's true.
All right, here's Amjad. He tried out the short stuff. That didn't work. Now, slightly slow ball, but when you're lucky, you're lucky. Yeah. And he's hot right now. Packard, he gets 4.
Flash and you flash hard.
Yeah, that's right. You can tell he was deceived by the lack of pace. But in the end, like I say, I think batting, 90% skill, 10% luck, but don't dare try it without the 10%.
Exactly.
So tell us a bit about your background in cricket then.
Well, I played cricket as a schoolboy. I left my country when I was just as I left school.
Okay.
And I didn't really play any cricket for about 25 years.
Is that right?
Yeah, yes. I went to the States, and then I came to Europe, spent some time in Europe, then I went back to the States. And then I came to Luxembourg in '99, and that's when I got back into cricket.
Well, that's so great to hear you getting back into the cricket. It's actually quite a common story to spend a bit of time away and then come back to it. This was a pretty tight one. It would have been out of a hit. So, and then you found cricket was that when you were in the US or was that
Luxembourg? When I came to Luxembourg in '99, I found Optimist Cricket Club.
Optimist?
And I've been with them since then.
Wolferdanga Optimists, am I right? Beautiful ground there, I've heard as well, Phil.
Excellent. One of the best in Europe.
We would like to visit one. I've been talking about it with the guys for a while, the Luxembourg guys.
And proudly to say I'm one of the curators of that ground, yes. We have a team. We have an excellent curator team, and I'm one of the guys who help take care of that ground, yes.
Yes.
And
tell us a little bit about the ground, because I've heard really good things about it. So the pitch, for example, what's the kind of pitch? How long's it been in there? Just a little bit. I've heard it's got a really nice little clubhouse there as well.
Well, we have a little house we call a Wendy house. The commune is planning to give us another structure. You know, it's going to be more modern and bigger than what we have now. So, hopefully, when everything gets signed off.
So
hopefully when everything gets signed off by the environmental department.
Yeah, you got to tick off a lot of things, don't you?
Yes,
with these things. Many sound to here,
yes,
Mr. Max. So we've got Phil Burley in here, the Luxembourg manager for this series. Phil, originally from the West Indies. And okay, so tell me, when you were playing cricket, though, what were you? Being from the West Indies, there were a lot of fast bowlers at that time, but were you a bit more of a bat or a bowler? What was your skill?
No, at the time I was a schoolboy. You know, I was 19 yet. I played cricket for my school. You know, I was like an off spinner.
Off spinner.
And like I said, I was in cricket for about 25 years, and when I came back, I tried off spin, and it was a disaster.
There's some good off spinners. Well,
I
remember
so
Carl Hooper, Roger Harper.
Yes,
two of the off spinners. The off spinners never got too many overs, I remember, in the West Indies team.
Except Lance Gibbs.
Lance Gibbs, of course. A little bit before my time, but at one stage he was the leading wicket taker in
Yes, at
Test
one
cricket,
time.
wasn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, so anyway, Phil, welcome to you. Hopefully you're enjoying the day.
Oh, yes.
Stick around for a couple more overs because it's going well for you at the moment. Big hello to everyone in the YouTube chat as well. Why don't you send through, Phil, a question if you like. Also, hello to everyone watching on Swiss Sport TV and, of course, on Fancode.
Not too difficult the question, though, please.
I think this guy, he's a wise owl. I think he's ready for anything you throw at him. But, yeah, Phil, great to have you on.
Thank you. It's a pleasure being with you.
Osman Khan is going to bowl, and he's going to get hit for 4. Now, Osman's got a really good slow ball. That wasn't it. And Packard continues his good form. 46 in the power play. Now the 50 comes up. And look,
excellent.
Phil, I mean, you're a happy guy, but I've never seen you smiling as much this weekend as you are right now. You're happy with the start, aren't you?
I'm elated today. I'm elated.
But this is what cricket's about. Every day's a new day.
Yes,
and it might have been tough, obviously tough for the guys yesterday, but staring down the barrel of some big chases.
Yes.
And now just kind of batting with a kind of freedom.
Yes.
Packard's 42 out of the 50 as well, and motoring. Now he's going to get a no ball. He's going to get another free hit. This is the third time he's faced a free hit. The free hit rule, so you probably never played too much when the free hit rule was in place. I never did either. It was right at the end of when I was playing. I think I faced 3 no balls ever, and I got singles off them all. So I never even I've never felt the power that Packard's feeling right now, knowing you can't get out.
Yep, that's true.
Must be such great feeling.
It is.
All right, so here's the free hit. Goes slower ball, hit, but probably just one.
Single.
It's a clever bowler, though, Usman Khan.
Yes.
It's very difficult to nail that.
Yeah, let back up quite a bit,
Yeah, the back of the hand slower ball. So, yeah, maybe some of our viewers, they don't know too much about Luxembourg because it's a small country.
It's a beautiful little country. I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
And I know sometimes we see Sri, for example, who umpired in our Belgian series. I think originally sometimes Luxembourg would play, or the clubs would play in the Belgian competition, but I know that you've got a very good competition there in Luxembourg.
Well, we have a very good league in Luxembourg, the LCF.
Yeah. Now, I don't want to break your heart or make you feel sad or bring you down, but I know your Optimists went down to Heritage in the ECL playoff just a week or two ago, right?
It's like for the past 3 years running, we've been in the finals.
That's a good shot. That's into the gap, and that is 6. Maximo. Now it's Dixon's turn. Now, I've seen Mo hit Dixit before, so
Yeah, this is Vivek.
this is Vivek.
No
So
relationship.
they're brothers?
No relation. No
No,
relationship.
is it no relation?
No
Okay, this
relationship,
was my
yeah.
question because I wasn't quite aware. Okay.
Yeah.
So Vivek,
Yeah.
you've got 2 Dixits in the country, which is a
Yes,
small
yes,
country,
yes.
and they're not related.
No,
There-
no.
There you go. Okay, so tell us about the final then.
Yes. This year we had for the final game, Walk batted first, and they struggled.
And this was a
They-
T20 match, right?
There was a T10.
Okay.
There was a T10 in preparation for the
ECL.
Malaga. Oh dear.
Well, hopefully this isn't too serious. Sorry to cut you off there, Phil, but
Mhm.
it looks like it. I thought maybe it's an ankle, but with the plaster coming out, maybe it's just the
Okay.
toe, which there's a lot of pressure on your toe when you're bowling. A lot of force goes through. Well, if you like looking at feet, you'll probably enjoy that. But why don't we look here in at Phil? Great to be here with Phil Burley, who's the Luxembourg manager. We're just talking about the ECL playoff game in Luxembourg, where his side, Wolfendanger Optimists, went down to Heritage. So Heritage we will see at the ECL. So congratulations to them. But
Yes,
tell us a little bit about that match.
Well, we batted first, and we didn't really fire. You know,
And it was just a one-off match, wasn't
just
it?
a one-off.
One-off
Well,
match.
let me see. It was like a round-robin thing, you know. And it's that we ended in the final with Heritage. We batted first. We didn't bat too well, and then after we got out, the weather started looking
Started
real.
to turn a little bit.
Yes. And
Yeah.
then eventually Heritage started batting, and they were like ahead of the run rate.
Yeah.
You know, and the heavens broke loose.
It happens, and
Yes,
especially one-off game. I
It
often
was
think
like-
if
it
it
was like
gets to the final, it'd be good if
Yeah.
it was the best out of 3. I think
yes,
just
yeah.
with so much on the
Yeah.
line, but I know that's the nature of the game.
Yeah, but the thing is, we played against Star. Star went to, and
Star
we
have
beat
beaten
Star
the GCL twice,
Yes.
right? Yeah.
We beat Star to get to the final with Heritage, and
Yeah.
then
You must have been confident.
we had we lost rain affected game,
Mhm.
and because they had to readjust the score.
Yeah.
So they had like 80 runs to score in, I think about 80 overs.
Yeah.
And they were well ahead of the run rate at that time. So it's the third year running we've lost the final due to weather.
Well,
So it's like, so it's a,
that's cricket.
That's the
It's
way
not
it
always
goes, yeah.
fair, is it?
Yes,
So the
yeah.
pitch there is an
Yeah.
artificial pitch, is it?
it's
There
an
at
it's an
Wolfendanger?
artificial turf, but
Similar. Oh, not similar to this, but
no.
more
It's
like
the underlaying. It's a kind of gritty material, you
yeah.
know.
So it's not
And
necessarily
it's
concrete.
rolled out. It's rolled out and it's real firm.
Yeah.
And then we lay this it's a white overlay, and then we put the green matting
you put
on
the
top
mat
of that.
over the top,
Nailed
yeah.
it down, stretched it,
Yeah.
rolled it, and nailed it down. So it's nice and firm.
Yeah.
It's a good shot.
That's good.
It has good bounce. You know, it has real true bounce.
One
So
thing
it's,
I didn't realise until I really started covering cricket in Europe a few years ago was how different artificial surfaces are
Yeah.
different. So
Yeah.
I always just
Yeah.
thought, coming from Australia, I thought, they're all just concrete. They'll just do nothing. But there are different pitches. I mean, this one obviously is very different, playing on the wooden
Yeah,
balls.
this one is wooden, yeah, and it's like
Good to see Usman's
Yeah.
back in action, and now he gets cut away, and now he would have had trouble here. And now they'll get a single.
dear.
Action Jackson couldn't quite get to the stumps in time. Dixon took off with the hit, and his captain sent him back. This was a half chance. In France, they're not pretty good in the field.
Oh man, he'd have been there.
Would have been gone, but having one stump to aim at there. Shame on All and Klusaria as we get to the end of the over. It's
Yeah.
almost 61 without loss. Okay, so my final question on the matter
Yes.
of the final.
Yes.
Will you now support Heritage
But of
when
course,
they go to
Of course,
the
it's
ECL?
Luxembourg. It's Luxembourg.
Okay, that's
I don't
good.
care which team goes, as long as Luxembourg, I'll support them 100%.
Yeah,
I'll be in my corner screaming and rooting for them. Yes,
That's very
yes
good to
indeed.
hear.
Yes, indeed.
Sure,
Yeah,
it's
we
a-
are.
it's a small community, I'm sure,
It's a
in
small community,
Luxembourg.
and we're all friends. It's like a real close-knit community.
It is a sense of
we all,
community, yeah.
Yes. We all know each other. You know, we all go out and have fun together. Yes.
One thing
yes,
I
it's
really
great.
like is that when we connect different countries and
Yes,
different
yes,
teams that
yes,
would normally
yes,
play each
exactly,
other, for
yes,
example,
yes.
at the ECL or right here,
Mhm.
the sense of community grows. So you have more and more links. Maybe you'd want to travel to France to play one of their clubs,
Yep.
for example. You just
Yep.
meet people and that
Yes,
community
yes,
gets
yes,
connected.
yes,
It's a really special thing.
It is.
Rob Thompson saying hello to you, Phil. He said he's in New Zealand watching Luxembourg cricket. It's amazing, isn't it, that he's in New Zealand watching Luxembourg cricket, Rob.
Oh,
He-
hello to you, sir.
Yeah, Rob's a big supporter of European cricket, and I love the way the guys approach the game. We're going to get Zain Ahmed now bowling. Don't remember him bowling at all yesterday, which surprised me. He's a pretty good left-arm spinner. First one is hit straight at Kanasane, but they'll get a single. So, yeah, he must be really happy with the start to be 61 after 4 overs.
Yes. I couldn't be more elated, yes. 61 after 4. Man.
Yeah, I mean,
yes.
someone,
This is great.
yeah, from our generation. We hear 60 on a 4. It's crazy, isn't it? Anyway, this is into the gap. Another good shot. Packard moves to 47. Just a fraction short, and Ed was all over it.
He's in full cry. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I know where your allegiances lie, and I think I was expecting a bit more out of Luxembourg today. I mean, like I said, I think it was a good toss to win.
Mm-hmm.
I know the guys, they probably would have looked back at their performance yesterday. Never easy, though, when you start needing 15 and over, and if you don't have a good start, then the guys coming in, they're on a bit of a hiding to nothing, right?
True.
Hey, I know you've also got some injury issues. We saw Mayank.
Yes, Mayank, our top spinner. He's, I think he got a ball in his leg yesterday. In the first game he was bowling.
He's a good player as well. I've seen him in the ECL before.
Yeah, he's an excellent spinner.
Get a run
Very,
here.
very nice variations, yes.
Yeah, so
And he bats well too, he bats very well.
a bit of the walking wounded, but the guys, I'm sure, are going to be in high spirits after this start. But it's only a start, isn't it?
Yes,
What's so
that's true.
surprising-
We have to finish, we have to carry on and finish, yes.
So surprising in a 10-over match how many times the game can change as well.
It's true,
I
it's
think
true.
it's so super interesting. All right, Dixit, will he dance? Well, he won't be able to because Zain doesn't bowl. I think all the bowlers are finding it a bit difficult because of how narrow this pitch is. So if you're naturally a guy who has a front foot landing wide of the crease or a back foot that lands wide of the crease, it's kind of taken away from you. So you have to make a little adjustment.
Because when I looked at this track yesterday, when I looked at this track yesterday morning, and I saw how wide now it was, I was kind of worried because the fact is that some bowlers may need to bowl a little bit wider of the crease or whatever, and
the main thing is you want to have a flat landing.
Yes,
I think that's more important than any strategy.
True.
In the air and gone. So Dixit hits this pretty well. And comes off the back foot. It's Jabachel out there that takes the catch. So, yeah, Vivek didn't have too much of the strike. Actually, don't mind this shot. He kind of takes on, hits it pretty well, but just picked out the fielder. So finally, we've got a wicket, 67 for 1. It's Zain Ahmed who combines with his spin twin for the wicket. Still, I mean, that's the price of doing business. It wasn't a bad chop. I think it was on.
Yes. We have a decent start. We just need to carry on now.
Asghar Ali comes to the crease. This guy, he loves to swing the bat, doesn't he, Asghar?
Asghar is famine or feast.
So I just want to say big thank you to you, Phil. I'm going to let you go now and let you get back to your team.
Thank you.
And wish you all the best for the rest of the
tournament. Thank you. It was real nice being with you, my friend.
Lovely to meet you.
I've heard you on TV all the time, and it's a pleasure meeting you. I
hope to see you in Cardiff. I want to see you in Spain. I would be really happy if
that'd be nice.
You came. So if you can keep the Luxembourg manager job, I know you're probably going to fight a few people for it, but I'd love to see you there. You'd be our guest.
All right. Thanks a lot, Bob.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Phil Burley, what a character. I tell you what, Phil's welcome anytime. All right, last ball of the over. This one is called a wide. I think that is a wide. And Zain got away with one that was probably just inside. But for me, this one, there's a little bit of the ball going over the line. Just a little bit. But I think it's a good call. Launch from Asghar. That's how you get off the mark. Maximo. And so, new day, new Luxembourg as we get to the end of the 5th over. It's 80 for 1. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. And what a great 2 weeks we've had. I've got to say that I've had plenty of guest commentators, but I've also had some regulars. We had Andrew Leonard, we had Rico, we had Jason yesterday, but I also want to take a serious moment now to think about the chairs we lost along the way. Anyway, let's get on with the game. We'll always remember those chairs 4 of them actually in total. But let's get back to the cricket now. Let's get ready for over number 6. Yes, the old chair saga. And, Lenny broke 2. One of them, I think, is no longer with us. But there was a 3. And Jason, he was the quickest to break a chair, breaking only 14 balls. Right now, it's Packard who's going to get to his 50. And great innings here for Ed Packard. And you heard what we heard the instructions were for Ed to just say, go out there, bat. That's what Phil was saying to us. Don't think too much. And Ed just hitting the ball really well now. 54 and 22 balls. He's hit 5 Maximos, 4 fours in there. Good knock. Jamakel, the offie's on now. And so Luxembourg certainly more than competitive. And the other thing is, if Luxembourg were to win this game, then it is confirmed that Switzerland will win the trophy. Because France, to have any chance, they'd have to win every game today and hope that Switzerland lose to Luxembourg. Missing leg, but good turn there from Ibrahim Jamakel. He's a guy I'd like to see bowling more. I mean, it's not easy in this French lineup when they've got 4, sometimes 5 genuine seamers. They've got Dawud Ahmed Zayat, the leggy. They've got Zayn Ahmed, the left arm offie. But Jamakel is a genuine off spinner. This is hit straight. That's a really good hit. Had to make a slight adjustment there, Asghar Ali, who's hit 2 big Maximals as Luxembourg climbed towards 100. So he just held his shot back for a sec and said, right, I'm taking on the boundary. I'm going to back myself to get enough of the middle of the bat on it. And he does. What does Jamakel do here? Takes it on again and gets 6 more. Maximal! Well, this pitch can be filed under you for unforgiving because that's not the worst ball over from Jamakel. And it gets sent over the leg side dismissively. And Luxembourg get to the end of the 6th over. 93 for 1 after 6. Hello to Wayne as well, watching from Australia. I think he enjoyed our little tongue-in-cheek bit about the chairs, which we will have to replace, by the way. Ed Packard, 55 off 23. He's found an ally in Asghar Ali at 3. Madden at 4. Soki at 5. You've got more guys there that can hit big 6s, and they're just under a lot less pressure than we've seen them so far. So Ed Packard now. He's going to face up to Rahula Mangal. And Rahula, we've seen him lately bowling more at the end of the innings, nailing Yorkers. I think that's what he needs to concentrate on here as he steams in for over number 7. Oh, is there a little nick on this? Maybe not. Maybe it's just the back pad. Certainly was a noise. But we'll just check it out in the replay. Back deep in his crease. Just flicked the top of the pad flap. She might have undone his strap. But he's super lucky not to get casted. Look at the little strap there. You see it's slightly undone? Yeah, that's about it. You're never that comfortable if a ball's going between yourself and the leg stump, which is what happened there. Tempted Yorker this time, comes out as a full toss. Just a single. Asghar to face up. Again, tempted Yorker, gets it wrong. Margin for error is next to nothing here in St. Gallen. This turns out as a low full toss, and we've seen a lot of runs flying that direction when the Yorkers are missed on the full side. Nice timing there from Asghar Ali. 22 off just 5. Yeah, looks like we've got some of the Swiss guys arriving. Just spending a bit of time chatting to some spectators around. Of course, Switzerland will be playing in the 2nd and 3rd matches today. That was a better Yorker. Shot onto the foot. Rahula comes in. The world's slowest flick hits the stumps. France love their cricket. They love playing this format of the game as well. That's the length I think you've got to concentrate on. If you get it wrong, you get it wrong. Doesn't mean that the plan's wrong. I think it's just in the execution. Hello to Kevin. Nice to see you. Did you play some cricket yesterday? This one's drilled it deep in wicket. Packard making a huge difference. The difference of someone stepping up and playing a big innings. I don't really know what the highest score for a Luxembourg batter was yesterday. I suppose it was the 50 by Dixit, but that was kind of in a losing cause. Apart from that, we're kind of talking 20 odd. Good Yorker. That's where you got to be. It's not rocket surgery. Brings up the 100 though during the over. Rahula flies the flag for France. Great Yorker. Can't do much with that except jam down with the bottom of the bat. And a 7, and the score is 101 for 1. Here's a list of upcoming events, including 2 that are starting tomorrow. The European Cricket Series in Germany. We'll have 4 weeks in Germany, starting with 2 in Dresden. And Orico, he should be there already. And he'll have today to prepare. Charlie Hunt will be arriving in Germany today as well. They'll take you through the first 2 weeks. I'll be back for the second 2 weeks in Germany. But also tomorrow we'll have the Netherlands-Ireland series starting. That's going to be 3 T20 internationals. And it's going to be great to have the Irish women's team on our network for the first time. So that should be a really entertaining series. Matches there on Monday, Wednesday and Thursday. For more information, you can go to europeancricket.com. In fact, you can see all the series on that screen. Let's take us up to the ECC. Okay, they'll get 2 here off the leg. I don't think this is going to go all the way to the boundary. But they do get a couple. Usman Khan coming back for over number 8. What this does do means we've got a contest on. I mean, they really should be getting 140 plus from here. And France, remember last time they batted, albeit not against Luxembourg, but they capitulated for 65. Hopefully that's just a strap issue, not some sort of a leg issue for Asghar Ali, who faces up again. Down leg side. And draws an unnecessary throw from Action Jackson. Usman starts shaking his head. It's rare that he doesn't locate that slower ball. Kroom saying, yep, they won yesterday by 26 runs, and the team who are on top lost, so only a few points behind in second. That's exciting for your season. I think you were saying there's only 4 weeks left in the season, Kroom, so wishing you all the best. Of course, just over 4 months left in our season here on ECN. Bowled him. Really good bowling there from Usman Khan. Well, I think puts the pace back on. I mean, he's not expressed, but he can surprise you for pace if you are kind of looking for the slower ball, and I think that's the occasion here for Asghar. Yeah, we'll see it again on the replay, but this was just kind of his regulation medium pacer, and Asghar swings all around it. Well bowled by Usman as France fighting back, and the score 104 for 2. This will bring Kamal Sokia to the crease, and he's batting 4, so he's batting ahead of Jatin Madan, who was listed higher. They think that Kamal is the man for the job here in the 8th over. Here's Usman. Well, this could be trouble in the air, and it's straight through the hands of Mustafa Omar. They're going to come back for 2. I think he's just got home. I'm going to have a look at this, because I don't think it's the best backgrounding I've ever seen. Omar just couldn't locate it. Again, Jackson takes the glove off. I'm not sure why. Oh, just down in time. It felt like a plonk, didn't it? But I think you can see it's just in time. A quicker throw here as well. See, he doesn't ground his bat, but I think it's down just in time there before the stumps get broken. So, wouldn't say it's the most convincing way to get off the mark, but he does nonetheless. He gets 2. Usman went the kind of pace-on delivery. I'm always fascinated with Usman when he bowls a slow ball. I find myself playing a bit of a guessing game. I think this is a slow ball. There you go. I'm prepared to say 99% this is a slow ball. Nope. Well, yes, it was. Oh, and he's dropped again. Wow. Now they want 2, and they're going to get it. Oh, no, they're not. There's about 7 errors on that play. I'm trying to talk. Firstly, the slow ball wasn't where Usman wanted it. Then it was a bad shot. Then it was dropped. And then it was also bad running because Sukia turns and doesn't even ground his bat properly at the non-strikers and tries to go in with his foot. And that's why he couldn't get back. Anyway, probably not a bad thing because Packard does get the strike back. He's been growing mouldy at the non-strikers end. Now takes this on upstairs and it's out of here. Maximo! Well, that one's rattling around the seats as Edmund swings his way into the 60s. What a good shot. And with these boundaries, it's shoulder high to play essentially as a straight pull almost. It goes over the offside. Luxembourg staying on that 14 plus run rate. Hello to Twilight as well. Nice to see you in the chat. Last ball of the over. It's a really good shot. Really good shot. Goes and fetches it from the tram line and puts it over the leg side. A little hint of premeditation as Packard moves to 69. And also, it's the end of the over. 119 for 2 after 8. Excellent shot from Packard. Leading from the front here. Luxembourg. Look, a new team here on day 2. Beautiful weather, as you can see in the background. Currently 21, but heading for a maximum temperature of 28 degrees. Wayne in the chat saying he's going on holiday for 2 weeks, and he's just put in where he'll be staying. That looks very nice. Surfers Paradise in Queensland. Nice choice, Wayne. Wishing you all the best. And the best thing is, these days on holiday, you can still check in with us anytime at the European Cricket Network. Doesn't matter what country, what city you're in. We'd always love to hear how it's going. All right, it all happens in the 9th, and here's Rahula to come back. And he gets hit straight, and he hits high. Sokia goes bang. Maximo! Crossbar challenge complete. Whacks it onto the facade of the grandstand. Great batting. You can always tell from batter's reaction. He hits this, and then he's just saying, yep, that's 6. Not nervous at all. And yeah, bangs off the roof down into the floor, back onto the field. Sokia goes again. And he's going to get 4 here. Great timing. Luxembourg are going to go out there and bowl with a score on the board. Something that they haven't really had so far in this series. First time they batted first, of course, but they're going to go in with an air of confidence. I think we're going to see a different cricket team out there. Having said that, France do have some good hitters. A cracking contest first up here on day 2. Nice shot by Kamal. Again, just misses York and only just. Still went to the boundary. Now it misses the other way, and this is another 4. Cuatro carreras más. What I like about this shot from Sokia is that he's just hitting the ball in the correct spot. So it's off stump, he's going offside. A lot of batters will probably try and drag that across the line for no good reason and miss it. And have their off stump knocked out of the ground. But that was the correct shot, and he hit it really well. 17 off 5. Luxembourg on 156 pace at the moment. Now slow ball, but he doesn't quite get it. Back to the wall. Usman Khan takes the catch. Excellent fielding from France. Usman Khan's got a very good pair of hands. What makes this catch a bit more difficult than your regulation outfield catch, he can't really get his eyes behind the ball because he knows he's out of room. So he's got to stay to the side of the ball. It's always a bit more difficult, but he holds it nonetheless. And Sokia runs off knowing he's done his job. A very useful contribution. 17 off 6 from him. It's 133 for 3. 9 balls remaining. This is Jatin Maran coming to the crease, and I think it's a good opportunity for him to just go out and swing away to get a bit of confidence back with the bat. It's only one day, of course, but we know Jatin's a very good player. He's an absolute superstar for Star Cricket Club at the ECL. We heard Phil Burley, Luxembourg manager, talking about the ECL journey this year in Luxembourg, with Heritage CC being the club to progress, so we won't see Star next year. But obviously, it's the highest level of European club cricket you can play, so if you do well at that, you must be a pretty good player. And here is Jatin. He's facing up to Rahula Mangal. He hits it okay. It'll just be one, though. And they're going to sneak in for time, so long as this isn't a wide or a no ball. Because you don't get the extra minute for wickets until you get to the 6th wicket. So actually, this is a pressure ball, even though Rahula probably doesn't realise it. And he does get it on time, so everything will be fine. And Packard will retain the strike, moves to 70. Time's up, but it'll be okay because he releases the ball before the clock runs out. End of 9 overs. Score 135 for 3. A good little comeback. Rahula Mangal, not too bad. 1 for 24. Mohammad Amjad bowled pretty well up front. None for 18. Wickets also to Usman and Zain Ahmed. I'm a little bit surprised he doesn't get a second over. So you see the clock's expired there, but the way this rule is interpreted now is as long as you release the last ball of the 9th over, as long as it's the last legal ball, if you do that before the clock runs out, then you'll be okay. So 6 balls remaining. What can they get to? 150 plus, I'm sure, is what they're looking for. Packard, really nice to see him just bat with a bit of freedom, no real pressure on him. And he's struck 70 already. More to come. Hit straight, hit well, hit for 4. Good batting, really good batting. Well, there's Chachu, Ali Abbas from St. Gallen. He's looking really good, rocking the ECN beanie this morning. But yeah, Packard picks his spot. He barely runs there. He knows he's nailed it. I really like the areas that Ed's hit. He's a good straight hitter. Rahula, though, he kind of opens up that Pandora's box by not bowling it right up at the toes of the batter. Allows him some length to work with. Bit of running repairs on the pitch, but I think we're okay to go. Packard 74. Tell you what, if he nails 5 sixes, it'll bring the house down. He wants to face as many as possible. Doesn't quite get it. I don't think he can even go for 2 here because it's literally straight at Jamakel. So Maran will get another opportunity. This is Rahmatullah Mangal bowling the 10th. They are brothers, Rahmatullah. Slightly older than Rahula. Just 1 year in it. Well bowled. We're just going to go for 4, I think. Yeah, it does. Oh, so harsh. And Jatin probably feels like he's owed a bit of luck. This is a genuine Yorker. It's perfectly placed. And sometimes he can do everything right and still have a bad outcome. Rahmatullah, he'll just roll his eyes and get on with it. Handy runs for Lux, though. 144 with 3 balls remaining. Just going to be a great second half, I can tell already. Now, a bit of length. It's going to curve away from the fielder, but I think with Packard there, you just take the 1. Otherwise, you would probably go for 2. But I think when you've got a guy there on 75, you're happy to forego the possibility of a second run to get him to face. Two to come. Full toss and out of the ground. Maximo! Little errors, big consequences. That's been the story for bowlers all the way through this 2 weeks. Packard maybe makes that a bit more of a full toss than it was by going on the march. And Edmund finds himself in the grady 80s with the ball to go. And here is the last ball. Pretty good Yorker. Gets it away. They'll go for 2. Might even try and go for 3 here, depending on how quickly this comes in. Edmund looks like a guy who's just batted 10 overs, so he's not going to try for the 3rd. He will finish 83 not out. What a knock from the skipper. Edmund Packard, 83 off 33 balls. Madan helps him out at the end with 6. And Luxembourg, they do bring up the 150 in the end. 153 for 3 off the 10 overs. And anyone that thought Luxembourg were just here making up the numbers, well, I think that shows that they're here to play. And they are looking to spoil the French march here on day 2. Fantastic individual effort from Packard. But the other batters complimented him nicely as we look back at the highlights of the first innings of the day. Luxembourg winning the toss. Packard elected to have a bat, and he batted really well. His second over is when it all kicked off, as Luxembourg, just without that pressure of the target, batted with freedom. 27 came off the second over of Ramatullah Mangal. And it was the captain, Edmund Packard, doing the damage. Had a bit of help there from Vivek Dixon, who played some nice strokes as well. Didn't have a lot of the strike. Eventually he holed out 13 off 12, just at 1 maximo for Vivek. Well caught by Javakel in the deep. Askar Ali came out. He was swinging it and eventually swung all around that one, but not before a pretty handy 26 runs with 3 sixes and a 4 for Askar. Kamal Sukia came out. He also was supposed to live a little bit dangerously early, but he played some good shots as well. Usman Khan again with that expert slower ball, but it wasn't one of his better performances. That was a nice one. Really like that. Just worked through the offside. How about that? Just a tiny little error from the bowler that cashed in. Usman Khan eventually ended the knock of Sukia, but not before. Nice little cameo of 17. Madan came out, but it was Packard that marched onwards and upwards in this last over. All the way up into the 80s, and he gets Luxembourg over the 150. Well, the shoe's on the other foot today for Luxembourg. Instead of chasing something 150 plus, they'll be defending something 150 plus. To be exact, it's 153 on the board. Great knock from Packard. 83 not out for the skipper, the former Gibraltarian, doing the job for his adopted nation. 8 maximos, 5 fours in there, striking it over 250. Dixon with 13 up front, 26 for Askar Ali, and Sukia with 17. Nice little cameos from them as well. Madan, not too bad from him as well. Did his job when he came out late in the piece. France then, they're going to be chasing a bunch, and we know that last time they batted in the series, they only made 65. But the funny thing for me is that when these two teams met in match 3, do you know what France scored? 153. Exactly. So if they do that again, we'll have a golden ball. Look at the bowling figures. Amjad was decent up front, but didn't break through. None for 18 for him. Wickets for Usman Khan as well, Zain Ahmed and Rahul Mangal. But they had a hard time keeping the Luxers quiet. We'll take a break. Back in a few minutes with the chase, and we'll see if France can score the 154 for victory. We've seen these kind of chases pulled off more than once here in Switzerland. Could France repeat their 153 from yesterday and give us our first ECI golden ball? Find out soon. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll see you after this break for more European Cricket International. Hello and welcome back to Switzerland. Final day here of our 2-week adventure. The international action continuing with 4 10-over internationals, and we are halfway through match 6 of this 9-match series now. And this should be a cracking second half because Luxembourg, who were disappointing yesterday, but they've come out and they've been undisappointing. They've got 153 on the board off the 10 overs, 154 the target for France. So we're going to have to bat very, very well to take the points in this one. That's Zain Ahmed, who's ready to face up the left-hander. We saw promoted to the top of the order recently in the Vleta Cup. It's been a pretty good move for them. Also gives them the flexibility of his left arm spin in the lineup. It's Mukhtar Ali Ghalami at the other end, a.k.a. the Beast. And it will be Milad Momand to get going. And let's go. First one will be a single. France, coincidentally, when these two teams met yesterday in match 3, they won 153 to 86. France batting first on that occasion. And if it was 153 again, that France scored, and we'll have ourselves a golden ball. Rob with a very, very astute comment in the chat about the scenarios in the second innings. Roman gets angled away using the pace. Not sure if this is going. It does go in the end. Wow. Couldn't really get down. I think they probably should have been stopped. Again, have a look here. He goes with the foot, but if he dives hand first, then you stop that. Asghar Ali just tries to get over and back heel it. That's going to be a boundary, and Mukhtar Ali Ghalami's away. Roman won't be thrilled with that. Maybe it's a sign that he's bowling quick. If that shot goes to the boundary, but still, Mukhtar faces up again. Now gets the gift, and he's going to cash it in, puts it in the bottom of the fence. Maximo! Do not get it wrong on this pitch. Oh, suffer the consequences. This one's outside the hip, and Mukhtar just turns on it. 15 and over required. You break it down in little pieces. Yeah, 15 off the first. Right now they've got 11 off the first half of the first. Decent looking start this. Momand has got to get it right. Maybe this is golden ball type score. On this field, we've seen a lot of runs scored. Over 14,000 runs in the ECS. Now leg glance, and this runs away for 4 as well. So Momand gets it wrong twice in a row. Just drifts into the pads or outside. Mukhtar Ghalami, certainly a player and we've seen a fair bit of now in the European Cricket Network. We first saw him playing for Seaside in the Swedish competition just before he made the move to France. And now he's qualified to play for the French national team. He's good. He's really good. Again, probably a bit straight, but it'll just be a single this time. So there's the 15 plus they need off the first over. They've got it with the ball to come. A couple of balls to come, really. Momand. Looks like something out of a Let's Get Physical video around 1980, but I like the look. Here's the last ball, the first. Zain just goes back, pushes, gets one. And a pretty productive first over. 17 off it for the French. 17 without loss. Well, I did mention that when these two teams met yesterday, France scored exactly 153. And Luxembourg here scored 153. Now, if we have an exact repeat from France, we'll get our first golden ball in a while. 3 weeks since our last golden ball. It was 3 weekends ago, and that just shows you how fast the matches come here on the European Cricket Network. That's 128 matches ago. Lenny promised us a golden ball, never happened. Rico would have liked a golden ball, never happened. So it's all up to me. It's going to come. Here's the second over at Sokia. He gets it right in the block hole. And Zain Ahmed set back, I think rightly so. This is one of those cases where, look, it is the hitter's call. I think Mukhtar has a quick look and says, look, are you sure about this? I'm just going to stay till you're sure and give you time to change your mind. I think what Zion does well is he actually puts his eyes on his partner and sees he's not coming. So knows he has to turn around. This is a wide down leg side. So eye contact between the batters and watching your batting partner's movements is so important, running between the wickets. I think something that doesn't get talked about enough. A lot of talk about calling, and yes, that is important, but watching your partner in particular, super important. Well, this goes through his legs, grabs a bit of the back pad, and it will just pull up inside the boundary. Two-leg buys. Zion just giving himself a little bit too much room there, getting in the way of the ball. It would have gone down the leg side. Sukia. Just be a wide. Now, we were calling Sukia ankles yesterday, and the reason was that he was making us nervous because he does like to kind of get wide of the crease, but look at where his feet land. Still making my eyes water. I'd like to see him just get a bit closer to the stumps. Oh, there it is. Called it. This is almost a no ball back foot as well, because does he get any of the pitch? Maybe gets a touch. Yeah, so it's not a no ball because he touches the pitch, but only just. And here's the thing, the bowler's not really aware of how wide he is. We can see it. Now, it'll be just 4. But yeah, he's creeping towards that sideline. Actually a pretty good ball considering he slipped over. Got drilled straight back down. And just happy it didn't go in his general direction. Yeah, better, but not a better result. This is 4 as well. So, Sain Ahmed keeping his cool amongst it all. Yeah, it's very easy for us to see where he's landing. I don't think he has that awareness because you're not looking at your feet when you're bowling. But maybe we should know that from yesterday and going back and watching where his feet were landing. Now another wide. They'll get another one as well. So Gulami will steal the strike back. Well, to paraphrase, keep your feet on the pitch and nobody gets hurt. Change of striker, so right-hander Gulami faces up. France again, where they need to be at the moment. They want to be 30 after 2. Gulami in the air, straight up. Fielders look at each other, decide whose it is, and it's taken. Nice bit of catching. And yeah, communication is everything. And that's a big wicket, so kind of backfires the change of the striker. And Luxembourg rejoice. Is that Sukia? I think that basically gets given the responsibilities. As Packard just looked at him. They had so long with that ball in the air to actually look at each other and work it out. It's a bit of a risk taking right off the ball, but sometimes it's worth it to avoid a collision. So Gulami's going to go for 15 and the first wicket falls. It's 31 for 1. Yeah, Gulami just quite get that in the middle. Maybe slight leading edge. Went very high. This will bring Lingeswaran Kanasane to the crease. But all's well that ends well. It was Jatin Madan actually that took the catch, pardon me. Up in the air and towards the field, but it's over him. Maximo! What a great start for Lingeswaran Kanasane. He's a guy we saw with a breakout innings in Malta. 89 not out against Romania. Yeah, so nice catch by Madan. They're in the circle. A little bit away from us. So I just misidentified him for a second, but in the end, it's a brilliant finish to the over for France, and at the end of 2, they are 37 for 1. Looking at the table, if Luxembourg win this, then, I hate to say it, but there's no way that Switzerland are getting caught. Now it will be Madan to grab the ball in over number 3. The left-hand, right-hand combination stays in effect. Madan, who was a golden ball hero back in the ECL when they edged out Helsinki Titans in a thriller. Shot. Really good shot from Zain Ahmed. Slightly over-pitched. Or slightly under-pitched for a Yorker. That's going to rattle around in the seats before being spat out by the grandstand. Maximo! France on a rampage here. Coincidentally, this 154 was the exact target chased down by Alton in the ECS final on Friday afternoon. Now it's going to be more runs. That's going to be 4 more. Good shot selection from Zain Ahmed. Madan bouncing it, which just isn't a good plan. Excellent batting, though. Doesn't really bowl a lot of Yorkers. I know I sound like a broken record, Yorker, but I think that's the only ball that's been effective on this pitch. Takes the pitch out of the equation. Hit and 4 more. Excellent batting again. There's length to work with, isn't there? And Zain Ahmed is lapping it up. I mean, Zain Ahmed's a guy, typically we'd see him batting 7 or 8 in this team. But he's been thrown up the top when Gus McKeon, who's had a lot of success at the top of the order for France in the 20-over format, and he left to go back to the UK for club cricket commitments. He's really taken that opportunity on, Zain, and it's had another dimension to his game. Oh, he's dropped him. Oh, he just knocked it up. Let's have a look at it on the replay. This is a bit too close to play that shot safely. Knocks it up. Tries to grab it on the second opportunity. Asghar Ali. That was a genuine chance. Zain Ahmed dropped on 26. Kanasane has only faced 1 ball and he pumped it down to the ground. And this will go the same way. Maximo! This guy's fun to watch. He takes no prisoners. Again, stays leg side of the ball and just fetches it. That's not an easy shot. If you're late on that, probably goes straight up in the air, but he wasn't late. He was right on time. Let's have a look at the highest chasers. This would be equal with that bottom of the list. You might wonder why Alton aren't on there. He's on a countback. Alton chased 154 with 3 balls to spare. Pac Moncada in Barcelona chased it with 4 balls to spare, so it's a technicality. But, well, there's 6 more. Maximo! Madan just cannot get his length right, although there is a missed opportunity in the over. There are 27 off the third. And at the end of the power play, France are 64 for 1. And actually now they're about an over ahead of where they need to be. So again, you just cannot rock in and bowl on a length. You're going to have a bad time. Third one, magical. They win the power play 64 to 46 in the end. Just a couple of single-digit overs in there. We haven't seen too many in the whole series. Change of bowling then. It's going to be Asghar Ali Khan to bowl over number 4. There's Asghar Ali and Asghar Ali Khan in the lineup for Luxembourg. This is Asghar Ali Khan. And he's going to bowl to Zain Ahmed. Both these batters looking very, very confident at the moment. Goes up. Does he get the distance? He does not. And Dixit takes the catch. And a little bit of the boogie, oogie, woogie from Vivek Dixit as well. Zain just doesn't quite get it in the middle of the bat. New bowler, so maybe not quite timing him up. Miss hit brings about a wicket, and it's an immediate strike. And a little bit of the surfing on grass there from Vivek Dixit. And you can see Askar Ali Khan, he's thrilled about it as well because Zain Ahmed, he was looking dangerous, but he has to go for 27 and the score is 64 for 2. Just what Luxembourg were after. You know this French team, they're pretty good at continuing to score heavily even when they lose wickets. Kind of went off the rails yesterday in match 5, but apart from that, in fact, in this very game yesterday, match 3, when these two teams met, France, they lost wickets, but they found a way out of it. It's always a bit different when you're chasing. Usman Khan comes out at number 4. Again, he has now established himself as a genuine bat. In addition to the overs he provides with the ball and his very clever slower balls. He faces up. This one does like to give himself room sometimes. Oh, bit of a dodgy one. Kanasane, though, he's quicker than he looks. So he gets in okay. The only thing with Usman is he does back away, which works for him sometimes, but he's just prone to getting cleaned up by a good Yorker because he's just not behind the line of the ball. Nice fielding. They don't get Kanasane there. Kanasane, 3 balls faced. 3 sixes hit. As starts go, it doesn't get much better than that. Well, it doesn't get better than that. Liking the fact Luxembourg out there having a bit of fun as well. Always a lot more fun with 150 plus on the board. In fact, with a little twist again manoeuvre after taking a good catch. This is fairly full, hit straight. They pitched the straight fielders, so it's very hard to hit between them. That was well cleaned up by Jatin Madan. You can see the field. Got the soccer stadium, the football stadium across the road. We can have a camera that goes the other side of the grandstand, but there's so much going on behind us as well. There's the football fields, many practice fields, a mixture of artificial and grass. There's even American football I saw last night. Kanasane just changing his bat there. Wouldn't have wanted to do that after he's whacked 3 sixes, but see that one just might have cracked it down the bottom. Here's Askar Ali Khan. Shot. Yeah, it's just a little outswinger, and he times it up nicely. Maximo! It was a nice catch by Dixon off the seats. But you can see here, he just clears that front leg. He's got plenty of room to work with. Great hand-eye coordination to play that shot. Yeah, I don't know. One hand off the chair. Should that be out? He went 2 hands, though. Could do that again if you tried. You'd probably sit there and hit 1,000 balls and wouldn't be able to do that again. The old chair catch. Now Usman goes, but it's high. It's a real tester. Outfielder coming in and drops it. And now it's going to go for 2. It goes so high. It's good running, actually. And look, he's got the sun in his eyes there as well. So it's not a particularly easy chance, even though everything looks easy on TV, doesn't it? But yeah, I think that Samba Puri there just not able to hold on. Got the hands pretty much right, but bounced out of the palms. The higher it goes, the faster it's travelling when it comes down. Hit hard but along the ground this time, so Usman Khan gets dropped on 7. End of the over, and it's 75 for 2 off 4. Much better over, though. Almost taking out Kanasane at the other end. Yeah, I don't want to get into the physics of it all, because it's Sunday, and we don't need to go high school, but 9.8 metres per second. The higher it goes, the faster it is travelling by the time it comes down, and that's why it bounces out of the palms. Try it. Ahead of where they need to be at the moment, but they'll have to work hard to stay there, France. Decent pace set by Luxembourg in this encounter. But they're pretty experienced. So now we're going to get Vivek Dixit with the ball. So a little bit of a change of pace here. Something different for Usman Khan, who faces up. Now, we didn't see Vivek bowling yesterday, so let's see what he's got. Oh, it's quite a lot of turn there. In fact, too much for the keeper, Rupesh Pingu. And they'll get through. Look at this. Really bites. It hasn't hit the edge of the pitch. It's just hit the pitch. And Usman's saying, hey, didn't that bounce on the edge of the pitch? But no, I just think it genuinely spins. Saying it. Yeah, so I think Usman just querying it, but it seemed to me like it was a fair delivery. Pingu whips off the bails, but I think he's safely home. Yeah, Dixit's really taking the air out of the ball here. Yeah. Foot was always down, heel was in the air, but the toes on the ball, the feet were on the ground there all the time. Yeah, so surely you're coming at Dixit here if you're Kanasane. Times him up. Does he get enough? Touch and go. And 6. Maximal. And the thing that saves Lingiswaran Kanasane here is he hits into the gap. If there's a fielder right on the rope, I think he catches it. But when you're running around the rope, you never quite know if you're inside or not. You can actually see here that he ends up kind of a metre inside, which makes all the difference. And he's also worried about his teammate coming around in the other direction. So France catch a break there and get 6. That's 4 sixes now to Kanasane. Dixit, .6 still. That's not quite the rate. This is hit hard. In fact, it's going to go for 4. It's going to be a no ball for off the pitch this time. So this one looked like it was going on that line, that it might be off the pitch. You won't be able to see it there. And it was hit pretty well. Again, we'll see it here. I mean, for me, that does look, even though his head's slightly in the way, it looks like it's hit the dark green, which means it's no ball. So that's actually a bonus. It'll be 5 plus a free hit now for Kanasane. He skies it. They'll run hard. Won't matter if it's caught or not. They'll only get 1. This one doesn't go too far from the bat, maybe 20 yards or so. So have a look at that rate required. France only needing in the 12s now after this very, very good start. Shot, really nice shot, opens up, slices it away, should get there, and it does. So Usman Khan, he's so strong in that region because he has this little shuffle away. It's not because he's scared. It's just because he likes to back himself to open up the offside. It can be a risky strategy, and sometimes it doesn't work for him, but you can see he's got strong hands and he's manoeuvred that up and away from the infielders. 4 runs, so now they've got it down to 2, a ball required. Last ball, the 5th coming up. It's a really good shot. It's a bit of a risky shot because he was plumb in front of him, misses it, but he does not miss. And so ticks it for an over that started with 2 dots. He ends up going magical. 20 come off it. And that's the end of the 5th over. The score is 96 for 2 after 5. So a very cracking pace for France at the moment. This is one of the things we've got coming up tomorrow. Of course, we do have the ECS starting in Germany, but we also have T20 IW match. Netherlands taking on Ireland. So first time we had the Irish women on the network. Corey Ruckers will take you through the action there. It starts at noon GMT, which is 2 p.m. in Central Europe. 5:30 p.m. in India. So just the one T20 there. And it's the 3-match series matches on Monday, Wednesday and Thursday. Tune in. That'll be nice to have the Rut back behind the mic. Doing a great job there in the Netherlands. Asghar Ali Khan gets the second over. Oh, that's out. I don't see how that's missing. It's just a poor shot selection for a guy who's just T-boning the ball everywhere to get Funkalicious at that time. It's just not a good choice. And I think Lingiswaran finds out the hard way. It's full and it's fairly straight. It's a premeditated shot. Don't see what that's missing. And he takes off because he's nervous and he kind of knows the writing's on the wall. You can see the hits him on the knee roll. It's not going over. It's not going around. That is out. Yeah, that's a ball that if he just stands still and drives, he probably smacks it into the seats. So, it's the end of the over. The end of Kanasane, I should say. 96 for 3. Noman Amjad comes to the crease at number 5. But the other thing was it was a slightly slower ball, I think, as well. So even if he'd hit that shot, I'm not even sure it would have gone for 4. Amjad's a good player. Just seems a bit of a waste. I mean, if Kanasane gets out driving down the ground or gets caught in the boundary and long off or long on, you can say, okay, that's fine. But yeah, it seemed a bit of a waste, didn't it? Amjad, though, doesn't seem too perturbed as he puts the first one 6 rows back. Maximo brings up the 100 for France. Looking like they're going to do this, aren't they, at the moment? What a solid shot first up. Need to keep taking wickets. If they can have any shot here, Luxembourg. Now there's 6 more. Goes walking across and helps that over mid-wicket. Maximo. We saw Kanasane hit 3 sixes in his first 3 balls hit. Well, Amjad, it's 2 out of 2 to get him going. Luxembourg had trouble containing their opposition yesterday, didn't they? You look back at the games that they played, they conceded 162 in match 1, they conceded 153 in match 3, and they conceded 172 in match 4. As the Swiss team warming up over there, I think I spotted Kenardo Fletcher over there. Slower ball, nice to try something different here. Asghar Ali Khan. This will just be a single. Yeah, so Switzerland will be playing Luxembourg and then France. A win over Luxembourg will no doubt send the trophy in Switzerland's direction. There's Osama Mahmood, Hassan Ahmed's there as well. And, excited to see the 11 they put on the park with the pad. And so this will just be one. That's a slight win for Luxembourg, who are fighting to stay in this contest. A couple of big ins for Switzerland as well, by the way. Ankush Lal's been drafted into the squad. He smashed 134 for the Lions earlier in the week. Kenardo Fletcher in. And a bit of big team news coming up as well for Switzerland. Bring you that breaking story in just a couple of minutes. Low full toss. Should just be a single. That's handled by Kamal Sukia down there. And that will take us to the end of the over. It's 111 for 3 after 6. Mustafa Roma, who's a player we only saw on ECN for the first time yesterday, hoping to make an impression. Listed to come in next. Need to have a really good over here. They've put together some good kind of parts of overs, Luxembourg, but I mean, the Vivek over was probably a good example. Vivek Dixit started with a couple of dots, ended up going for 20. Amjad, just the man for this job, really. Played a slightly poor shot last night in the last game, which I'm sure he's had some second thoughts about since. Without first ball. Right now they're going back to their opener. It's going to be Milad Moman to bowl. Luxembourg needs to turn this around and quick. He's over number 7. First ball in the air. Fielder back to the wall and can't do anything about it. Maximo. Amjad. Love the way he's hitting straight here. Correct shot. Got into trouble hitting across the line yesterday, or trying to hit across the line, but this is a banging shot first up. France in complete control at the moment. Luxembourg chasing the game. Need a miss hit. Need something to go their way. You can hear Mingu saying, yeah, only takes one ball. Oh, it's not the ball though. It's on the pads, and it's adios, Maximo. Well, Amjad's come out. He's hit 4 sixes in his first 6 balls, and he's pretty much shutting the gate here on Luxembourg, running away with this at the moment. Again, it only takes 1 ball, but they are running out of time. Luxembourg, again, Momard, that was his problem early as well. He was getting a bit too straight. He was getting on the pads and outside. Amjad 26 off 6. He's already gone past Usman. He's been there a lot longer. Now whipped away. It's a long chase for the field. He's not going to get there. There's 4 more. So the French side are just demolishing the bowling at the moment. Okay, that isn't really on the pads. It's taken from a stump outside off. But again, with the length existing, no one's able to make something out of it. This one was straight as well, slightly mishit by Amjad, who wants to, and now they're going to get it, but the hesitation might cost him here. I've got this as in. It just took a little bit of time for the ball to get there. You see on the bounce throw, we'll have a look. Oh, he's gone. Well, there you go. So the hesitation cost him in the end. And yeah, he hasn't made it. So Amjad probably feels like he's in. I felt like he was in. But yeah, look at this. It's a little bit, is he coming, is he not? And that hesitation cost him in the end. So Amjad can't believe it. He felt he was home, but he might have had the back of his head a few little doubts. And yeah, credit to Luxembourg, and they finish it. But it was all about the hesitation. Because Usman, he's coming, then he's not. Amjad's always looking for it. There was a big fumble. The fumble actually ended up working in Luxembourg's favour. See, if he'd gone straight away, he would have made it easily. So does that open a little window of opportunity? Because Amjad was absolutely boning them out there. But now he's going to have to go. 31 off 8 for the skipper. What a cameo. And he was about 3 inches away from staying there and maybe whacking a 50 that wins them the game. But instead, we're going to get Mustafa Omar throwing his 2nd innings on ECN. So Luxembourg, they needed something, they get something. Maybe a bit of luck more than anything, but Sokia does jump on it. This is going down the leg side.
Wicket time, boys. Wicket time. Shabash. One right shot. Shabash.
So Momard getting a little bit of the treatment, but I suppose he's in the hot seat. He's still got 2 to come. Front's well ahead of the rate here. Luxembourg, they're going to need wickets, but any time the runs required is above the balls remaining, and there's some sort of an opportunity. Just one. Luxembourg will settle for that at the moment. Try and keep that gap. So we'll get to the conclusion of this game.
Everybody alert.
Yes, for some reason I spotted Akhilesh Kumar's name on there, but I know that he's not in the 11. It certainly is Bingu keeping for Luxembourg. I think that Akhilesh Kumar is still nursing a damaged finger. Hopefully it's not too serious. So we've got 1:30 on the board after 7. And it's going to be Sokia to start us off. The big swing and a miss first up.
Come on, come on.
So big news in the Swiss side. Hassan Ahmed having a rest in match number 7. This is coming up in around about 25 minutes. Luxembourg winning the toss and batting. Why not? Ed Packard at the top of the order. Batted very well. And Kushlal comes in listed at 3. Shot. Really good shot. We might have missed the first one. It was but he doesn't miss the second. A lot of footwork here, but it's all about the timing. And this is really well hit. Hits down. His outfield's really quickened up over the last couple of weeks. That just relieves the pressure, if there is any pressure at the moment. 20 off 16 required. That's what bowled. Yeah, I mean, that's what you got to do. Turn that into something more. Look at the length here. Right between the feet. Really good bowling. Back to live action. Well, if this hits, he's out. And he's missed. So it's not just about the wicket, but also about saving an extra run as his equations tightening up. Usman doesn't get a lot of it.
Come on.
This hits, he's gone.
One loose shot, pressure, shabash.
Luxembourg trying to build some pressure here. Gap of 5. Omer in only his second game on ECN. Does look like he can bat okay. But he's got to be a little bit nervous given the situation. Gets 1. It's probably fine for him at the moment. Got Usman Khan, more senior player there.
Come on, yaar. Time leke, mere bhai.
Make most of the running. Just need someone to stay with him. Get that one a ball at the other end. Nice ball the over. Well bowled. Chops it back over the bowler though, which is handy for France because it means that Usman will retain the strike as we head into the 9th over. There's 12 balls remaining. France 137 for 4. The equation 17 off 12. So the longer that they can draw this out, Luxembourg just feel that they have a chance. Now Ed Packard's going to bowl over number 9. And there really is so little margin for error. It's not going to be easy for Packard to come out and hit his spot straight away. He'll only get the one over in this innings. A lot of support for both sides in the chat at the moment. Good contest, this one, in a series that hasn't really had a real close match yet. Is this the one? Packard to bowl the 9th. And he bowls him. What a fantastic delivery from Ed Packard. What a game he's having. It's full, it's straight. Usman tries to work it square of the wicket. It crashed into the off stump. And this game takes another turn. 137 for 6. And we'll have a new batter at the crease. Ibrahim Jamakel walking out. Usman, again, as he likes to do, gives himself a bit of room. Look at the footwork there. And just slides on, crashes into the outside of the off stump. So Luxembourg come to life. That run out of Noman Amjad has just set off a little bit of a chain reaction that now puts this chase in jeopardy. 17 off 11 required. And Ibrahim Jamakel, who was part of a very important partnership yesterday with his captain Noman Amjad, coming out to bat at number 7. So he's very, very capable, but he's under the pump. Here's Packard. Well bowled as well. Long chase. Oh, it's going to go for 4. That's incredible timing from Jamakel first up. And Packard only just gets this a little bit leg side. Just a little bit compared to that first ball. And I thought it was 1, maybe 2. In the end, it's 4. And that's such a pressure relief for Jamakel, who feels that things might be just rolling his way. Nice little flick. And again, you see this tiny, tiny margin for error for the bowler. In full-ish. This time it'll just be a single. Doesn't get out of the infield.
Easy, boy.
Packard. I think regardless, I think you've got to put him in for the player of the match, whether they do this or not. For that 80 plus then, coming up with a wicket just when his team needed it. Omer, again, like I said, only his second match on ECN. He's played one T20 international for France as well. Full and misses out. Oh. Pressure building. These runs aren't going to make themselves. Again, I like Packard's length here. Full. If you're going to miss full. Don't give him something to drive under. And stay away from the legs. Ed. All happening in the ninth for him. Ball gives him length, and it's not a good shot at all from Omer, who tries to launch it over the leg side. And Ed Packard having the game of his life here. Maybe the only thing is that he should have bowled the 8 so he could bowl 2. Because he won't be able to bowl another one. He's only going to get the 1. Again, this ball is everything. If it goes for 6, it's France in the driver's seat. Can Packard hold on here? Last ball of the 9th. And he bowls him. And he bookends the 9th with wickets. Over goes the castle. Disappointment for Omer, who can't keep the score moving. And Packard having the game of his life as he takes 2 wickets in the 9th. And France chasing the game now. 142 for 6. What a contest here to start the day in the ECI Switzerland. It's a carbon copy of the first ball, really. Again, that's the length. He kept it full. Didn't try anything fancy. When he got it right, he got results. So this means 11 for a golden ball, 12 for a win in the last over. And like I say, the only issue is that Packard, he can't bowl a second. And so, well, you know what I'm thinking here. The tie could be on. We know that France scored exactly 153 yesterday when they met Luxembourg. And if they do it again today, we'll have our first ever ECI golden ball. We haven't had a golden ball here in Switzerland. The last one was Bruno against United in Prague 3 weeks ago. It was also on the weekend. How's Madan feeling? Now, the problem with Madan, he hasn't bowled a single Yorker, and he's been pretty much moosed. But can he get it right here in the last? 12 required for France. Jatin, he is a guy who has bowled the last over before in a pressure situation in that eliminator for Star CC against Helsinki from Finland in the ECL. He came up with the goods. Can he do it here? Jabakel on strike. 10th over. And it's hit straight, and it's hit out of the ground. Maximo! Do not bounce the ball on here. It will not go well. There's half of them right there. Misses by maybe metre and a half. Jabakel clears the front leg and slams it out of the ground. Jatin, I'm a big fan of him, but he just cannot get it right. He hasn't adjusted on this pitch. Of course, no one's enjoying bowling out here, but do not give them something to drive under. In France, they do bat all the way down. They can all hold it. 6 required now. Jabakel can win it with 1 swing of the bat. And he will. Maximo! Back to back. And France are going to do it. They're going to break the Luxembourg hearts as they pull off this chase of 154 with 4 balls to spare. And once again, this target of 154 creating drama in St. Gallen. It's exactly the same target that Alton chased down against the Nomads in the final. And Jabakel, the hero, got to say, I'd still give the player of the match to Packard, even though they don't hold on. I think he was outstanding for his side. Just didn't quite manage the bowlers in the end, because if he knew he was going to be so good, I'm sure he would have had a second over, but he wasn't able to because he bowled the 9th. And this keeps the series alive as well. Final score, France 154 of 9.2. Luxembourg 153. What a dramatic start to the day. Just a reminder, we'll be back in 15 minutes with the next game. Luxembourg, they're going to have to pick themselves up, dust themselves off. They've got Switzerland coming at them. Luxembourg batting first in that game after winning the toss. And Packard, can he continue his good form? I think his fantasy points will have taken a bit of a boost as well from when that was created. And Switzerland, well, no Hassan Ahmed for them. That's the big story there. Osama Mahmood listed to open with Idris Ulhaq. Let's go to the highlights then. And France, they came out, they were ahead of the race, and that good start in the end, it proved quite crucial, didn't it? And that was a bit of a scary one. Almost got the ball back as well, didn't he, Sokia? He's still having trouble with this narrow pitch surface. That was a nicely taken catch by Jatin Madan. Zain Ahmed, though, living a bit dangerously. Put that one up. Askar Ali wasn't able to hold on. The runs were flowing. Zain Ahmed, yeah, I really like him at the top of the order. He just mishit this one, though, and he was well caught by Dixon, who gave it a little bit of the shake, rattle, and roll. This one just rolled out of the hands of Puri. We didn't see him get a bowl in this innings. And then Kanasane blew himself up. There's no real reason to play this shot. He was smacking the ball around the place. It's just a spur-of-the-moment decision. And you can see that Askar Ali Khan, he was thrilled about it. Now, this is where things started to go wrong for France. There was a fumble. There was a hesitation. Amjad was out by the skin of his teeth. Really tight call, but he was just out. And Usman Khan, well, he was there. He batted a while, and he's normally cool in a crisis. But then Bakard came on and rattled his stumps, and suddenly the game came alive in the ninth. And he bookended it with another wicket. Omar not able to make the contribution that he would have liked. So went into the 10th, and Madan, yeah, just can't find the Yorker as the first two balls of the 10th fly out of the ground, and it was game, set, match, France. They get there in the end, and a few little hijinks there in their highly organised dugout. Well, Luxembourg, well, they're just looking in the mirror saying, how did that get away? After they'd played themselves into a potentially winning position. Looking at the scorecard, bit of a community effort, wasn't it, from the top five? Noman Amjad, top scores in only 8 balls, 31 for him, but he ran himself out. Slight miscommunication, hesitation that cost him his wicket. Kanasane was brilliant as well, 30 off 9, but the 9th ball played a poor shot, and he was gone. Zain Ahmed with a decent start. Galami chipping in. Usman Khan was important, but how about Jabakel? Under pressure, he goes bang, bang, and he finishes the game, much like that Alton final the other night when Shahid Waridu came out and did something very, very similar in the 10th. Bowling figures, well, Packard has to be the best of the bowlers, despite only bowling 1 over, 2 for 5, put them right back in the contest. 2 wickets also for Askar Ali Khan, who I think did a very good job soaking up with the 1 wicket. But yeah, Madan, he'd like those 2 back, I think. He just needs to really work on releasing that ball a little bit earlier, getting it up in the block hole, because it's not a good length that he bowled in that 10th over. And unfortunately for Luxembourg, it means they are still winless in 4 attempts. We'll take a break, back in just 10 minutes because we're running over a little bit. Just a quick break then. We'll be back as we'll see the Swiss hoping to put the series away with a win in the next game. It's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Hope you're enjoying the action so far. Hopefully another thriller on the way. You're watching ECN. This is the ECI Switzerland. Hello and welcome back to Switzerland. It's time to see the hosts for the first time today in this European Cricket International. It's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network as we head into match number 7. Luxembourg taking on Switzerland in this one. We've had a thrilling encounter already this morning. Perhaps we'll have another. Firstly, let's see what happened at the coin toss a few moments ago with Sir Rob Kemming and the two captains.
Your call. Tails is called. It is hits. Okay. Yeah, put it back. Put it back. On the side. On the side.
So, the news from the toss is that Luxembourg, they've won the toss and they've elected to bat first. Rob Kemming insisting that, that they make that very clear. I think we could tell that that's what Luxembourg would want to do. Well, Ed Packard listed there as a bowler, but I'm telling you, he was outstanding this morning in the first game of the day. Player of the match in the losing cause for Ed, who took 2 wickets late in the piece for just 5 runs in the 9th over in the second innings. But before that, 83 off 33. Let's look at the Swiss team, though. And Osama Mahmood at the top of the order. No Hassan Ahmed in the lineup for them. Ankush Lal comes in. You've got Lasanga Gayan as well listed to keep and bat at 5. Ali Naya leading the side. Also, Kanado Fletcher comes in for them. So slightly different looking side for Switzerland in this match. Hassan Ahmed, obviously not dropped on form because he's having an outstanding time in this series, but I just think with the workload he's had, they feel the time's right to maybe give it an opportunity to someone else. So, in fact, we can see Ankush Lal, I think, is pretty exciting. Also, Ashwin Vinod in the side, and I thought maybe we'd see him released to play for Kosane today, but he is here representing the national side. So, looks like Ashwin Vinod will open the bowling, which is what we normally see. I had a question in the chat that I put out saying, can the Swiss seal the trophy here, or can Luxembourg surprise? Obviously, these two teams, they have met already twice, and both times it was fairly one-sided. In match 1, Switzerland won 162 to 105. In match 4, Switzerland won 172 to 124. But Luxembourg, they've only batted first once in the series. That was early this morning. And they did a pretty good job putting 153 on the board. In the end, they couldn't quite defend it. France getting over the line with 4 balls to spare. And so that would be a little bit of a kick in the teeth for Luxembourg. But maybe not a bad thing. They get straight back out there. And I'm really looking forward to seeing these two go about it. They're the only 2 half-centurions for Luxembourg in the series. They'll be opening up. It's Vivek Dixit and the captain, Ed Packard. Sada in the chat, he said that he's in for a surprise. Shake, rattle, let's roll. Match 7 live from Switzerland. Decent ball first up. Sanger with one of the slowest overarm throws I've ever seen. Takes out the stumps, but it's a dot ball to start. Vivek just a bit nervous energy there, charging at the first ball. He batted better when he just stood still. Surprised that knocked the bails off. Hello to a few of the French people watching as well. I'm getting messages from Nabi right now. Hello, Nabi. I can see that he's also got the shoe phone man with him. Wahid Abdul. And this is up, it's in the air, and that's going to be 4. The first boundary, not a good ball this time from Ashwin Vinod. A genuine full toss and helped over the offside for 4. Yeah, hello to Nabi, hello to Mohamed Nisa, and hello to Wahid Abdul, who I know are all watching from France. And wouldn't we love to see them potentially meet the criteria and I suppose add another dimension to this French side that we've already seen do some pretty cool things on the network. Another full toss, another boundary. So Ashwin just misses his spot again. And Dixit smacks him over the infield for 4. Cuatro carreras más. And Ashwin has been in the wickets of late. He's a pretty good bowler, I think. We saw him opening the bowling in the Valletta Cup for most of it for Switzerland as well. Beautiful conditions right now, 23 degrees and plenty of sunshine Hasn't always been that way over the last 2 weeks. Let's go back to the French guys that are watching. Of course, Drew, the club champions of Europe, and they'll defend their title next year. That means we'll get 2 clubs from France to be part of the ECL 24. So that's coming up. Still a few months away. Around about 6 months away, but it'll come quicker than you think. Packard, fresh of his 83, not out. Faces up for the first time. And he's going to hit the first one down the ground. Fielder comes around, can't get there. In fact, it goes all the way. Maximo. Well, Packard, he's given himself the personal lobotomy. He's just gone clear-minded today. And he's just hitting. He's not thinking. And it's working for him. Gets a bit lucky there because it was a bit of a miss-hit. Hassan Mahmoud was herring around from a straight long on position, but the ball won the race. Now it's a change of pace, and I think it's trouble for Ed. Coming down and caught. So 6 and out, and very clever bowling from Ashwin Vinod, who gets the danger man. Again, Ed just, I think, a little bit early on this shot. It's a good variation, loses his shape in the process. And a fairly simple catch taken. And so Switzerland with a very important early strike. The score, 15 for 1 after 1. And speaking of the European Cricket Championship, and Khartoum in particular, 43 days until the Euros of Cricket, Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. 31 nations will be competing for the crown. We're just talking about potentially the French team. Of course, a lot of them watching at the moment. Luxembourg, of course, they'll be using this to help select their team. Likewise with Switzerland. Idris Hark taking that catch without the gloves, as they have Lasanga Gayan doing the job today. Lasanga is one of the few players, one of the only players I think, that we didn't see in the European Cricket Series. Ali Naya, the captain, is probably the other one who was in the power squad but wasn't able to get free for the series to actually get on the field. Dixit will face up then. Disappointment for Ed, but you got to say he was undone by a really clever slower ball from Ashwin. Well, Sada in the chat saying that he thinks Nabi could have scored the first 200 on the ECN. Well, if someone scores a 200, that would be something. Because you're probably going to have to face 50 balls and go at 400. The most balls I think we've ever seen anyone face is 47. Never say never, though. Rob Thompson. He said, oh no. Oh dear, that's not what was needed for Lux. Yeah, 6 and out. Asghar Ali Khan comes to the crease at 3. It's Asghar Ali, in fact, coming out 3 as before. As Canado Fletcher comes out. And the first chance to see Canado in a red shirt for Switzerland, though we did see him a couple of times in a red shirt for Power CC. Oh, a lucky one inside edge. Probably pulls up. Gayan's after it. And he will stop it. He almost loses his feet. He'll get through for 2. Yeah, Canado. Certainly a character. Don't think we've seen him really having a decent bat in this series. I like to see him put a few bombs on the roof. Clever bowling by Fletcher, just moves away from Dixit. Hassan Ahmed, 12th man, but he's actually on the field because Idris Hark, who took that first catch. Idris has done a fair bit of keeping in the series. He might have just injured his finger taking the catch, so Hassan Ahmed is on the field at the moment. So much for getting a rest. Hassan finds himself out there. Short and almost caught. Not quite out of the middle from Dixit. He hasn't quite found his touch yet today. He's got a nice half century in the losing cause yesterday. The equation is pretty simple. If Switzerland win this game, then we know that they'll win the trophy. Having won both their matches against France so far. That's a really good shot. It's hooked away for 6. Maximo Ascarali, if you don't mind. It's in at the body, and I thought it might have cramped him for room, but Ascar was so quick to get the hand through it. And here's half a dozen. What a way to get off the mark. Hello to Santosh. Nice to see you. A few people a bit disappointed to see the end of Packard so early. And yeah, Santos saying calculated risk is important in T10. So the thing is, it's always easy to give that kind of advice after it happens. I mean, if he hits that for 6, then he looks like a hero. Now, it's a lucky edge. It's going to be 4. That screams away past Osama Mahmood for 4, and that's the end of 2 overs. The score is 28-1. So, despite losing, Packard, the captain, still going to swing for it, aren't they? Luxembourg. Idris is going to come back on the field, so just getting a bit of attention to what I assume was some sort of hand or finger injury. So Hassan coming off. Ashram Vinod's going to come back for the second over. Yeah, here's the equation, because France, their best case scenario is they win their last 2 games. They finish on 8 points. And so if Switzerland go to 10 here, then we have our winner, even with a couple of games to go. All right, here we go. It's the start of a new over, and it's a beautiful looking shot. And Dixit gets 4. I was going to say that Shoob's fielding had improved a bit. I know he had the day off yesterday. I don't know if we got this on the camera. I was about to give him a big rap for a good stop, but yeah, just blasted straight through him. Took a good catch, though, last time we saw him on Friday night. Oh, good change of pace from Vinod. Oh, no. This is a total mess up. Slow ball. I like that. It rolls it out in front of the hand, and then look at this. And Ascar says, hey, we're going to go, and then he almost sells Vivek up the river. I think he got back by the time that Gayan throws. Gayan probably needs to work on getting a bit more on his throw back at the stumps. Oof. Would have been tight. Now this will be 6. Great shot. I like this shot from Vivek because he doesn't really move too much before he hits the ball. Just stay still. Maximo. It's a slow ball again. Look at that. Just watches it, lets it come to him, plays the right stroke, hits in the middle of about 6 runs. Simple as that. Just a little distraction. Dixit pulls out. I think maybe he just wasn't ready. He said, actually, hold on. Probably on the batter to be ready, but can always get away with one of those. The bowler shouldn't get too grumpy. Low full toss, square drive, Maximo. What a great shot that is from Dixit. It's the attempted Yorker slightly over pitched, and he smacked it. This will be a great view of it here. Look at this. Just misses the Yorker full. Again, keep it uncomplicated. That's what I would say. Couple to come in the power play. And again, oh, why not? Puts this one over the fence. Maximo! And Dixit's on a heater. I have to say, he hasn't hit him that well to this point this morning, but he's turned it around in 5 minutes here. Great batting. And Ashwin, despite that 1 wicket in the first over, he's getting the treatment here on a Sunday morning. He's gone for 37 now off his 11 balls. Edged and away from Gayan, who was just wrong-footed. It's good effort. This is all about the weight being on the wrong foot. We'll see it here on the replay. See how he's hopping to his left and then, yeah, it's kind of past him. Let's just try and diagnose here. So he's moving left and then just can't change direction, and it's kind of past him before he can get there. So one of the things I always used to try and do, and I don't know if that was catchable or not, is just try not to be moving to my left. So maybe start a bit further left so you can actually get a decent jump out of an outside edge. In the end, Ashwin's going to end up in the naughty 40s. He takes one for 41 and a magical third, 26, as Luxembourg bring up their 50 in the third over, 54 for 1. Into the middle overs now. And we're going to get Musa Ahmedzai bowling. No Tanabala Singham in the lineup. They do have Anish Kumar for some left arm spin, but they're going to stick with pace at the moment. It'll be the left armer to bowl. 5 outfielders allowed from this point in time. Gets it outside off stump first up. Big swing and miss from Asghar. Well, if you gave Asghar a kitchen sink, he'd throw it at you. I mean, pretty much every time he's trying to whack a 6. Don't mind that. He hits this pretty hard. That's 4. And it's absolutely drilled down the ground. Slight error in length from Ahmedzai. Turns into a full toss. And this went in record speed. Musa, he bowls that ball. He actually knows how to hit a pretty hard cricket ball as well. Luxembourg looking a slightly different team here, aren't they? Again, the issue's been their bowling. They've just been conceding way too many. Ooh. That's missed by Kota Varnish. Very close. Pictures tell the story there. That's very close to knocking the off stump out. Good length. Well, it gets back under Ahmedzai. It'll be single. I think Gayan, because he hasn't played in the ECS, he's behind the stumps for Switzerland in this game. I'm loving his enthusiasm. He's certainly pumped. That little appeal, last ball, just wants to be in the action. Well, full toss, but he misses out. Dix has played this shot really well. They have put a fielder back at deep point now. This is the one he's hit so well so far. It's just below the waist, so it'll be okay, but yeah, probably should have whacked it. Can't have them all, I guess. Sadu saying he thinks maybe Luxembourg shouldn't have batted first, but I think it's a good call. And he takes the chance and it pays off for him. Dixon into the 40s, gets 4. Shows his stumps to Ahmedzai, who challenges him, says, all right, yeah, I'll give you one on the stumps. But gets some bat on it, uses the pace of the bowler. 4 runs to finish the over, and Luxembourg off to the races, 63 for 1. Yeah, so suppose Luxembourg trying to put a complete game together. Certainly look decent this morning, putting 153 on, but they're not able to defend it. Look at the run rate. Up and over the 15 and over mark. The 153 wasn't safe, I think. Luxembourg might need to go 160s plus and hold some catches against a strong Swiss batting lineup, but they won't have to worry about Hassan Ahmed. He's not in the lineup. Anish comes on with his left arm spin. So, a bit of a change of pace here. Ooh, that's really close. Gaia wasn't super enthused about this. Ooh, have a look at that. This will be one, and they're happy with one. It's weird, there's no real appeal on this one. Let's have a look. He's not down yet. He's not down yet. Probably just down there. Oh, Kumar, great fielding of his own bowling. He's pretty happy with that because that's around the edge of the pitch, so you don't really know what it's going to do. Did really well, just threw himself down to the left. Excellent work. Excellent shot, and it's 6. Maximal. Well, brace for impact as Canado launched himself skywards, and what goes up must come down. He crashed into the turf, and the ball goes over the rope. 6 runs. Excellent effort from the big fast bowler. But the shot was a cracker from Dixon, who's 48 off 18. He's been a real story the weekend. When he has batted for a decent length of time, he's looked class. Now on the verge of a second half century in this ECI. Can't quite get this one, but he will move to 49 with a single. It should be interesting. Ascarali's going to face up to the spinner, and I think he's thinking about one thing. How far can I hit this ball? Last ball of the 5th. Well, pretty far. Not for 6, but it goes for 4. Finds the gap. That's all about the timing. As Anish bowls an okay over, goes for 12. Which I suppose is less than average. But yeah, Askar, he was always attacking that delivery. As we get to the end of the 5th over, and Luxembourg batting first after winning the toss, 75 for 1. Of course, Switzerland and Luxembourg will be playing in the ECC, which is the Euros of cricket. They're both playing in week 3, but they won't meet each other in the group stage because Switzerland are in Group E, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 9th to 11th of October. And then the very next day, Luxembourg will be playing 12th, 13th, 14th, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. You can see the teams that they're meeting there. Of course, France, they will actually be playing in the very first match of the ECC in Group A on the 25th of September. They're drawn against Spain, based on a little sneak peek that I saw of the fixtures. Musa Ahmedzai comes on, it's catchable, and it's gone. So Dixon's going to go for 49, and he takes on Musa Ahmedzai, who gets a second over straight away, and he won't get his 50 in the end. Backing away a little bit, didn't quite get enough on it. Ali Naya, a very good pair of hands. Swiss skipper takes it shoulder high. So it's a little bit disappointing for Dixon that he doesn't bring up the 50, but he does leave his team in good shape. I think it needs some other players to bring them to that 150 as he leaves pretty much at the halfway stroke of this innings, 75 for 2. Musa Ahmedzai. I'd love to see him maybe just throwing up at number 3 or something like that. Maybe number 4. Just see some international cross-hand batting. Sokia is the new batter, comes in at number 4 for Lux. Looks like a pretty good player. Cracks this first one. Doesn't beat the field, so they don't take a single. good start, but it's only a start. In fact, already a couple of balls, that run rate's dropped almost a full point. Well bowled. Yeah. It's good running in the end by Asghar Ali. You can see Sakia's not happy about it, but the truth is, it's not his call. The non-striker says, yeah, I can get there, so just trust me. A little lack of trust here. First he ties him up. It's off the back heel. But see, he's not watching his partner. He's watching the ball, but Asghar Ali was right to go for that run, and they get the run. Now he's going to do something with the strike. Maximo. One brings 7 in the end. As Asghar, he knew what to do with Musa. He's put him over the leg side fence. So yeah, anytime the ball's behind you, if you're not sure where the ball is, or even if you are, look at your partner. Let them make the decision. If you then get run out, running at flat stick, and you run out the bowler's end, well, then you can blame them. You can have something to say, but you've got to have that trust. And often at the international level, you will be batting with people that might not be from your club. So you're not that used to batting with each other. So it's hard to establish that trust and hard to have that understanding. And in a game where the running's so important in the 10 over, 20 over game, it's super important. Look at Gayan saying, hey, look, give it to me out there, outside off. Oh, it's really well bowled and no justice for Musa. Well, the French aren't playing this game, but there's a genuine French cut from Asghar Ali. He chops it. Look at this perfect Yorker. Could not have been more perfect. And Musa is just looking around, kind of like the shrug emoji, saying, hey, what am I meant to do? That was perfect. It was perfect, wasn't it? No fine leg in place. So Luxembourg getting another boundary. Now this isn't quite right from Musa, and it disappears. Adios, pelota, Maximo. And he had a bad result when he got it right. He had an even worse result when he got it wrong. Almost a one-hander from Asghar as he lifts it up over backward square leg. 6 to finish the over. And the score is 92 for 2. Still think, I think all things considered, that Musa Ahmadzai bowled okay. 1 for 25, his figures off the 2 overs. He'll be kicking himself. Sakia will face up now. So they're back up to 15 and over pace. The run rate started at 15 in that over, dipped to 14, and now it's back up with those last 2 shots, up above 15 again. There's Kumar, comes back on, and just had to be kept out. That's really good length, actually. This is a little inside edge. I think I'll just get one. Up and in the air, back to the wall, and 6. Maximo. And now the two best of friends out there saying, yeah, I'm loving what you're doing at the other end. Asghar just picks that up off a length, so it wasn't quite the Yorker from Anish Kumar. Oh, this one climbs over the top of the stumps. Anish can't believe that's bounced over. Inside head onto the body. And so, yeah, Anish Kumar, I like his bowling. We've seen a fair bit of on the red shirt in 10 over cricket. He does a pretty good job. Now this should be gone, and Kumar gets his revenge in the end. Asghar Ali Not as comfortable with the pace off the ball. Did whack a 6 in the over. Again, he takes his chances here, doesn't he? Takes his chances and says, all right, I'm going to give it a go. But it's a fairly simple catch for Osama Mahmood, even with his injured finger there in the short third position. It will be the end of the over. 7 overs down. It is 99 for 3. Coming up tomorrow, we have Rico and Charlie that are going to take you through the Dresden leg of the European Cricket Series. So in Germany for the first time in the east of the country. LB Tigers against BCA. First up, Berlin Cricket Academy. Of course, we know them pretty well. USC Magdeburg. Well, they had a golden ball thrill last year. We've got Eski Einheit Halle, who are back as well. Join them. Slightly later start time in Germany. Starting at 7:15 a.m. GMT, which is 9:15 in Central Europe and 12:45 in India. So half an hour later than we've been starting here in Switzerland. I'm sure that Charlie and Rico will enjoy the extra half an hour sleep. This would have been out of a hit, but it had to be a direct hit. Jatin Madan, the new batter. 100's up now for Luxembourg. Just missing leg stump. Well bowled nonetheless from Ali Naya. I think he knew it was going down leg. It's a good result at this stage. Madan just hasn't been able to get going with the bat or the ball in this series. It's so tough. It's a tough game when it's just not happening for you. That's a cracking shot, and that's going to be 4. Well, that's the Jatin that I remember. You can hear his teammates trying to get behind him as well. Clears the front leg. Absolutely nails this ball into the boards. 4 runs. Naya just kind of rocks in balls on a length and pays the price. Now he gets lucky, so Jatin will feel he's owed a bit of luck. Then he gets it here, gets 4 more. Another French cut. I wonder if you start thinking about just putting a fine leg in. There's been so many runs go in that direction. It's always a nuisance when you feel that runs are unearned like that. Luxembourg, their care factor is next to nil about how they get these runs. They just need them. 140 is a bare minimum. I think they still need 150 plus. Again, premeditating clearing that front leg. Maybe just not holding his shape enough, but we'll get a single here. Excellent contest. Bowls him. That's really well bowled by Ali Naya. He gets it full, gets it straight, and just copy and paste this. Anyone that's having to bowl on this, I know it's not easy, but that is what you need to be doing. Full straight. We saw it late in the last game with Ed Packard. That's your go-to. And cleans up the stumps. Excellent work. Very nicely done. And also, will take us to the end of the 8th over. Suki not able to move the needle too much. 109 for 4 after 8. Time for the 9th. And Canado is going to come back. Once again, very good morning to all of our viewers, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Great to have your company, as always. So, Hurricane Canado, he's a bit of a cult figure here. Anyone that comes in and hurls it down like he does, is sure to get some attention. Let's go. 9th over. Martin faces up. I think this is wide. Almost stays inside. Canado. I don't know if I can say this on air, but Canado's actually what I'd call a BFG. He's a big friendly giant. He's a big guy. He's a very intelligent guy, very well spoken. Sometimes I find it hard to believe he's a fast bowler. But he's certainly one of the players I enjoy watching. Madden takes him over the leg side, and this will run away for 4. Nobody back there. So it works out pretty well for Luxembourg. You get another boundary here. Trying to keep it moving. Really fun first game and a half so far this morning. This is going to be more runs. In fact, I think that's gone all the way. I'm calling that 6 Maximo. Very nicely done. Again, kind of turns Canado's angle back on him, doesn't he? Let's have a look at where this bounces. I'm pretty sure this carries. Going, and... Oh. Actually, now I'm looking at it, it looks more like 4. Let's have a look. Well, going, but is it going far enough? I think that's 4. Look, yeah, it's definitely 4. So, yeah, that'll just be 4 to the score. Still, it's a good result. Oh, end of the bat, but now there's a third man in place, so works out okay. Luxembourg having a fight to a score here. Not being given anything for free by Switzerland. That's well bowled. That's definitely inside. Shake of the head there from the umpire, and he's absolutely spot on, Said. It's a very good job. Umpires here, we've got to realise as well, they have actually been doing so many matches here. And I think they really can be proud of themselves. Big heave, leg side. If he hits, it's gone, but he airmails it. So, no issue there as far as the run-out's concerned. Now goes for it. Has he got the distance? Don't think so. Asad Mahmood, he will take the catch, although I wouldn't say it was textbook. Just fumbled around. But it will be taken in the end. Nicely held. All's well that ends well. It wasn't a particularly convincing effort, but gets the results. And Martin will have to go for 18, end of the 9th as well. So Fletcher gets his first wicket of the series. He finishes 1 for 24, the score 120 for 5 after 9. All 5 bowlers used have taken a wicket. Ali Naya will finish things off for Switzerland. All right, time to shake, rattle and roll. 10th over, and this one's going to roll all the way to the boundary. A decent start. Pure luck, pure luck. This is what I heard out there. To be honest, got a point. But you make your own luck, as they say in the classics. Ali Naya, good player, isn't he? Leads the team well. A good Yorker, dug away, only get one. I'll have a little throw anyway, but no chance for an overthrow. Pat will get a bat then, with 4 to come. This is G goes to Pat. Ooh, maybe just going down, maybe not. Umpire. He's had probably the longest look I've ever seen. It needed a 3rd and 4th look. Is this maybe is sliding? Maybe sliding, maybe not. It's in back pad. I'm going to say it's fair enough, that decision. Because it hits him in line with leg. I got an instinct it might have flicked the leg stump, but there's an element of doubt there, so I'm going to say it's a good decision. Anyway, up and in the air, and this one's going to be 1 bounce 4. Oscar Ali Khan coming out and swinging it at the end. Just lost a bit of pace here, haven't they, Luxembourg, but still something to bowl at least. Certainly is missing, but they'll scramble through for 1. So they're up in the 130s now. If you want to go on the ECS figures, 13.2 was the average run rate for that entire series. And it looks like it'll be a chase. It's more or less 132. Well, it is at the moment. I suppose plus whatever they get off this ball here. And they won't get anything extra because Pat is going to have to go for a duck as Naya cleans him up. And Luxembourg going to finish 131 for 6. Ali Naya with a nice finish. Again, the good bowlers here, they've stood out. It's all about the consistency, and particularly the consistency with which they can get the ball full and straight. One wasn't quite the Yorker, but Chigesu Pant, he swung all around it. And so Luxembourg, well, they've got something to bowl at, but they're going to have to bowl and field very, very well if they're going to defend this. Having said that, no Hassan Ahmed to deal with, so that's certainly something that will make them sleep a little bit easier, but they won't be sleeping in about 10 minutes' time when they come out to defend this total of 131. Let's roll the highlights. Vinod, he retained his place in the side. A good slower ball that brought him some success, but apart from that, he got a little bit lit up in the power play. Nice catch by Adrisul Hartnett. I think might have injured his finger slightly in taking it. Some nice strikes from Vivek Dixit. The odd lucky one as well, but yeah, Packard going early. That was the big story, wasn't it, in the first over? We saw a little bit of everything. We saw Askar coming out and trying to hit everything for 6, which I find particularly entertaining. Really nice shots over the offside. I think that was a bit of a hallmark of this innings. That one, though, didn't quite clear Ali Naya on 49. Then we had a slight difference of opinion between the batters about that run in there. They took it. Askar took the strike back and whacked it. Anish Kumar, okay, went for a couple, sure, but he also was pretty clever in the way he used his subtle changes of pace and flights and ended up undoing Askar Ali. And Naya came on towards the end, kept it full, kept it straight. Luxembourg just kind of running out of puff a little bit towards the end. They looked on for 150, then maybe 140, in the end 131. So slowing down a little bit in the end. That's on the move, took that catch on the juggle. That was the last ball. If you want to look at the splits, it was 75 in the first half, 56 in the second half. So Luxembourg finding it tough going to keep up the rate that was set early in the piece. We end up with more or less a par score, but this isn't really a par competition. This is an international competition. Dixit top scoring 49 for Luxembourg. Played some really nice shots in there. Took a while to get going, but certainly made up for it. Packard 6 and out. That was his story here in match 7. 42 for Askar Ali, who I thought struck the ball pretty nicely, using only 16 balls. Madan with 18 late in the piece, and Askar Ali Khan with 10 not out. Pretty disciplined stuff when we've seen a lot of extras, just the one wide in the innings, no balls. So Switzerland not giving Luxembourg any extras to work with compared to what we've seen earlier in this 2 weeks. 2 for 19, Ali Nair. I thought he bowled really well, full and straight. And Anish Kumar, I think he bowled pretty well as well, 1 for 19. In fact, all the bowlers took a wicket, Musa Ahmadzai as well as Fletcher and Ashwin Vinod up front. So we'll take a break and we'll be back in around about 10 minutes and we'll see if Switzerland can tie up the trophy. They've already got one hand on it. If they can chase the 132, we know they will be champions this weekend. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll see you after this with more European Cricket International. Hello and welcome back to Switzerland. It's our final day of our 2-week Swiss adventure, and Switzerland to us, it's cheese, chocolate and cricket, the 3 C's. I will say that there's been some wonderful cricket played here. The scenery's pretty nice as well here at the Grondamer Stadium in St Gallen as we get ready for the second half of this match. Right now, we are watching Switzerland, who are going out to chase 132 for victory. And here we go. Milad Momad to get us going, and the first ball disappears. In fact, that goes all the way maximal. It's Idris Hack who is out there at the top of the order. Playing, we saw doing some very good things for Geneva during the ECS. Playing as a specialist bat in this game, and he whacks the first ball away for 6, easy as you like. Asama Mahmood is his opening partner. No Hassan Ahmed in the side, left out of it today. I think just to give Hassan a little bit of a rest. He still is carrying that broken finger. He's really got nothing to prove. I think Switzerland, of course, as all the teams are, using this as another opportunity to have a look at some players before the ECC starts in 6 weeks' time. Gone. And he drills it straight to mid-off. It's Askar Ali Khan that takes the catch. So it's 6 and out to start. Idris is a dangerous hitter, but it'll go no more. Momad with the breakthrough. To be honest, Idris, I think more often than not, this disappears over the fielder. But he was just a little bit late to strike the ball. And I suppose that's the price of doing business when you're batting in the power play. Luxembourg, can they play the role of spoiler here? I know that France, they'll be thrilled if Luxembourg can upset Switzerland here, because that'll keep the series alive. If Switzerland can chase this down, we know that they will be the champions this weekend. So, you can't be good with quick, as they say in the classics. Momad, pretty happy about the wicket, I'm sure, of Idris. And that will mean that we'll get a look at Ankush Lal, who gets off the mark immediately. Now, Ankush drafted into the squad. Ankush scored 134 for the Zurich Lions in a very memorable innings just a few short days ago. So what a nice opportunity for him, in a Swiss shirt. So left-handed to Asama Mahmood. Cracked a really good 70 yesterday. Oh, that's not great, though. And, well, I won't tell you what Momad said, but I picked it up in my effects microphone, and it did describe the delivery. It just falls away, lose it down the leg side. When you're chasing, when you're trying to defend a spot on 50-50 total, you don't want to be giving freebies. And it's a nice effort from Mingu, but he couldn't deal with the second bounce. 5 wides. Driven to mid-off, so essentially that ball goes for 6. And Kush, nice to see him out there. Oh, takes a bit of a risk here. Gets right in front of his stumps, then has to run. He'll get there. Almost opportunity for an overthrow, but they won't take it. So no Hassan Ahmed, because he's not in the 11. You've gotten rid of Idris, so there's the regular opener's gone. You're still going to have to get through a fair bit of batting, though, aren't you? If you're Luxembourg. And one of their issues has been containing teams. The main issue being they haven't been able to, because I'll read out the scores against them this weekend in a moment. Well bowled from Momad. For an over that started with a a smacked 6. It's turned out pretty well for Luxembourg. That's the end of it. 14 for 1. Again, look at that length. Perfect. Bouncing right between the feet of Osama Mahmood. All he can do is keep it out. So 14 for 1 after 1. We're pretty close to a golden ball first game of the day, didn't we? As we're now up to 129 matches since the golden ball. It's been a really exciting 2 weeks, but we haven't had any ties. I wonder when that tie will be broken. Maybe it'll be in Dresden. That brought us 2 golden balls last year. I think we had one in Krefeld as well, involving VfB Gelsenkirchen. Yes, I was talking about Luxembourg and their inability to keep the other teams quiet. They've conceded 162, 153, 172, and 153. 154 and 9.3, or 9.2 I should say. But always conceding over 150, so that's the problem. Well, that's going to be 6, I think. Yeah, it is. So he just swings across it. And Lal goes Maximo. I will say it's probably an Aximo or an accidental Maximo because he's not trying to hit it that direction, but flies off the top edge and flies all the way. Shot. Really good shot from Ankush. And he leans, gets length here. Surya Shah, the bowler. Well, the first one, I don't think it was his fault. This one kind of was. It's not quite the length to bowl on this pitch. It is completely unforgiving for bowlers. That's a junior banker as it rolls into the bottom of the hill. Wow, this is ups in the end. This is going to fly out of the ground as well. A bit of a top edge, but it works out just fine. Ankush coming in. He's wasted no time in making an impact. Maximo. We had the Aximo, then the Maximo. This is the Baximo. It's a backwards Maximo. And once again, bowlers asking for trouble, pitching the ball outside next time, or just pitching it at all. So, Surya Shah, I should say, needs to sort this out quickly. Is this over? Looks like it's going to go magical. 2 to come. Maybe not. Ankush basically dares the keeper to throw, but rare dot ball. Ankush, the right choice of shot here. Pitches his wagon to the leg side. Hello to Kroom, who is just leaving us for a little bit. Hopefully well. Rob Thompson as well in New Zealand. What do you think about Switzerland in this chase? They've already got it down to 100 required. Belted. And that's going to be 4. So the over does go magical in the end. Ankush Lal starting very strongly. End of the second, it's 36 for 1. Shah then goes for the Yorker. Can't quite get it right. Looking at the table. We can tell you now, if Switzerland win this, they're out of sight. They can't be caught. If Luxembourg can somehow pull this off, then Switzerland will be stuck on 8 points. If France win their final 2 games, they'd be tied. But I suppose one of the issues is that the net run rates pretty heavily in favour of Switzerland as well. This is dragged to the leg side. Probably pulls up just inside. come back for two. Remember, Osama Mahmood, who's batting there at the moment, he has a quite badly damaged finger. I actually heard that he's unlikely to play for a couple of months, but he said, okay, I'm feeling okay. I think I can grip the bat. So seems in slight discomfort, but still able to do his job. This is going to be just a leg by. Well, there you go. There's 4 runs. Ankush Lal. It's an knee-high full toss and turns on. That is not with a ball. Yeah. Easy pickings.
This side. Nah, check your line.
Hello to Di Maria. Nice to have you watching on. Right now, Lal is looking good and he gets fed again. Look, I know this is an outside leg stump, but it's a length which has constantly been whacked. And you look at who's had success and look at when bowlers have had success. Where have they been bowling? They've been bowling full. Can't just keep running in and bouncing the ball. I know it sounds crazy, but just cannot do that here and get away with it. You're hoping for a miss hit. And Ankush looking pretty confident. Now he's going to whack this one. Again, not quite a Yorker. Closer. Not close enough. 36 off 11. What a great start to the series for Ankush. And he's looking very, very comfortable out there. Low full toss. That's better, even though he misses full. It's not quite the knee-high full toss. It's a bit lower. Now, this is such clever cricket, or is it? Yeah, it will be. So they take one off the edge of the pitch, and Luxembourg wondering what had just happened. As we get to the end of the third over, the score is 53 for 1. Nice heads-up play there. So, just the power play the Switzerland were looking for. Pretty productive stuff, 14, 22 and 17. Can see how Luxembourg, they cracked 75 in the first half. They're on 150 pace and then kind of even up the pace a little bit to 153 pace after 6 overs, but fell away a little bit in the last 4. 132. I mean, if you want to go on the numbers over the 2 weeks we've been here, it's pretty much a par run rate, but it ain't looking like it's enough at the moment. Sokia will be the new bowler, or ankles as we like to call him, because he always looks like he's going to do an ankle on this surface. Hopefully he doesn't here. And the first one down leg side. It's going to be a wide. It's got to be a bit off-putting, though, when you're used to bowling a certain width of the crease and you can't do it. Also got the left-hand, right-hand combination out there at the moment. Again, loses this one down the leg side. I think anytime you can get a left-hand, right-hand combination, it just causes hassles for the bowling side. Even the fielders having to constantly move their position as well. Better ball, though. Much better ball from Sokia. Tapped away for 1. Kushlal comes on now. Looks like he has to make that adjustment again. 50 partnership comes up between these two in just 17 balls. Running away with it at the moment. But as we saw in the first game, 1 or 2 wickets can change everything, can just change the feel of the game. It's hit pretty well, but picks out the fielder. That's Milad Momad out there. The thing about Milad Momad, he seems to change his colour of sleeves every game. Oh, a man unto my own heart. I don't like to change colours every day. He's doing it every game. All right, here's Osama. Hasn't had too much of the strike. He's only faced 5 balls out of the first 20. And he's going to make up for it here as he launches this one. That's a banker, and that's a long, long hit. Maximo. This one might have interrupted a football match. It was hit that far. There's the Carbon Park in the background. Again, if you're going to bounce the ball on this pitch, you're going to have a bad time. Was that? Almost need to catch a taxi to get that one back. That went miles. The taxis here in St. Gallen, they ain't cheap. So maybe catching the bus might be the better alternative. Mahmood faces up again. Hits straight, hits pretty hard. Again, I like this field with the 2 straight fielders, pretty straight. Trying to take that straight hit away from the batter. I've got this rate required down in the 10s now. Just cruising at the moment, Switzerland. Deep third, pretty fine. All right, it's gone. If he hasn't hit this, he's definitely out. Oh, well, if this is leg buys, and I think, oh, well. Well, I had this missing leg, and by missing leg, I mean missing leg and missing off and hitting middle, and probably the middle of middle. I have no idea what that's missing. Anyway, Ankush, he's turned up on a Sunday. Oh. Wow. I mean, maybe the umpire was waiting for him to walk. That is a real bad break for Sokia. And I'm not often speechless, but that almost did it to me. End of the 4th over is 66 for 1. And right now staying ahead of the rate. Well, I hope that when Sokia watches that bat, he's got a stress ball in either hand. He's going to be alarmed. Anyway, let's give credit to the umpires. They're on day 14 of their journey. Obviously, they've had to make a lot of decisions, and most of them have been right, but I do think that's one where I couldn't really find a reason not to send Ankush Lal packing. Anyway, survives. And now we're into over number 5. It's going to be Askar Ali Khan to bowl. It bowled pretty well earlier. Full and straight and pretty well bowled. Askar Ali Khan has adapted better than I think most of his teammates to how to bowl on this pitch. Also got to say that Ed Packard bowled really well earlier. He bowled the 9th. He's got to get 2 overs, or at least have the opportunity to bowl 2 overs. Almost a Yorker. Gets a fair bit of bat on it. Dixit will handle it. Again, if you almost get a Yorker, then sometimes you get away with it. That's one that potentially you can get up and whack it out of the ground. But the closer you get, the better your results will be. Yeah, again, well bowled. Bowlers need to look at the bowlers that are having success and what they're doing. Slow ball. This one's going down the leg side, but if I was appealing, I would have been saying square up, square up. Because this is an off-cutter, hits him just outside leg, going further down. Sometimes you get umpires to correct themselves. Not saying that two wrongs make a right. Nice change of pace, though, by Askar Ali Khan. This time, Null steps inside it. So Luxembourg did fight back towards the end of the last game against France when they were defending 153. Couldn't quite do it. See a bit of discussion, which is expected, but like I say, give the officials a break. There's that slow ball again. I like this from Askar Ali Khan. I think he's certainly rolled a really good over here. Only 4 off it. But let's see if he can finish it off. It has a very different feel if the last ball gets hit out of the ground. Nice ball over. Coming up. And, well, right on cue. And Kush goes bang. Maximo. So 4 off the over becomes 10. And right now, that's pretty much the pace that Switzerland need. End of the 5th. It's 76 for 1. And they're 1 run ahead on the comparison, 76 to 75. They're some of the highest chases we've ever seen. I do think we'll probably see, once that gets updated, France sneak up on the list because they're tied with Pat Moncada chasing 154 in 9.2 overs. Alton also chased 154 in the final the other day. Chased it off 9.3. Dixit's going to get a bowl here, so he's really going to slow it down. This is a bit of a gamble. I think it's a gamble worth taking, though. So I've got the left-hander out there. Let's see what happens here in over number 6. Yeah, like that. Uncharacteristically losing his form there. Summer mood. Oh, there we go. France have popped on now. Also chasing 154 and 9.2. What's the count back if you're on the highest chasers list? Matching Pat Moncada and what they did to Badalona Shaheen back in what we were affectionately calling the Barcelona Bash because of the high scoring on a similar kind of pitch, by the way. In the air, does it have the legs? Fielder comes around, and he can't cut it off. So if he's not going to get the catch there, they still like to save the boundary. So this is sometimes where we see a fielder straight down the ground. Kind of runs past it, doesn't get off his feet there. Askar Ali Khan probably noticed there. That's another match from this series. Pakdun Zalmi chasing 161 against Kostanay back in match 46. That was earlier this week. So we've had a lot of high chases lately. That looks like it's hit pretty well. Well enough. Yes. Maximo. And into the gap. Mahmood gets 6. Dixit. Like I said, he's a bit of a gamble, isn't he? He's going to take all the pace off. He's going to try and force the batter to overhit, maybe hit their way into a mistake. But that's another case of if the fielder's on that line, he probably catches that shoulder high, but because they're having to run around to it, makes it difficult. Also, you've got your teammate running in the opposite direction. That's got to be on your mind. All right, in the air. Now, someone's got to catch this. It looks like Shah's under it, and he holds it. So, Mahmood's going to have to go now, and maybe that can spark something for Luxembourg. tried to go over the leg side, and so the decision to bowl Dixit pays dividends as Mahmood hits this up into the sky. Doesn't get the timing. Nicely taken out there by Surya Shah. He had plenty of time to think about it. And, well, Dixit, he's enjoying his time out there. He's giving it a bit of the old getting jiggy with it as the second wicket falls, and it's 86 for 2. Decent knock there from Osama. Gets his team into a decent position. Here's Roshant Karunamurthy for Switzerland, coming out to bat in his Alton helmet at number 4. And this guy is a really powerful striker. I love replacing a left-hander with a left-hander as well. I think sometimes it pays to have two guys padded up and have a like-for-like replacement, just to keep that left-hand, right-hand combination in order. Well, missed out the first one. So maybe in this case, he's got an off spinner. He probably enjoys the fact he's bowling to another left-hander. I think that's good. Yeah, it is. So a couple of dots. One to go in the over. I wonder what this chat's about. Oh, no, that actually is the over, is it? Okay, so it is the end of the over. And it's 86 for 2 after 6. I was going to say if there was one to come. Because Ankush Lal saying, look, we don't really want a single here. Leave it to me. But they won't have to worry about that because Ankush will be facing up. Start of the 7th now. 46 required off 24. Again, Switzerland, I think, given the scoring rates we've seen over the last couple of weeks, they've got to be in pole position here. And they're going to go for Askar Ali Khan. Then I think you've got to see Packard in the 8th. So he could potentially bowl 8 and 10 because he bowled such a good over before. Askar almost gets his Yorker, but almost isn't good enough, and that's going to be 4. And that brings up the 50 for Lal. What a nice innings it has been for him on his first appearance in the series. 50 runs for Lal off 19 balls. What a nice knock. And I think they just get the message now as he just basically sweeps across this. You can see taking shade the Swiss team, giving him a good ovation as well. We'll say, might have been a bit lucky to survive that LBW appeal, but hey, that's not his problem. The key is you got to get rid of him while that runs and balls equation is still this kind of distance apart. Plus 19 at the moment. 41 off 22. Murthy just not able to time this one up. He'll get a leg by. That's not a bad result. So we'll keep an eye on that space between the runs required and the balls. Can Luxembourg pull off a surprise? They certainly have played a lot better today regardless of the result here. Well, that's going to be gone. What a catch. Well, I thought it was going to spell trouble with a capital T for Askar Ali Khan. Maybe he takes the pace off a little bit. It was right in Ankush's hitting zone. And he's picked out the fielder. And he's played this shot so well. The fielder's gone back for it now. Not surprising that. But that's an excellent catch running around the boundary. And you can see he's fired up. Askar Ali Khan. Ankush doesn't look too bothered by it all. He does crack 50. It's been a good effort on his entrance to the series as he departs as 92 for 3. Still work to do though. Asad Mahmood comes to the crease now at number 5. Hello to Ben. Nice to see you in the chat. One thing I will say, Because cricket always looks a lot easier on TV than it actually is if you're at the ground, or even more so if you're out there in the middle. Okay, so a couple to come here in the 7th. This might just be a single. Murthy. 0 off 3, hasn't really got cracking yet. This game has just turned a little bit, hasn't it, in this over? Nice shot, needs to be cut off, it is. So this will just be 1. Nice fielding there from Moman. So a couple of good pieces of fielding there. For the first step of the catch from Jigasoo Pant was very, very good. He had to move sideways to catch Ankush Lal, and then a nice stop from Moman as we get to the end of the 7th over, 94 for 3. This is what's coming up in the next match, Switzerland versus France. Just looking at that, looks like Piro Bakaran is coming in for France to give Rahmatullah Mangal a rest. The news from the toss, Switzerland winning the toss and batting first. Hassan Ahmed is back in the lineup. Idris probably likely to open up with him. And Ankush Lal looked good at 3 there, didn't he? So a few little tweaks there. Tarani Tanabalasingam comes in to the lineup as well. And I didn't see Anush Kumar there, so spinner for spinner switched out as well. All right, well, can Switzerland put this tournament to bed and get 38 runs off these last 3 overs? I still got to say, I cannot believe that Packard's not bowling. They're going to Dixit. I can understand why you want to give him a second, but now Packard can only bowl 1. And it's not going to go too well for Dixit first up. He's launched out of the ground. Maximo brings up the 100 for Switzerland. Yeah, I just cannot believe that Ed Packard, after the fantastic over that he bowled earlier on, is not putting himself in a position to bowl 2 overs. If you really want to go back to Dixit, you can always go back to him in the 9th if you want. Maybe he thinks it's a good matchup with the right-hander, but yeah, I don't know. Murthy needed that as well. We'll just get 1 here. There's a big gamble to bowl Dixit again. I'm not saying that he's not capable of bowling this over. I just think that you've now basically forfeited the right to have yourself or Packard bowl 2. It's rocked in, bowled so well earlier, to 2 for 5 in the 9th, so maybe feels the 9th is lucky for him, then bowl the 7th in the 9th. Because that has been their problem, finding enough guys that can get it in the right spot on this pitch and keep the batters quiet on this pitch. Neck and neck in the comparative scores. Luxembourg, they're 100 for 3 at this point. Switzerland 101 for 3. Oh, just climbs over the stumps, and even that's pretty annoying, I think, at this stage, because Bingu just doesn't track the ball and gives away a bye. It was a pretty regulation take. That's the way it goes, I suppose. Murthy going to face up to Dixit, who's going around the wicket, trying to bring it in and turn it away. It does spin the ball pretty well, actually, Dixit. And he's going to get launched. Going, and gone. Maximo. That one's up in the seats. That one ends up in the seats and fielded by Swiss teammates. Don't know who grabbed the ball in the end. But again, I know when you're out there, there's a lot of things going through your head as a captain, but surely Packard, after his first game and player of the match winning performance, he'd want to give himself the opportunity to at least bowl 2. Not going to happen here. 24 off 14. Push through. It's just a single. So remember earlier we looked at the gap between balls and runs remaining. Now we're at 10. It was 19 earlier. Now brought it down. Little things matter at this stage of the game. Hello to Dave B. Nice to have you back. Welcome. Of course, we've got your French team on display in this tournament, Dave, but they're not in this game. We'll see them coming up next. Here's the last ball for Dixit. Goes after the ball. It would have been a wide. Instead, it's going to be 6. Maximo! And Shub goes sprawling in the white T-shirt. Well, check out the grass stain there. Now, Shub's back, the normal Shub that we expect. He doesn't even have a prayer at this one, really. Oh, it might have been a no ball from off the pitch, you know. Just think where that bounced. In fact, yeah, it has been called a no ball. So free hit coming up. So well spotted by the umpire. That hurts. So the last ball of the 8th is a free hit. And he's going to go after it. Shouldn't go to the boundaries. Need to keep this in the field of play. And they're not able to. There's 4 more. So everything going wrong really at the death. Dixit's over is expensive. Ends up going for 26. Again, when you've got a guy that took 2 for 5 in the first game, how does he not get 2 overs here? So, yeah, have a look at that. That 8th over, things going upwards, and now Packard is going to bowl the 9th, but he should have bowled that 8th over. And look, maybe this is a good over from Packard, maybe it's not. Who knows, but he needed to drag himself to the bowling crease there. All right, 12 to win then, and just 12 balls remaining. Packard, he's going to get the first one through. I cannot believe it. I know I'm repeating myself, and I hate repeating myself, but how can this guy not give himself 2 overs? He's having the day of his life. 83 not out in the first game, 2 for 5 off the 1 over. Okay, maybe it was a bit of a hunch to bring himself on in the first game, but you got to bowl. Give yourself the opportunity to bowl 2. Edmund. Anyway, going to keep the game alive here. Switzerland 12 runs from the trophy. Oh, another dot ball. It's almost making me angry now that Packard's bowling well. Now let's just see what happened here. Is he throwing at the stumps or is he throwing back to the bowler? Because that's what's relevant here. Yeah, he's throwing at the stumps. That's a bite. Yeah, it's definitely not dead. Oh, Luxembourg. Played such a good morning of cricket compared to yesterday, but I don't see them walking away with anything. We'll see them later on in match 9 against France. Oh, another top ball. Oh, Edmund. Well, where have you been all my life? Every time you hear an extended silence with my commentary in this over, it's because I'm privately thinking how annoyed I am for Luxembourg fans that Packard hasn't bowled himself an over earlier. Anyway, this is hit pretty well, and it's out of the ground. Maximo! The field has come together. Maybe there's a bit of a collision there. That's no good either. Just misses his spot here, Packard. Just short of the Yorker. And yeah, a bit of an awkward one. Don't think there's too much damage there, but Sakia was holding his shoulder. So just 5 required off 8. Hit hard. Game should stay alive. Just 1 run. Well, Rob just asking if I'm taking a break after today. Yes, Rob, I am. But I will be lurking, don't worry. Thanks so much for your support once again. Thanks for the kind words, everybody. I've done 5 weeks in a row. Started with the Valletta Cup in Malta, then I did the 2 weeks in Czechia, the 2 weeks here in Switzerland, but I will be back in just over 2 weeks' time. Well, put a fork in this one because it's done. Game, set, match, Maximo. And Karunamurthy finishes things off. Packard ends up going for 13 in the over, and Switzerland, well done to them. They are your ECI champions for this weekend, and very fitting that the ball ends up there with them in the grandstand. And Switzerland, they end up pulling off the chase with 6 balls to spare, winning by 7 wickets. And this is the shot that does it. Again, Packard doesn't quite get the Yorker. So whether it would have happened or not, we'll never know. But ultimately, Luxembourg, although they bat a lot better today, they just have problems with the ball and adjusting to these unique conditions. But congratulations to Switzerland. And in particular, Ankush Lal with the 50 there, set them into a good position to pull off the chase, and they do it at the end of the ninth. This is what's coming up next then. Let's see if France can get one back on the champions there. Switzerland, they're 5-0. They'll want to make it an unbeaten run here. Can they go 6-0? Switzerland winning the toss and batting. A few changes there. Hassan Ahmed comes in, back into the side. You've got Tanabala Singham, who's coming in as the spinner. They leave out Kumar. Asanga Gayan will retain his spot behind the stumps for France. Ramatullah has a rest as Pira Bakaran comes in for another match. That's coming up in around about 25 minutes. Okay, roll the videotape. Let's have a look at this chase. And it was 6 and out for Idris early in the piece. Nicely held by Askar Ali Khan at mid-off. Ankush Lal, though, came in for his first match in the series. And he certainly made the most of a few slices of luck, but also some very good shots in there. I think they learnt their lesson with the shots to the leg side being the predominant strength of Ankush. Went out there and was very, very confident. Summer Mahmood as well was able to get this one just far enough. Again, Luxembourg will look back at some of these moments. I'll say, oh, if only it had been slightly different. That was nicely taken, though. Into Osama. A little bit of the jiggy from Dixon. Well, maybe his dancing is what got him a second over. Not really. When it came down to it, well, got them far enough towards the finish line. Survived a very tight OEW shout on the way as well. Bruno Murphy was slow to get going as well, but ultimately, Luxembourg were probably 20 short, weren't they? Schub, we messed up his whites there, which I'm sure was pretty amusing for all those in that part of the ground. And this one again, not quite cut off. It's a tough one. Pat gives it everything. Packard comes on, but it's too little too late, and they literally throw away a run here. So Luxembourg just can't quite put a complete game together. They'll get one more opportunity in Game 9, of course. Is coming in just over 2 hours' time. But Switzerland looking pretty relaxed, and why wouldn't they be? 5-0. We know that they will raise the trophy this afternoon. Right now, they are pretty focused on their 6th game of the series against France that will start in just over 20 minutes' time. Let's have a look at the scorecard. 51 for Lal on his first innings in the tournament. Just 21 balls in there. Struck the ball particularly well through the onside. Osama Mahmood with 24. Bruno Murphy finished things off with 21. Unbeaten, and Asad Mahmood again looked pretty comfortable out there, didn't he? 18 off 7. Just a bit of disappointment for Idris there, who goes 6 and out at the top. But he didn't waste any time. That's the name of the game. Another thing here is the extras. 14 extras. As we had 8 wides and a no ball. I remember there was only a single run given away in that fashion. Just the 1 wide in the first half of the game. So maybe that's the difference between the two teams as well in this match. Askar Ali Khan, I think he's had a good morning. 1 for 17, the best of the bowlers. Wickets also for Milad Momand and Dixon. Although, and once again, I think that they missed a trick by not bowling Packard earlier and giving the opportunity to bowl 2 overs. So that's the tail of the tape. Switzerland win with 3 wickets down with 6 balls to spare. We'll be back in about 20 minutes to take you into a mouth-watering clash in match 8. The last time we'll get to see Switzerland on the park. Taking on France. Join us then. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Back soon with more ECI Switzerland.
And after a long, long period of playing cricket, the best place to come in Europe is the great Ryan Falls.
Hello and welcome back to Switzerland. Still 2 matches to go in this European Cricket International weekend here at St Gallen on the European Cricket Network, live all around the world. Now it's time for match 8. The host there, last chance to impress. They're taking on France. Let's see what happens at the coin toss in this match 8 clash.
Your call. Dead. Fails to score. It is hits. We're going to bat first.
So Ali Naya of Switzerland wins the toss, says he wants to have a hit, why not? Certainly haven't had too many problems scoring runs in this series, Switzerland. They've been incredibly consistent and their batting is bolstered with the inclusion of Hassan Ahmed, who took the last game off, having a bit of a rest. Idris Hark will open once again for the Swiss. Ankush Lal made a 50 on his entry to the tournament in the last game. Sama Mahmood's been very good as well, so at top 6 looking pretty solid for Switzerland. France, though, they've got some good bowling, but no Ramatullah Mangal. He's been left out of the side in this game. It's just found it a little bit tough on this surface. Pirabakaran comes in for him, although we haven't seen him bowling really during this tournament too much. Noman Amjad has been bowling. He's been bowling really well for France. He seems like one of their bowlers that has kind of adjusted to this surface, bowling with good rhythm. And so now we get to see Idris from Geneva to face the first ball. All right, Hassan at the other end, waited for him to get involved, and he will. But we did see him on the field for an over when he was 12th man in the last game. Came on, funnily enough, for Idris, who he's batting with. Waiting for the clock to tick over. We're running early, which is always a good way to be. As far as the series goes, we know that Switzerland, they now have a locked up top spot because they have 5-0. France, at best, could get to 4 wins and 2 losses. Luxembourg winless after 5 games. We'll see them in match 9, though, which is the final match of the series. Okay, I think we're ready to go now. Clock ticked over. Idris to get going. He went 6 out earlier on. What will he do this time? Facing the very, very impressive Noman Amjad. His first one bites in viciously. Noman's been getting some really good in-swing in this series. You can see that one surprised Idris. Could be a good contest here. I'm sure it will be with these openers against the fire of Noman Amjad. Probably the only bowler that's actually gotten something out of this pitch. Of course, Noman, captain of the side. Saw him for the first time in ECN last year at the Euros of cricket. Gets this one through, and once again, not often you see batters being beaten for pace. A few people in the break or towards the end of the last game were wishing me well with my couple of weeks away from the microphone. But don't worry, I'm still here for the rest of the afternoon. Well, Cricket 2001 saying, do I know that France has an Olympic medal in cricket? Yes, I do know that. They won it at the 1900 Olympics, if I'm not mistaken. This isn't off the bat. It's a pretty good take by Action Jackson behind the stump. Does deflect, but yeah, when you see the ball going that way, it typically is a sign that it's come off the body. You see there. Fairly easy call. Didn't really sound like bat either. Yeah, that cricket at the Olympics is quite an interesting story. I think there are only 2 teams involved. Edges this onto his pad. Let's have a look at this one. It's a weird one because look what happens to the ball after it bounces. It hits the edge of the pitch, and if that comes onto the stumps and knocks the bail off, it's actually out. Which would have been something pretty strange, but Idris was watching it, knew it wasn't going to make it all the way. Yeah, so from what I gather, that 1900 Olympic cricket match between what it said was France and Britain knocks him over, and Amjad does the trick. And Noman's fired up. He's a bit disappointed, I'm sure, that he hasn't been able to get one over the Swiss this weekend. And Idris was really done like a dinner in that over. At the late in swing. There it goes. Feet go nowhere. Noman leading from the front. Again, look at the length that gets the wicket. It is a Yorker. Flicks the off stump. Yeah, nice to see. The French skipper celebrating as Idris, unfortunately for him, this doesn't get going at all. He's gone dot, wicket in this over, and it's none for one after 5 balls. Yeah, so what you might not know is that cricket was actually meant to be in the first modern Olympics in 1896 in Athens, and it would have been the only team sport at those games. But there were insufficient teams, and so it wasn't held. Despite that, they held it with only 2 teams in 1900. And the French team were mostly actually English. They were expats. So, yeah, the Olympic history, when you go back that far, it's actually quite interesting. Do you know there weren't even gold medals back then? Oh, well, that's a great start for France. Doesn't get much better than that. Ankush Lal gets squared up. Wicket maiden to get us going. Noman really has gotten something out of this pitch that other bowlers haven't. He's a class act. So a 0 for 1 after 1 over. And then they wanted to have cricket again in the 1904 Olympics, and once again it was cancelled. It was in the USA, St. Louis, actually. And the cricket in 1900 was different to the cricket you see today. As we look at the count-up, 43 days. That's just over 6 weeks until the ECC, the Euros of Cricket. 31 nations will play 109 matches, 3 qualifying weeks, and a championship week. And you can find all the action right here on ECN. For more information, you can go to EuropeanCricket.com. Yeah, so back then, the 1900 Olympics was actually a 12-a-side match, 2 innings match. It wasn't even considered a first-class match. England won that game by 158 runs. The French almost had batted out for the draw. Yeah, so some discussion about cricket being back at the Olympics maybe in the next 10 or 20 years, maybe sooner. Like I say, you've got to get the format right. I think 20 overs is too long for most of the world that aren't cricket people. I think the Olympics is an opportunity to showcase the best bits of the game to the world, maybe attract some new supporters, some support in new places. A bit like rugby sevens is a kind of fast-paced version of rugby. It all happens a lot quicker. Great shot by Hassan, and it is 6. Maximo, and actually held up way more than I thought. And it's Zain Ahmed out there. He actually had a play on this, but he's not trying to catch it. He's just trying to keep it in. But, I mean, if he'd caught it, probably lands inside and could have thrown it to another fielder. But Hassan gets a bit lucky, gets 6. Yeah, so I'd like to see a similar sort of format that you're watching right now if we're going to have cricket at the Olympics with more countries involved. Well, that one isn't being caught as Hassan gets into his work. Had a close call first up, but that one is out of here. Maximo. Sensational ball striking. And to come in and just go 6-6 when you're cold. Okay, maybe a bit fortunate on the first one. Zain Ahmed doesn't keep it in the field of play, but still. Also, we saw cricket in the Commonwealth Games back in '98 when they were held in Malaysia. South Africa, I believe, won the gold medal on that occasion. Yeah, but at the Olympics, if you go back far enough, it's not like what we know today. Well, it goes again, and this is going to go 6 as well. Maximo!
Well, the Swiss team might have to sit a bit further back at the moment because they're under attack. Jabakel's been used here in the second. I don't mind that tactic. Just something a bit different. But he's been met, as Corey would say. 6-6-6. After a dot ball first up. Yeah, good comeback though from Jabakel. I really like him as a bowler. I know he's not having a great time at this over. Ankush Lal to face the last ball of the second. So back in the early Olympics, I think the winners actually got a silver medal. I don't know if you got anything for second. I'll have to look it up, but a lot of the real Olympic kind of stats and what we now look at on medal tallies, they're done retrospectively. We're having a bit of a chat here. It's a very long chat. Hassan's having to Ankush Lal. Thanks for the updates. Chris Smith in the chat. A bit short, pulled away. Probably get two here. They will, though he's going to have to hustle. He just stumbled slightly. And Ankush Lal will get back for two. That will take us to the end of the second over. It's 21 for 1. Just have a look here. I mean, I thought there was always two there. Ankush ball watches a bit and then decides to come back. See there? Just a little half stumble. If this had come in right next to the stumps, I think Ankush might have been in trouble, you see. But Tawad Ahmadzai kind of gets himself in a weird position in front of the stumps. And so the batters get home safely. The score 21 for 1 after 2. Looking at the table. A very quick look at the table. Switzerland 5-0 can go perfectly if they're able to win this game. That would be quite the statement. In home conditions, of course. And this pitch is a little bit different. But France, they're hoping to get one back on the men in red. Norman Amjad is going to come around the wicket now, being brought back immediately, which makes sense. Bowled very well in the first over, did not concede a single run. Hassan, this is gun against gun that we're seeing here in over 3. It's a good one first up. Yeah, sometimes there's one-on-one contests that'll make your mouth water, and this is one of them. Look at that little bit of away movement. Hassan has always looked in control in this 2 weeks. When he's gotten out, it's only been a miss hit, but he's genuinely tested there. Good ball from Noman. Because he does get that left to right natural swing, he's trying to create an angle in and then get the ball to move away. Hassan goes in the pool this time. A little bit late on it, just gets one. Mukhtar Ghalami, that's doing the fielding down there. Yeah, any sound to hear Mr. Maximo for ECN? Why don't you drop us a message if you're following along at the moment? Everyone's free to do so. ECN European Cricket Network. Love the fact that I get the opportunity to converse with so many of our supporters. And thanks again for all your wonderful messages. I've received quite a few on social media. I'm so happy to be able to bring you an unprecedented amount of cricket here on ECN. Goes leg side and goes long. Maximo! Well, that's a pretty good shot by Ankush Lal against the guy that's given pretty much nothing away so far. He goes with the movement. So we had a look at the first one. It wasn't a particularly easy one for him to deal with. Last ball the first over, Ankush, but now he's ready to counter-attack. It's out of here. And Amjad finding it hard going when he's come back to bowl his second over. Maximo! Ankush Lal goes boom, boom, and turns this game on its head. So hard to believe that the first over was a maiden, because now They're 34. And all 34 of those have been in the last 10 balls. Actually, if you want to go further, they're in the last 9 balls. Now, slow ball, clever variation. And Pirabakaran can't quite make the ground. It's going to be 4 more. Very clever bowling from Amjad, but it was just a little bit too straight, wasn't it? Certainly fooled Ankush Lal there. Well, there's the Swiss team enjoying the bit of shade on what is quite a sunny day here in Switzerland. Amjad has gone for 17. They've all been in this over. Hurries him up a little bit this time, but Lal's good enough to get the hands in front. Gets one into the power play. And momentum swinging strongly towards Switzerland after a very good start for the French. It's 39 for 1 after 3. So I suppose, all things considered, it's about an even power play. Have a look at that. 0 off the first over. And 21-18. Now we're going to see Dawood Ahmedzai. We didn't see him bowling earlier today. The thing is, they've got 3 genuine spinners in the side. France, I really like the balance in their attack. They normally carry 4 seamers, and then they've got 3 spinners, but they're 3 different types of spinner. So they've got a left-arm spinner in Zain Ahmed, they've got a right-arm offie in Ibrahim Jabakel, and they've got Dawood Ahmedzai, who's going to bowl now. And he's a leg spinner, and he's just a bit of a handful normally. I know he's found it pretty tough on this surface, as most of the bowlers have. He's very expressive, Dawood. Here he is bowling to Ankush Lal. First ball hits a point, no run. Dawood gets a lot of top spin with his action. It's a very whippy action. You see it'll hurry on and it'll bounce a bit more, but he's not getting a lot of help out of this pitch. He's very busy, isn't he? The way he flicks that ball from one hand to the other. There you go. Really good example of what I'm talking about. Kind of hurries on off the surface. This will be a good test for Ankush Lal because he wouldn't have seen anything like this over the ECS. He's not an easy guy to take leg side. You certainly take a big risk if you're trying to sweep a ball off the stumps. But he tries anyway and he smacks it. And he says, hey, you know what? It's not that hard. I'm just going to go for it anyway. Takes it from 5th stump and sends it up for a junior banker. Maximo. Well, if you can't pick him, whack him. I think that's what Ankush does there. And he got all of that, Dawood. Internal eye roll from him as they get the ball back. 45 now on the board. Now on the charge, but sides go inside out. Just a single out to Jabakel. Rafiqul has a very good question. Why does Switzerland have CHE on the screen as their abbreviation? Well, funny you mentioned that. It's because there are 4 official languages in Switzerland. There's German, Italian, French, and Romansh. Also a fair bit of English is spoken, and to not favour any one of those languages, they use the Latin of Confederatio Helvetica. CH or CHE. Well, Hassan gets this on a length and pounds it leg side. Maximo. That one was in the Cube's general direction. The Cube I've just subletted to Rob Kemming for the last 2 weeks. It was under attack there. Dawood, who I don't think's bowled a very bad over. He's gone for 13 now. That brings up the 50 as well for Switzerland. Last ball, the over to come up. Oh, quicker one, but Hassan's ready for it. He smashes that one 30 metres over the boundary. Maximo, and 19 come off that 4th over in the end. 58 for 1 after 4. And if you want to be more technical, all 58 have come off the last 3 because the first over was a maiden. So, what a format. And if you can find more action jammed into 10 hours anywhere in the world, I've seen it all. We've talked about some of the strange sports like chess boxing. Again, I would like to commentate that. half chess, half boxing. But I just don't think he'll find anything quite like the European Cricket Network. Usman Khan's going to bowl the 5th over now. And he's a very, very good limited overs bowler. He's got a stock delivery. He's got a very good back of the hand slower ball. Mubin's asked me to learn new languages. Well, I am working on it, Mubin. It's a bit tough when I'm talking in English for 10 hours a day. But I'm learning a bit of Spanish when I can. Edged and gone. Yep, there is the finger going up. And Ankush just tries to hit across this. It's probably not the right shot. I know he is really strong here. This is a fair distance outside the off stump to be trying to hit it there. Action Jackson behind the stumps with a fairly simple catch. Pretty healthy edge, I think. So Ankush, that'll be the end of him for the day with the bat. Still pretty useful contribution from him here on day 2. And a nice send-off for Ankush, who did strike the highest individual score of our 2-week adventure, 134 for Zurich Lions. As he departs, it's 58 for 2. So yeah, hopefully that explains why Switzerland have CHE, Confederatio Helvetica, the Latin. And then I've got another question from Sandesh. Why is Arif Sangha not in the Swiss team? Well, you've got to realise that these are played under ICC criteria. So there is a period of time you have to live in the country to be able to represent your country, according to the ICC rules. Ooh, bottom of the bat here, I think. Murthy is going to hustle through. I think this is off the bat. Yeah, it is off the bat. So he gets off the mark right off the end of the bat. So yeah, Arif hasn't quite fulfilled the residency criteria yet, but I'm sure if and when he does, it could be a very useful pickup. The other thing is if you are a citizen of a country, then you automatically do qualify to play in international cricket. So hopefully that answers your question, Sandesh. Thanks very much for the question and keep the questions coming. Hassan Ahmed, 32 off 9. Just another day at the office for him. And now he charges and he's going to smoke another 6. Maximo. Well, Ankish, now maybe why he's not in the 11 anymore, because he's just put down a sitter. Anyway, it won't matter. He'll be happy that it went in his direction in the first place. Well, it's never easy when you're off the field to try and take catches, as Ankish finds out. Now, better from Usman Khan. Anish is a very good bowler. Like I said, he's been kind of in and out of the side to give some opportunities to Tanabala Singham. Nice little sneaky chuck onto the stumps from Action Jackson, but safely home. Oh, that's out. That's a slow ball, pitching in line and hitting. Very clever bowling from Usman Khan. And I don't think Karunamurthy is anything to complain about there. Just beaten for lack of pace. And so a third wicket falls, 66 for 3. Excellent bowling. Check this one out. Back of the hand, pitches on, straightening. That's hitting leg stump. Just done by the variation in pace. And Usman Khan bowls that one really well. Not trying to do too much with it, just trying to knock it leg side. It's always frustrating this form of the game if you get out not playing a big shot. Just trying to work that, but yeah, the bowler had the goods, and 66 for 3, last ball of the 5th coming up. Next leg side. This is Osama Mahmood coming in at number 5. He'll retain the strike as we get to the end of the 5th. And Switzerland 67 for 3 after winning the toss and electing to bat. Hassan Ahmed, 39, but has only faced 11 balls in the first 30 in this contest. Let's have a look at the ECC groups, of course, the Dream 11 European Cricket Championships, the Euros of Cricket. Switzerland in a very interesting group, Group E. Now, they've got England 11, who are former champions. They were runners-up last year. And England 11, they're going to be there to play. Don't you worry about that. They're not too happy about the fact they lost the trophy last year. So, of course, they'll be favourites in that group, I think. But Switzerland, I think they certainly have firmed into second favourites. I think with some of the players that they've got at their disposal, they certainly can challenge England 11. For example, they've lost matches before to Italy and countries like that. We saw in the ECL level, England losing to Greece this year. So it's this format of the game, anything can happen. Then you've got Malta, Romania and Cyprus, teams we've all seen over the summer here on ECN. I think Switzerland, with the summer they've put together, I think we can now say that they are Bill Laurie nose ahead of those three countries. Wanakola Soria comes out and he disappears just as quickly. Cuatro carreras. Now Shyam, he played the first game yesterday morning and didn't have the greatest time, didn't really have the rhythm. But now we're seeing him getting another bowl. Let's see him put it together. But yeah, he cannot bowl that short on this pitch. Even though Watercourt 3 is known for getting a lot of lift, bowls a lot of cross seamers, gets some unreasonable bounce sometimes, but this pitch isn't doing him any favours. Maybe a slightly slower ball. Axton Jackson, he's all over it like a rash. Make sure there's no run. Well, hello, Mubin. He's saying that people would love to listen to some Punjabi words from me. Well, I do have some Punjabi heritage. Probably the most common Punjabi word I heard from my grandmother was Aja, Aja, which means come, come. So I've actually learnt more Punjabi from Rico than from my own family. Shot. That's absolutely lasered, and that's gone for 6. It's a no ball as well. Oh, well, this is timed unbelievably well to go all the way. Maximal, but then let's have a look at what the no ball's for. And yeah, it's called a no ball. For front foot, to be honest, I didn't really see it, but I guess the umpire's a lot closer than we are. Gotta say, that was a tight one. I think actually what it might have been is he might have actually kicked the stumps over, right? So he's dislodged the bails with his foot. We couldn't see it because the umpire was in the way. So that's why it's a no ball. Okay, that makes sense. So Wanakola Soria, after booting the stumps, is going to change direction. He's going to go over the wicket. So, yeah, frustration because the bowlers are forced to get pretty close to the stumps, closer than they might bowl otherwise. So here's a free hit. Hassan just climbs into it, finds the gap and gets another boundary. 4 more runs. That's Chokalagya. But Hassan just very keen to go out and meet the ball. He's got such a good eye. Now, Hassan has played for Italy before. And he's a player we have seen even at the ECC for Italy, but now qualified for Switzerland. He's enjoying his time. Right now, it's Osama Mahmood, though, who is doing the job. It's just tight. Osama with a damaged finger, but he's back a lot quicker than we thought we'd see him. Gets sent back by Hassan this time, and yeah, if that hits, I think he's out. Wanakola Soria not able to take advantage of the opportunity. Yeah, I think that Wanakola Soria just looks down at where he's landing here, and he has concerns. I think he's right to have concerns. That step as he was launching his delivery stride, he hit the edge of the mat, and he said, well, hold on, I don't want to come down. Well, that's a pretty good shot. As this is launched into the grandstand, 3 rows back, Maximo. Well, for a guy without 10 working fingers, Osama Mahmood is hitting the ball very, very well. That one is as straight as the day is long. 6 more to Switzerland. They're going at 151 pace now. Don't forget, the first over was a wicket maiden. So they've actually scored all of these in 4.5, not just 5.5. Oh, wow. Well, this is what I normally expect from... Oh, it's caught a wide. I don't know if that's... Maybe. Thing is, Warnacola Surya does... That's not a wide, is it? The fact it might have knocked his head off means it's not over his... Actually, apologies to the umpires. That is a wide. But still, and someone saying, hey, that's a wide. Oh, that could be a no ball for back foot. Shame goes very wide, but have a look at this. Yeah, how wide is this? He may have just flicked to the artificial. But so he'll get away with it. Anyway, 89 for 3 after 6. Shayam is known for getting the ball to lift, and we see one example. Hassan Ahmed still just not facing a lot, is he? He doesn't face a single ball in that over. Having said that, Hassan Mahmood makes sure that it's a productive one. 22 runs come off the 6th. You see why Warnacola Surya maybe not so comfortable on this surface. We haven't seen him bowling as much as we normally would. Typically he'd open the bowling with Noman Amjad. So now we're going to get some off spin, and it's going to be Ibrahim Jabakel coming back. He bowled the second over. They tried him in the power play. Didn't work out too well. He's still got Hassan to deal with. And Hassan basically puts him halfway to Dresden, which is where the next tournament's going to be. Maximo, do not bowl short, especially to Hassan Ahmed, who has been waiting a while to face. Growing cobwebs at the other end, but makes quick work of that. Jabakel's got to draw him forward. It's tough bowling to a guy with no obvious weaknesses. Now gives himself a bit of room and just blasts it over, long off. Maximo, and 50 for Hassan Ahmed. And what a good knock that is. Just 13 balls. It's rare you see him premeditate, but that time he just wanted to give himself some room, open up that offside. And like I said, he hasn't had a lot of the strike, but when he has had it, he's been brilliant. He hasn't hit a single 4 in that 50. He's hit 8 6s in 13 balls. 100's up for Switzerland as well. Jabakel had the proper hands-on hips pose after that as well. He's saying, well, where am I meant to bowl to this guy? Fallen straight Yorker, I think. Oh, that's close-ish. Maybe the angle just taking it down the leg side. I think he does hit it. But for me, I thought maybe it was pad first. I'll get one look at it here. No, it's the inside edge onto the pad in the first place with the benefit of the replay. Hassan pretty much Yorks himself here. He's just getting a little bit, I won't say bored with being so good. He's certainly trying a few things that we wouldn't normally see him doing. Normally stands pretty still. Osama, he gets a little bit of length and he puts it out of the ground. Maximo, excellent catch from Mukhtar. The only one problem he had was he was about 5 metres over the boundary, but I think some of our Blue crew can learn a few things from Mukhtar here about how to take the crowd catches, as Mukhtar becomes an honorary crowd member. Later James Cantor as well, who's down visiting from ECN headquarters today. Saw him in the background then. Last ball for Jabakel. He's gone for 40 now. Make that 46. And it just doesn't work out too well. The first and last balls of that over are a mirror image of each other. End of 7. Hassan Ahmed and Osama Mahmood putting on a show here, the two lefties. That makes it 114 for 3 after 7. And Osama Mahmood now 33 off just 10 balls. A reminder that we've got more cricket coming tomorrow, not only in Germany, where Rico is currently just settling in before day 1 of that European Cricket Series, but also we have a T20 International women's match between the Netherlands and Ireland. Corey Ruckers will take you through all the action. It starts tomorrow, which is Monday at noon GMT, which is 2 p.m. in Central Europe, and it's 5:30 p.m. in India, 6 o'clock in Bangladesh. And why don't you tune in? I know I will be. And first time we've ever had Ireland on the network in a women's match. I know they've been doing some very, very good things. Anyway, here's Rahula Mangal to bowl for the first time. Doesn't quite get the Yorker in, but gets away with it. I mean, Rahula, he's been okay in patches. I mean, the French bowling lineup, it's one of the most feared in European cricket, but with this pitch being how it is, with the approach and the narrowness and the kind of lack of life in it, you're a little bit like toothless tigers out there, Les Bleus. Again, doesn't quite get the Yorker. And this will be just a single. You can see Rahula, even the vibrations of him bowling here, I think you see how the bail comes off, but he doesn't actually touch the stump, so that's perfectly okay. Hassan Ahmed on 53. Gets a rolling cutter from Rahula Mangal. So 3 balls, 3 singles. That's decent for France. When these two met last night, the French batting kind of capitulated in match 5. They were bowled out for 65 off 9.5 overs. Switzerland getting the total easily, just taking 38 balls to chase it down. Mahmood climbs into this one, and, well, another crowd catch. As it looks like Rahmatullah Mangal out there. Goes the one hand, puts it down. But you can put that down in the book as 6. Maximo. Osama Mahmood, who we thought wasn't going to play for 2 months after he damaged some tendons in his finger. But he's come back and he just looks better every time. 40 off 12. What a partnership this is. Came together. And 66 for 3. This one stays down a bit, but he's seeing him so well, he still gets bat on this, Osama Mahmood. So the partnership is now worth 58. You can see there, last minute had to jam down because that doesn't bounce as much as he thinks. Full toss, trouble. Usman Khan takes the catch. So Hassan goes. Often safe, you're going to miss the Yorker, miss it full. The low full toss isn't always an easy one to put away, and Hassan's a little bit late on this. You can see there, wasn't off the middle, outside half of the bat. It's Usman that takes the catch. He's a very good fielder. And it's also the end of the over. 8 overs down. Switzerland 124 for 4. So 155 pace. France, they're certainly capable of chasing down something like 150. When these two teams met yesterday, the first time, France made 134 and was chasing 152 for victory, so falling just short. Already talked about the second time they met, which the French viewers probably don't want to talk about. They got balled out for 65. Right now, Hassan is going to have to go, but another very good contribution. Last time we'll see him with the bat in this 2-week adventure. He makes 54 off 18. Yeah, but the thing is, hardly faced while he was out there. Dawud Ahmedzai to bowl over number 9. He's always full of energy. Wait for him to go right off if he takes a wicket here. He's a very expressive cricketer. Osama Mahmood is on a heater though. 41 off just 13. Darwood's kind of been forced to bowl quicker. That's kind of what's worked for him, but hasn't always worked because then he kind of loses his powers as a genuine wrist spinner. This is the first one. This just comes out as pretty much a pace on delivery. It doesn't come over the wrist. Ali Naya, the new batter, captain coming out at number 6. Oh, that's really good bowling. This is where Dawood wants to be. Just draws Ali Naya into the shot. A little bit of leg spin there, a little bit of actual turn, which I think is always a really good sign for Dawood. Ali now thinking a bit defensively. This would have been out of it here. Perabakaran couldn't find the target. Will be a single. The captain's off the mark. Osama Mahmood gets the strike back. Ali was just kind of cruising, but then he's going to have a rude shock if this hits, because he wasn't going to be in. Anyway, this should be an interesting battle. Dawood to the left-hander. It does have a good wrong-un, which turns away from the lefty. It'll turn left to right on the screen. Osama launches this, a little bit of length on it, and that's out of here. Maximo! Once again, Shub is launched into the role of ball boy. Just a bit too short from Dawood. No margin for error here. .48 for Osama Mahmood. There is the wrong end. That's really well bowled. So this is the one that looks like it. Yeah, see how that comes out, spinning left to right. All right, so back to the action. Mahmood will move to 49 with this, and he will retain the strike. And Ahmedzai, well, he doesn't get a wicket, but he entertains us like he always does. He goes for 28 in his spell, and after 9 overs, Switzerland 133 for 4. So Switzerland have batted well, but I wouldn't say they've batted France out of the contest. Even if they do end up with 150 with France, we know that they bat all the way down. I don't think yesterday, match 5 is a true indication of what they're capable of. It's just one of those innings when it all falls apart, and it can happen, especially in the limited overs game. Hello to KG, back from local junior Aussie footy finals. Where are you watching from, KG? Pardon me for asking again, but I haven't asked in a while. Here's Mahmood on 49. Well, he may go no further. The fielder comes in and takes a brilliant catch. And that's Ibrahim Jabarkel, so it won't be 50 for Mahmood, but you've got to tip your hat to the fielder there. Came a long way in to turn that into a catch. Take nothing away from the innings of Osama Mahmood, who was absolutely outstanding for Team Switzerland there. But it's an acrobatic catch from Jabarkel, who then turns, protects the ball, and then gets some congratulations from his teammates. But nonetheless, Osama, very, very well hit. Last time we'll see him during this series as he departs. 5 balls remaining. Switzerland 133 for 5. Yeah, great catch. My money was on the ball for sure. I saw that falling into what looked like a Bermuda Triangle. Had the outfielder coming in. You had the infielder going back. You had the deep cover kind of making it towards the drop zone as well. Brilliant bit of work. This is Lasanga Gayan who gets a bat then. So you haven't seen too much of Lasanga. His club not part of the ECS. So let's see what he can do. 5 balls remaining. Here's Rahula. Gets a piece of it. I think it'll just be a single. Ali Naya try and finish things off. So what are we thinking about this chase? Looks like we're looking maybe around the 140 or so, maybe low 140s. Ali Naya, he nails it. Maximo! Well, there's your 140. As Rahula tries out a slight slow ball, but whether it's a slow ball or not, you got to hit the block hole. This one is just a metre short, and it's a comfortable length for Ali Naya to drive up and out of the ground. Look where this bounces. See, it's just kind of metre or so short of the front foot. Same sort of length again. This time he doesn't get all of it. Likes the idea of 2 here, but I don't think it's on. It bounces off the bowler onto the stumps and then away, but they won't get an overthrow. So 141, 2 to come. I feel like someone's going to have to fire for France if they're going to chase this down. They've got a range of people it could be. Probably 6 or 7 people it could be. Kayan tries to whack it down the ground, but I think he's in trouble. He's going to go off the second last ball. Shine Warner-Kulasaria with the catch. So doing the right thing here. Nasanga trying to flat bat this. Maybe could have tried to hit that over point. There's an argument for that, but it's not a bad tactic to try and hit the sight screen. Which is what he tries. He's a little bit late on it. Rahula cleaning up at the end. He has 3 wickets now. Switzerland with 1 ball remaining. 141 for 6. As Ashwin Vinod will get the opportunity to face 1 delivery in the innings. The last one. At 141. What do you think? Ashwin. See if he can be a 1-hit wonder here. Oh, not bad. Don't think it finds the boundary though. Brisbane fumbles. They'll get 2. They're always coming back. And that will do it. So the final score for Switzerland after winning the toss and electing to bat here in match number 8. They finished 143 for 6. Nice little moment there between Ashwin Vinod and the keeper, Action Jackson, at the end. As the keeper was daring him to take another run, he said, no, I'm not falling for that one. I know we're just going to get the 2 there. And so 144 will be the victory target for France if they're going to take the first points off Switzerland in this series. So Ali Naya and Ashwin Vinod, 2 players that will surely have a say with the ball in the second half of this innings. They walk off with their team at 143. Let's go back to the highlights. And how about Noman Amjad? Bowled an incredible first over. Still hard to believe when you see that 143 that the first over was a maiden. In fact, a wicket maiden as he cleaned up Adri's Haq with a very good in-swinging Yorker. Hassan Ahmed, though, had a tight call first ball. Second ball he faced, actually, I think. But Zion couldn't hold on, couldn't keep it in play. And then it was a bit of back to the future, wasn't it? Of Hassan, who just continued to whack 6 after 6. He hit 8 of them in his innings of 54 in the end. Ankush swing for the leg side, a little nick to Usman Khan. Fairly easy catch taken there by Action Jackson. But then Osama Mahmood, he would take over, but before that, Krishnamurthy just struggled with his slow ball. He was caught dead in front there, really. Misjudgment, Usman Khan with the breakthrough, but Osama came and he was on a mission. He was a bit of a strike hog, but I suppose when you're scoring that quickly, it doesn't really matter. Salami with a good catch. It was just off the field. And Hassan, I never get sick of seeing him bat. Makes it look so easy, doesn't he? These balls were going over a long way. Low full toss would be the end of him, though. Didn't quite get that in the middle. Brilliant catch late in the piece from Jabakel. As Guyan hold out the last, of course, going for every single run. 143, the final for Switzerland. I think France will fancy themselves here. It's a handful more than par, but France, their batting continues to improve every time I see them. Well, they've got no out-and-out super-duper star. You might say Gulami might be in that category for them, but they just have a lot of guys that can swing it. We'll see that in the second half of this game. 54 for Hassan Ahmed leads the scoring. What a 2 weeks he's had. Just 18 balls for him. Likewise for Osama Mahmood, who gets out on 49 in the end, late in the piece. Ankush Lal with a pretty handy 26 in there as well. Good discipline from France, who only conceded 1 no ball and 1 wide in that entire innings. And the no ball actually was for the bowler knocking over the stumps with his foot. So that makes sure that Switzerland don't really get away. How about Amjad starting with a wicket maiden, but he got to the tap in the second over that he bowled. He finished with figures of 1 for 18. Because it was Khan that stole the figures 2 for 9, but didn't get a second over. Rahul Mangal with 3 wickets at the end, finishing with 3 for 20. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back with the final innings of Switzerland on the field in our 2-week Swiss adventure. Defending 143. Can France be the ones to topple the men in red? Find out after this. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll see you after the break with more ACI Switzerland. Hello and welcome back to Switzerland. Time for the second half of match number 8. So just a game and a half remaining here in this ECI Switzerland. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network on a sunny Sunday afternoon here in St Gallen, or as we are calling it now, 6 Gallen, because of the amount of sixes that we've seen during this tournament. And now we're getting ready for the chase, as we've got 144 the victory target for France. They're going to have to bat a lot better than they batted last night, when we saw them rolled for 65 in match 5. So, wherever you're watching from around the world, get ready, because this will be a show. Zain Ahmed out there with Mukhtar Ali Ghalami. So, left-hand, right-hand combination. Shake, rattle, and let's roll. Here's Ashwin Vinod, who sneaks the first ball in for a dot. I say a big thank you to everyone here at Cricket Switzerland, who made us so comfortable. They've been very generous with us as well. Zain comes down, pretty much Yorks himself. He will get a single, and France are off the mark. French batting, bit of hit and miss. Probably better than it used to be, when it used to be miss and miss. When we first saw them in the 10-over game in the ECC 22. They were actually the best bowling side in that group, but they were also the worst batting side. It was such a weird combination. They couldn't get 100 to save themselves. But they've come a long way since then. They've discovered a few players that can step up with the bat. I think Zain Ahmed's one of them now. He's at the top of the order. Mukhtar Ghalami's always been an established bat in their lineup. No fine leg here for Ashwin Vinod. Comes in now to Mukhtar for the first time. Driven nicely, but can't find the gap. That's Musa Ahmadzai doing the fielding. Yes, so France. There's a bit of discussion about other players, particularly other batters that might be able to come and strengthen that element of their game, because if they can sort that out, then I think they're real contenders in the ECC. With the umpire with the early clothesline attempt on Ashwin, but Ashwin gets to the mark and says, "Hold on, you going to move that arm or not?" Slow ball, high, really high. Hassan Ahmed and Naya come together, and he takes a brilliant catch. Ali Naya. Well, it was much more difficult for him than Hassan Ahmed, but the captain said, "You know what? I'm going for it." He calls for it. Maybe he regrets it. In the end, he doesn't. That is such a good catch from Ali Naya. I don't even think it was his catch, because Hassan, he's coming around. He can take it kind of moving to his left, but Naya takes it going back with the flight. Incredible fielding from the Swiss skipper. And the first wicket goes down, 2 for 1. And Zain Ahmed, no good for him. Frustrated. And he couldn't get that all the way. And well done to Ashwin Vinod. I think that's that slow ball again. It draws a false shot, but what an incredible catch. Lingiswaran Kanasane comes to the crease for France. So it takes care of the left-hand, right-hand situation at least. Oh, this one swings too far. This is going to be a no ball for off the pitch. Ashwin's a bit of a funny one, because he's a bit of an ambiguous swing bowler, in that sometimes he bowls out swingers, sometimes he bowls in swingers, and I'm not sure that he knows which one is going to come out on any particular day or at any particular time. Well, this is a missed time pull shot, but it's going to be 4. Going to go dead backwards, and so Kanasane's off the mark. So, add 4 to the total. France have lost a wicket, but I guess they've got time to recover, but not too much time. Last ball of the over. There's the in-swinger. So, yeah, Ashwin Vinod is a bit of a magician. In the over 7 for 1. Anyway, Guyan, I've liked his keeping, but I don't know about his throwing. Look at this. Yeah, he's not really good at throwing with the glove on. And quickly jumps all over it. Luckily, it hadn't gone that far. Anyway, end of the over. Pretty good one from Ashwin. 7 for 1 after 1. 1-3-0. That's where we're at. 130 matches since we've had a golden ball. Well, you wouldn't put it past it in this game. France are going to have to bat pretty well, though. They don't get what they need off that first over. So falling about 7 runs behind. This is going to be Ali Naya, the captain. What a great catch that was in the first over from Ali. Now he's going to get whacked away for 6. What a shot. Maximo. There's a bullseye right in the cube. Rob Kemming on his last day on the tour. He's lasted 74 years, Rob. And it'll last a little bit longer as I think the table takes the brunt of that blow, sending the officials scrambling. They've got Shroob for protection, but I don't think that's making them feel any safer. It's called a wide. Are they getting some good outswing there? Oh, tight. No real complaints from Ali, but it's a call that could have gone either way. Ooh. I wonder if there's a little scratch on this. I feel like there was. Yeah. I mean, we don't know because the umpire wasn't forced to make a decision. I think it might have just flicked the bottom of the bat of Gulami, and if it was an edge, then Guyan, he puts down a sitter. I guess we won't know. Goes down as a dot ball. Does take this one. The reaction from the fielder seemed a genuine one, that there was a little touch on that. Hello to Ken, and oh, there's a fake Mr. Maximo in the chat. Hello. Where are you watching from? It's always strange to see a fake version of you in the chat. I don't mind. Stick around. Oh, that's shot. That's a really good shot from Galami, the man they call the Beast, and that's a major banker. And to sweep Ali Naya and to sweep him about 80, 90 metres off the stick, that is a shot and a half. Incredible timing. Goes down and escorts that one and doesn't move a muscle after he hits it. It's almost the shot of the day from Mukhtar. And Ken was just saying that he used to play for Richmond in the Graham Yallop days, yeah, and he just spent a bit of time at the local footy, the Australian football. I know my West Coast Eagles are having a bit of a tough season at the moment. I'm trying to ignore that this year. But, right, everyone. Well, that's probably high. And it's going to go, and it's going to go for 6. Maximo. But, yeah, no ball is called on the field. Yeah, that's fair enough. And it's gone for 6. So that's the 7 up. There's a fast delivery. It was in. It was waist high, really. And remember, ECN regulations, anything waist high or higher. So it doesn't have to be above the waist. It's waist high or higher. Or anything you're not sure it's below the waist should be a no ball. So we've got a free hit coming up. And the Beast is going to launch this one too. Well, that's the roofer. Maximo. Now the Beast has woken up. In fact, that one just misses the grandstand, but still goes a long, long way. Pretty much 13 off that ball. It's a little bit like the first innings, not as dramatic. but it was 0 off the first over of this match and then a big second one. Right now, Naya's gone for 26. And like I said, I'm not sure whether he got a touch on that one earlier in the over or not, but if he did, he's going right now. He'll be praying that this doesn't get out of hand because Mukhtar's gone 25 high now. Now belts one and runs, takes on the fielder. Oh, well, what's happened here? Well, I think this could be trouble because he's dropped his bat as he dropped it short of the line. Oh, I think he's in big trouble. Big trouble. Oh, is that foot over the line, though? I think his foot is just in. Well, I think Kanasane is in by a toenail. His bat fell just short of the line, but that's the foot that, for me, he's just in. And I mean just. Oh, morally, you feel like he shouldn't be out because he would have been in with his bat, but that's such a close call. And Kanasani, he was ball watching, wasn't he, for most of it. And he will survive. Switzerland didn't really appeal, and they kind of realised, hold on a second, if his bat's there, it's not in. So is his foot in? And the thing is, if that foot was just short, it was a long time before that other foot comes down. So I think that's just a stroke of luck for Lingaswaran Kanasane that foot is just in. I don't think there was any kind of thought about it. He had no time to react when his bat jammed into the turf. Anyway, into the over. 34 for 1. Always bringing the talking points. Here's Ashwin back. In over number 3. Good Yorker. Again, they're going to take it on and they're going to get there. Just a single. Hello to Ben as well. Has fake Mr. Maximo stuck around a little bit. He's trying to predict how many sixes in the innings. Okay. In swinger, and that's out of here. Maximo. Kanasane, probably lucky he's the shoe size he is because that's all that saved him in the last over, but now gets an in swinger that just drifts onto his pads. He lifts that up and out of the ground. Right now, France ahead of where they need to be. We've got Viable watching from Ireland. Hello to you. Kanasane can pack a punch. Not a slow ball. This one almost takes the umpire with it over the boundary. That was the slight change of pace. Has worked really well for Ashwin Vinod today. But this time Kanasane nails it. Almost takes out the umpire. Hit really hard. Watch the umpire here. You've got to have your wits about you. Oh, that was a close call. Say it there. Still with us. That's the main thing. That's a good shot. Yeah, this is a very Lingaswaran Kanasane shot. He doesn't move his feet too much, but he goes and fetches it from outside the off stump and smacks it through the leg side. 4 more. France up and away. Switzerland trying to go the perfect 6-0, but they've got their work cut out for them with these two up and going in the power play. And only 7 came off that first over. Already up at 49 with 2 balls to go in the third. Time it shapes out a little bit. Low full toss. And just be a single. So France bring up the 50 with that. Remember, France did chase down 154 this morning against Luxembourg. Probably slightly different calibre of attack with the Swiss side. Last ball of the third. Slow ball. Hit and hit well. Maximo. So Mukhtar Ali Galami, the beast, has awoken and he's making the power play count. 56 for 3. 56 for 1, I should say, after 3. 2 magical overs to close out the power play. So 7, 27 and 22. And it's game on. So Canado Fletcher is into the Swiss side today. He's going to bowl over number 4. Big burly left armour. Bit of a cult figure. Because he's got that kind of Caribbean swagger to him. And I think the viewers really like it. I certainly love to watch Canado operate. Might have seen him in the promotional video at the start of every game. Talking all about the wonderful area that this ground is located. Let's see how he goes here. France, well ahead of where they need to be at the moment. Probably an over ahead, actually. Could have been 56 off 4, I mean, more or less at the rate. First one, swing and a miss. So you see, got a big, strong action. Canado Fletcher. I think he's Warren Kanasane. Missed out the first pull shot. He doesn't really get across when he plays that shot, though. And he hits it nonetheless. Has to get moving with slight fumble. And he'll get home. So, yeah, Fletcher. Just similar kind of length. Really muscles the ball down there. Wow, shot. Hooks it away, out of the ground. Maximo. What a shot by Mukhtar. Well, that's not an easy shot to play to a guy that, you know, he's very strong. Nice and tall. Mukhtar gets inside the line. Takes a little bit of a skip step across and gets inside the line. Very good shot from Gulami, who's into his work. And now they're going to have to find that up the bank. It's hard to believe that this French side, they were bowled out for 65 in the corresponding fixture last time these two teams met. And that's the unpredictability of European cricket, particularly the 10 over format. I mean, they're already about that many. We're only 3.5 overs in here. It has to be a wide. Misses the leg stump. What Mukhtar Ali Gulami is doing really well here is getting inside the line. Thinks he's probably pretty unlucky to be OBW. So he steps across. He thinks most balls hitting the stumps, probably hitting it. Probably bouncing outside the leg stump, so he shouldn't be OBW. And even so, he's feeling on this pitch he should be hitting them anyway. He's allowing that one to go down the leg side. Another pull shot, another 6. Maximo! Mukhtar enjoying his work out there as Fletcher goes the distance. 14 have come off this over. Yeah, Fletcher does like to normally bang it in like we said, but this pitch doesn't really allow it. Not giving a lot of assistance. Maybe he can try a Yorker. Maybe he can get Gulami caught on the crease, or LBW if he pitches it right up. France doing well, as Ken says in the chat. Well, slow ball, I like that. At least there's something different. I think of a bye, but it's not on. It's just a really good variation. Rolls it out of the fingers. Takes about 30% of the pace off. Certainly made Gulami think. Don't let batters get into a groove. Big hello to Wayne as well. Nice to have you with us, as always. Last ball of the over. Yeah, it's pitched up. It's better length. And a bit of the good, the bad, and the ugly for big Canado. He goes for 14 in the over. And after 4, France are 70 for 1. The Worm, an interesting one. Took about a while to wake up, the Swiss Worm, actually. Didn't score in the first over. Both teams having a pretty quiet first over, but then accelerating into the second. And right now, France ahead of the rate, but can they stay there? Good partnership being put together at the moment. Came together at 2 for 1. It was after just 4 deliveries. Hello to Emma, who's watching from France, saying, Gulami, the beast is on fire. Emma, I know that Mukhtar is your coach, so I know that's why you're here watching. Emma, always happy to see you in the chat and contributing. A very big bonjour to you and all of our French viewers, of course. Hello to Twilight. So, Emma, I've got a challenge for you, because I know you're listening. Tell us something about Mukhtar, the beast, that we wouldn't know. Doesn't even have to be about cricket. Tell us a bit about what he's like, because I know he's got a lot of time for developing cricket in France. He works pretty heavily in the women's sector. Yeah, tell us something about Mukhtar that we wouldn't know. Give us the scoop, Emma, in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. As Tanabala Singham comes on and he gets edged away. I don't know if there's 2 here. Lingaswaran Kanasani took a long time to get going. Then Paul hits the edge of the pitch when it comes back. So maybe they would have gotten away with it. But I don't think it's a bad thing to have Gulami on strike. He's the one scoring quicker. He's going over 3 a ball. Kanasani just over 2 a ball. Switzerland at this stage, they were 58. And France have crept ahead on the comparison, but can they stay ahead? Well, this is into the gap, and I think this is 4. It's actually pretty well bowled, I thought, by Tarani, because took the pace off. And I think the batter, Mukhtar, probably likes that hitting that in the air, but he couldn't get it in the air. But what he did do, he found a gap. And although Tanabala Simon sticks out the foot, he can't make the stop. Now he draws him wider. That's a really good shot. Maximo takes a bit of a risk. Gulami will move to 50 with that shot. And what a good innings it's been from the French opener. He brings up his 50 off just 16 balls. The beast has awoken. 8 Maximos and a 4 in his innings. So out of 16 balls, 9 have gone for boundaries, and 8 of them for sixes. That's half of the 16. That's a pretty good rate to be going. Oh no, that's going to be no ball off the pitch. Kanasane in some bit of trouble at the non-strikers end. You can understand him wanting to sneak on strike for the free hit. Gulami says, no. That's gone to the field. I'm just going to turn my back on you and you can run back, which is exactly what Lingaswaran Kanasane does. All right, here's the free hit. And a nicely executed sweep shot. There's nobody home at fine leg. You can see Tanabala Singham was kind of out of ideas about where to put this. He can't really go wider, can he? With this pitch being so narrow. A question from Jatin. What is the time in Switzerland right now? Right now it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Another no ball, and this one is the accidental doosra because it comes in. Look at Gulami, really wants to get back on strike for the free hit, but he's not going to be able to get there. So Kanasane saying, hey, it's my turn. You had your free hit. Let me have a free hit. Poor Guyan. I don't know what he's meant to do about that. It'll be a no ball plus a bite. Plus a free hit. And he doesn't quite get it. Hassan might even just let it bounce. No. Well, now he might have gone a little bit too far. I think he did, you know. Hassan's disappointed he doesn't get his throw on target. As Gulami, he's looking for it too, but just shows a bit too much of it to Hassan. And if that throw is on target, I think, and maybe a bit quicker, I think he might have had Gulami in a bit of trouble there. Nice ball, the over. Cut and past the infield. Nice stop made out there by Musa Ahmadzai, who we haven't seen bowling just yet. That'll just be a single. And at the end of the 5th over, France are 90 for 1. Well, Emma, thank you very much for answering the call. I asked her to tell us something about Gulami that we may not know. I'll come to that in a second. Firstly, let's just have a look at the fixtures for tomorrow. This is in Germany. Rico's already there, and Charlie Hunt will be joining him tomorrow. 5 matches a day, same format as here in Switzerland for the European Cricket Series. 11 teams will be narrowed down to 5 for the second Friday, which is known as Finals Friday. Join Rico and Charlie and the gang, 7:15 a.m. GMT, which is 9:15 in Central Europe. It's 12:45 in India, so slightly later start, 30 minutes delayed compared to this series. Day 1 should be great in Dresden, and we'll get to see the Tigers taking on Berlin Cricket Academy first up. Also USC Magdeburg on show, and Halle are also going to take part in the first day. Tigers, it's their first ever ECS, so let's see how they go. They're on very first game of the day. Okay, Emma, I asked you what do you know about Mukhtar Gulami that we wouldn't know? And Emma says that Gulami is not only a very good cricket player, but also an excellent softball and baseball player and pitcher. Well, that's so interesting that you say that, Emma, because I actually have played both of those sports, and they're very interesting as a cricketer to play. There's a lot of similarities, but there's a few key differences as well. And softball pitchers in particular, they can do some amazing things, considering they have to throw underarm. This is a decent one first up from Ahmadzai. He sneaks inside. Yeah, that's fine. It's not too high. It's not too wide. So yeah, I've got to say, I liked both baseball and softball. Probably played a lot more baseball than softball. I played 1 year of softball. Probably played 6 or 7 years of baseball. Got to a decent level as well. Two's the call off the bat, and they should get it if they go straight away. Although, he could be gone here. I'm going to say he's gone. He just stopped for a second thinking he could slack off a bit, Gulami, but on this field you can't. And for me, he's in big trouble. And when I say big trouble, I mean real big trouble. He's gone. So great pickup from Gayan. But Mukhtar Gulami is going to run himself out here. Probably feels like he's in, but he's not. And he's going to get his marching orders. You see here, he wants to he does the right thing first. And, maybe a little slip there. Maybe he needed to abort it because of the slip, but then I suppose Kanasano was already heading back. Maybe she's a bit unlucky, but I've got to say it was well executed. Run out from the Swiss. You've got to feel for Gulami, who's essentially tagged out at home base, to use a softball or baseball expression. He gets a good ovation from the supporters here as well. But he is run out for 61. And the score 91 for 2. So that really throws this game wide open, because he has 61 of the 91 runs on the board for France so far. Usman Khan comes out. Now they do bat deep, France. But sometimes they lack that player that makes the big score. And 61's a pretty big score. I think Gulami, if he had his time over, no doubt he would have been happy with a single, risking his wicket for just one extra run. Yeah, good little bounce throw there. Came in quickly from Ashram Vinod to Gayan. Usman, gets so lucky. This is a Yorker that would have hit middle stump. Has edged away for 4. Again, Gayan, should he have done better here? It's hard to say. I mean, he's wrong-footed. Yeah, it's a tough one for the keeper. Probably the one tip I would say for Gayan, and I know he's got to be able to see, but you need to try and avoid stepping to your left if there's a right-handed batter, because when there's an edge, it always goes to your right. And so if you're wrong-footed, it's very difficult to get across there and change the momentum of your body, because that wasn't that far away from him, but he just didn't have a play on the ball. Musa Ahmadzai gets a bit straight this time. And, now they are going to take on the 2. Well, I think Kanasane remembers what happened to Mukhtar, and he pretty much overrules Usman here and says, hey, I know you like the idea of a 2 here, but this guy's got a good arm. He's just run out another one of our batters, so I'm going to ask you to go back to your end. See here, Usman doing the righty, saying, hey, I think I can come back. I think he's saying, you know what? Just park it there, Usman. We don't need another run out. Another ball in this general direction into the gap this time. This is 4. That's good hitting from Kanasane. Kind of made something out of nothing there. He looked cramped for room, but times it pretty nicely. It's kind of a half pull, half flick, isn't it? Nice to see Shazad in the chat as well. Shazad, hopefully well, watching from France, no doubt. And Shazad's got another bit of a tidbit on Gulami. Apparently he cooks very well as well. Well, man of many talents. And I want to say he's a really nice guy. Always like seeing him around my travels here on the European Cricket Network tour. As we get to the end of the 6th over, it's game on now. 101 for 2 off 6. So only needing 11 and over or so. I say only. One good over. And that equation can change very quickly, but France certainly in a winning position. Yeah, thanks for the little behind the scenes on Gulami. Loving the interaction here. Back to Tanani. Gets the first one past Kanasane. Guy out behind the stumps. Quick to whip the bails off, but Kanasane always had the foot behind the line. That's well bowled in the air and just out of the grasp of the fielder. That's Musa Ahmedzai. They're just happy with the single in the end, but Tanabala Singham tossing it up, daring the batter to take him down the ground. In the end, he's mistimed that pretty badly, Kanasane. He's pretty lucky that it's not a metre close to Ahmedzai. Now Usman, he walks, he doesn't really get it. Ali Naya, well, he backs off. Interesting one. Naya, who ran miles back to take catch earlier, pulls the parachute on this one. I thought maybe he had a play on that. There's still just ones at the moment. That's a big win for Switzerland because it'll push that rate out to 2 a ball and beyond if they can keep doing that. In fact, right now it is back out to 2 a ball, 40 off 20. Tanabala Singham's bowled a good over, but can he hold on here? Don't think so, because this is 2 straight and it's going to disappear. Maximo! And this is very not like Tanabala Singham, because he gets 2 straight this time. He's been so good at kind of curving it just inside the tram line on the offside. Might have lost a little bit of confidence in that because he lost a few battles with the edge of the pitch yesterday. 34 off 19 in one swing of the bat. That run rate comes down a long way back into the 10s from 12. This is just a single though. And that is the end of the over. 7 overs down, 111 for 2. As we head into the last 3 overs of this one, let's have a look at the last match of the series. Luxembourg still searching for a win, taking on France, who you're seeing here right now. France looking at their team. Homer gets another chance. Pirabakaran holds his spot. Warner Corsaria is going to sit it out. He's just never been comfortable bowling on this surface. So Ramatullah is welcome back into the lineup. So stay tuned. Last game coming up, starting in around about 30 minutes time. Okay, Canado's back. France need 33. 3 overs remaining. Get the popcorn out. Could have a big finish as Canado blasts through Usman Khan first ball. It just feels like a bit of a toss-up at the moment. France probably on paper are favourites, but you don't play the game on paper. You can just feel, actually the big Canado coming in. Gulami handled him well, but Gulami's history in this innings. What kind of length is Canado bowling here? Does he pitch it up or does he stick to the short stuff? Now this is steered away, but should just be 1. Slight fumble. That recovers quickly to make sure it's only a single. Just feel like we might have some late drama. Feel like we will one way or another. Kanasane, he's been there for a while now, 29 off 16, 4 fours and a maximo in his innings. Here he is in the 8th facing Fletcher. He can't get it past him. Big Fletch wraps his massive hands around the ball and says, "You're not going anywhere." One ball can change the face of this contest at the moment. And we're back at 2 a ball now. 32 required off 16. $15 now after the dot. Now goes on the hit. Oh, they go the long way. And I don't know if that was the right choice. As Kanasane went with the hit. That's Anish Kumar who's on the field at the moment. Somebody must have gone off with an injury, but you can see that Usman Khan, he was the one that was cruising. It was actually Kanasane that was struggling. He was on the back foot when he first plays that. So 31 of 14. Slow ball, mishit. Ball holds up and he's caught. Nice bit of fielding there. And look who it is. It is the 12th man. Anish Kumar that takes the catch. And I remember he put one down when he was wearing the vest, but now that he's on, he is able to hold on to the opportunity. And probably more importantly, it's dot ball. So Usman Khan, not bad from him. He goes for 14 off 8. 113 for 3. Good reward for Fletcher, who's bowled a good over here. But having said that, Noman Amjad's coming out and he's hit the ball really sweetly today. So probably not a bad time for him to come out. He's one guy, he eats up the pressure. So, yeah, Anish Kumar, left arm spinner, but not in the 11. But he is out there. Spot who's off here. In fact, it's Krunamurthy who's off at the moment with a slight injury. The last ball coming up. There just might have been some confusion about why Anish Kumar was on the field, but I think it's all been sorted now. Let's see what Amjad can do. Still 31 required for France. 13 balls remaining. Steps across and misses. Canado doesn't think there's an edge. He'll be pretty happy with his work there because only 2 runs come off that over. Goes dot one, wicket, dot. And what a brilliant over that is. And just the difference one over makes. They go from ahead of where they needed to be and they head south and now find themselves pretty much bang on that red line. In fact, slightly below it. What a difference an over can make. Ali Nayat to bowl the 9th. Still think this would come down to the wire. So, yeah, we go. All happens in the 9th. Kanasane's been out there for what seems like an eternity. He's 30 off 18. Thing is here, if you don't get a double-digit over, you're chasing something magical, 20 plus in the last. So it's all going to happen in the 9th for France. Naya pitches up. Kanasane just kind of steps away. That ball was heading down the leg side, but he's only able to get one out of it. So yeah, backing away I don't think is the play at this stage, even though it was only a subtle movement. So Amjad misses mono a mono. It's captain on captain here in the 9th, and it's the battle that could decide the game. Oh, it's a good ball from Naya. No one digs it out, but only gets one. One's great for Switzerland. Trying to go 6-0 here. Look at where this bounces. right up towards the feet. Amjad takes a step back and can't do too much with it at all. Kanasana needs to go large here. Needs to get across, not back away. Yeah, that's exactly what he does. Great batting. Maximo! Well, I wonder if this is a no ball. It is a no ball, and it's 6. Well, it must have been an overstepping no ball. Yeah, I mean, it's hard for us to tell, but it was called straight away. So a 7 up, and the game changes in a heartbeat. Yeah, it's hard to tell from our angle, but the umpire says there's nothing behind the line there for Naya. So now free hit as well. Oh, and he messes it up there. Lingaswar and Kanasana. That was a metre down leg side, but he basically clunks it off his pad leg by. That was a missed opportunity. I mean, if you're ever going to get across in front of your stumps, that's the ball. Because anything down leg side is going to be a wide. You can't even be LBW off a free hit. So 21 off 9. Let's see what Amjad can do here. Again, captain versus captain. Whips it nicely. Long chase for Vinod. Ball slowing down, though. Doesn't make it under its own steam, and they get 2. So 19 off 8, and this is about as close of a match as we've had here in Switzerland. I know we're into match number 67 now across the 2 weeks, but this is a real heart stopper. Full toss, he's laid on it, just chops it down into the turf. So Kanasana gets one more opportunity. 18 off 7. Again, boundary makes all the difference here. Big delivery coming up. Won't be bowled just yet. Naya. I actually don't think he's bowled that badly, but he's gone for 39 here. Last ball of the 9th. And he knocks him over. Full and straight, and Kanasana can't make any contact. So Ali Naya saves the best for last. And he sends the French number 3 on his way for 37. France just holding on, but they lose a keep out of there. 126 for 4 off 9. So the last over will start. It will be Noman Amjad, the French skipper, on strike. He's going to be joined by Ibrahim Jabakel. And Amjad and Jabakel have already had one very good partnership this weekend. Jabakel's no bunny at all. Again, Kanasane, when he goes back and watches this innings, I think when he's gotten in trouble, he's been backing away to the leg side. So 9 overs down, 126 means 18 required off the last over. With this 17 of this over, we'll have Golden Ball 49 live from Switzerland, of course. Our last Golden Ball was in Czechia, in Prague, Brno versus United on the 22nd of July. And that was a pretty crazy one when Abhimanyu Singh, the United captain, he went to turn for 2, hit the ball in the outfield, but then realised he didn't touch his bat correctly, so he had to turn back, cost himself a few metres in touching twice, and ended up getting run out. All right, here we go. It's Musa Ahmedzai to try and ice the game. Amjad on strike. Gets a good ball first up. And Jabakel was off with the pitch, so that'll just be 1. 17 required off 6 now. And I just feel you need 3 boundaries here, and you've only got 5 balls remaining. 3 boundaries in 5 balls. And it's not going to be easy for Jabakel against Musa. Another left armour. I know that Corey Ruck is the Spanish coach who's often part of our commentary team here at ECN. He's always big on left armers. Says they just provide value. Jabakel loses his shape here. Tries to drag this leg side. Here's the thing. I mean, all the offside is available for him. You know, he doesn't need to try and hit the leg side. Everybody's up on the offside. Now they put deep third back. There's no one back to the left of the screen. You see those 3 that were in the circle. There were 4 in the circle before that ball. I said you kind of need 3 boundaries. I still think you need 3 boundaries. There's only 4 balls remaining. So running out of room, running out of time the Blues. Oh, and he nails the next one onto the roof. What a shot. Maximo. It wasn't quite a roofer in the end, but it's the desired result for France. Look at this, bang. And the game changes with one crack of the bat. 11 off 3 now. I said they needed 3 boundaries now. I think they need 2. There's 3 balls remaining. Musa just misses his spot. A 6 and a 4 give us a golden ball. There's different ways you can do it. Ahmed Zayn just misses the Yorker and pays the price. Thriller here in St. Gallen. 3 to come. And he misses. And they're going to go. And this is a crazy run because Amjad's never going to make it. And so Guyan holds his nerve. And it's a dot ball. And probably more importantly, a new batter's going to be on strike. You'd rather just have Jabakel bat again and have another go. He just hit a 6. And if you're going to do this, then you kind of need to hold your crease to allow Amjad to make it and force the keeper to throw to the bowler's end. And then, okay, then you can get Amjad on strike. But as it is, they've just unnecessarily run out the skipper. And that makes it 11 off 2 for the victory. 10 off 2 for a golden ball. Now, Pira Bakaran is going to come out under all sorts of pressure, needing to hit a boundary to keep the game alive. If Switzerland can keep this ball on the field of play, I think it's all over. Unless we have something like a no ball or a wide or something like that. So, Pira Bakaran, boundary or bust. And it will be stopped. And now, they don't even run again. Not that it would have mattered. Well, they'll have a look at this. Oh, well, how about that? This looked like it might have the legs to go to the boundary. Deep third was back. I think he has made the stop. We'll check it out. Oh, yeah. That's a clean stop. And so Switzerland now just have to bowl a legal delivery and they will go a perfect 6-0. Last ball coming up. And it's all over. We'll wait for the result of this ball. It's going to fall safely. They'll just go for 1 in the end. But a spectacular 6 from the Swiss. And they are your ECI champions here on home soil. A thrilling encounter with France, who pushed them all the way. But the final score in match 8, Switzerland 143, France 135. And the French, well, they'll be going home looking in the mirror saying, how did we not pinch a game against the Swiss in that 3-match mini-series? They go 0-3. But you got to hand it to Switzerland. And sure, they did have the advantage of playing on this surface for 2 weeks before the series. But you got to remember, France are a good 10 spots above the Swiss on the ICC T20 international rankings. France, I suppose their bowling attack, finding it pretty difficult on this surface. But you can't take anything away from Team Switzerland. They've rotated their players. They've done a really good job. And they will be your ECI champions. Still a match to go, though. And Luxembourg will want to take something away from this series. They'll get one more opportunity. They played a lot better today. In 15 minutes, we'll have match 9, Luxembourg taking on France. News from the toss, France. They've won the toss and they're going to bowl. So Luxembourg will be batting first. Ed Packard doing some good things today. And so is Dixit. Watch out for that. Coming your way in 15 right now. Let's look at the chase. Zayn Ahmed, the left-hander, went to a very good catch from Ali Naya. Running back with the flight, Hassan Ahmed. I think he would have liked it, but in the end he left it to his skipper. But it was Mukhtar Ali Galami who did a very, very good job, despite Ashwin Vinod with his big in-swingers and some of the weird and wonderful throwing techniques of Guyan with the glove on. And here's the thing, slight stumble cost Galami his wicket as he is out by a hair's breadth. Guyan finishing off the dismissal. You can see that stumble costing was only just out, but he was out nonetheless. And you feel in the wash-up, considering how close they got, they really could have used a few more runs out of Mukhtar, who was up and going. Usman Khan came out, got a bit lucky with that one. And France continued to swing the bat. We're ahead of the game at that stage. Nish Kumar with a catch on as a substitute fielder. This one really swung things. Ali Naya, no ball +6. But then the captain bites back with Kanisane castled on the last ball of the night. It left 18 off the last over, and that one sprung off the bat of Jamakel. But again, a little bit of pressure, a little bit of panic here as they run an impossible run. It cost Amjad his wicket. Brings out Pura Bakaran, who needed to keep the ball alive, needed to get the boundary. If they were to stay in it, it was stopped by that much. It's the foot of God from Osama Mahmood, who keeps inside the field of play. That meant the game was out of reach for France. The margin, 8 runs in the end. A really good game of cricket. Switzerland, flawless here at St Gallen. And once again, bit of a breathtaker. We'll be back with more in 15 minutes, and we'll see if Luxembourg can pull something out of the fire. France, so they'll be hungry to avenge this defeat. Mukhtar Ali Ghalami, 61 before he was run out by inches. 37 to Kanisane, but just fell at a crucial time as well. Usman Khan with 14, the only other batter to hit double figures. Jamakel with a late blow. And then he swung and missed, and the game kind of went with the captain, Oman Amjad, as he was run out for 5. 135, more or less a par score. Not quite the 140s they needed to pull the points off the Swiss. As far as the bowling went, Canado Fletcher, I think he was incredible. What about that 2-run over that swung the game late in the piece? 1 for 16, his final figures. Wickets also for Ashwin Vinod and Ali Naya in there. But Switzerland, they can go home very, very proud of their performance. Not often you see a team going 6-0 in an ECI, but that's exactly what Switzerland have done here. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes' time, taking you to the match number 9. Luxembourg, they certainly have improved a lot, but have they improved enough to challenge the French in this last game? We'll find out very shortly. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Come back and join us for another Sunday afternoon stroll, because Match 9 is around the corner. We'll see you shortly for more action right here in Switzerland in the European Cricket International.
Here we are with St. Gallen Cricket Club at Mount Saintis, the highest mountain in East Switzerland with a height of 2,500 meters, looking over 4 different countries. What an unusual place to play cricket.
Hello and welcome back to St. Gallen. Time for match 9, the last game of this ECI, and it is a match between Luxembourg and France. Well, both these teams, they won't be raising the trophy, but they can still pull off a win here in this 10-over-a-side contest. When you sound here, Mr. Maximo for ECN on a Sunday afternoon. Let's see what happened at the coin toss. Rob Kemming in his final ECI match as our tournament referee. He has the 2 captains a little while ago, and let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Your call. Heads. Heads is called. It is tails.
Oh, Jabba gets the toss duties for France, and he doesn't have to do much except say that he wants to bowl first. So France leading with what we normally think of as their strength. And let's have a look at what we got here. A bit of an interesting one. We've got no Action Jackson in the lineup for France. So Ghalami's going to take the gloves. I know he's a bit of a utility player. Can do a bit of everything, Mukhtar. As I cast my eye across the lineup, looks like Warnakul Saria's out. That allows Ramatullah Mangal to come back in. For Luxembourg, Packard's had a really good day for them. Expect him to open the batting with Vivek Dixit, as both of those have half centuries in the series. I think they'd love a bit more out of Jatin Madan. Maybe this is the game where he can find some of his best form. Sokia has impressed at times as well. I've got to say, Asghar Ali Khan and Asghar Ali have impressed me in different ways. I think Asghar Ali Khan with his bowling's been very good. Asghar Ali just swinging the bat, having the right attitude about how to approach this. Welcome back to all of our viewers watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, as well as everyone who is watching on Fancode in the Indian subcontinent. And for the final time, for now at least, a big special hello to all of our viewers watching on Swiss Sport TV. And yes, the Swiss are saying hop schwiz after they went 6-0 to clinch the trophy. In fact, we'll be able to make that presentation at some point before the end of this match. For Luxembourg, they've certainly played a lot better today. They're still empty-handed as far as points are concerned, but we saw them putting together a decent innings. First game of the day. They weren't able to defend 153 though against France, and then we saw them against the host Switzerland in another entertaining game. Luxembourg putting 131 on the board but not being able to defend it. So have been batting well, batting first. Can they put a game together? Here's Amjad to get us going in match 9. First one cuts him in half. And Amjad, if you haven't seen what he's been doing, this is very typical. He's the one guy who seems to be able to get a bit out of this pitch. Getting a lot of that in movement. And interesting that we don't have the opening combination that I expected, because that looks like Bingu who's out there opening the batting. So Packard just giving an opportunity to another player. Bingu's probably wondering what he did to deserve this, because the next one whacks him as well. And another dot. Amjad started with a maiden before. Just look at this comeback. Follows him. Not quite quick enough to get the hands out in front there. Rupesh Bingu, we've seen doing a lot of the keeping for Luxembourg this weekend. See if he's brave enough to maybe get across and try and whip Amjad across the line. He won't have to. He's off the leg. Partly handled by Gulami, who is the keeper for France. Leg by signalled. I've actually seen Lingaswaran Kanasane doing a bit of keeping for France as well. He took an innings during the Valletta Cup T20 Internationals a few weeks ago. Gulami, pretty useful guy in a number of sports as we were finding out. Emma was telling us that he is also a very good baseballer and softballer. So here's Dixit, who has been pretty good in this series, has a half century, has a 49 as well to his name. He's going to have his hands full here with Noman Amjad, the French skipper. You see that Dixit's already seen a bit of Amjad and he knows what to expect. He knows that the ball's going to come into him. Plays it away. It's always going to be tough to hit Amjad inside out or to the offside because of that big in movement that he gets. Again, when you back away, it's just going to follow you. He does get some bat on it. Gets one. Hello to everyone in the chat as well. ECN European Cricket Network. I suppose just want to remind everyone that this is Switzerland and obviously the infrastructure not quite there at the moment, but a lot of this ground is very, very good for cricket. Just the pitch is still the thing, missing piece of the puzzle. All right, it's a bit of a strange one actually. Bingu tries to work his way, gets a bit of a muddle. I think he hits his bat on the way out. Look, there, see, look, Bush off the back of the bat. And he's pretty lucky that doesn't go all the way to the keeper. End of the first over, pretty tight one from Amjad. 2 without loss after 1. I had a question in the chat from Jatin, who's asking about a game yesterday. I'll tell you about that in a second. Right now, let's have a look at the ECC groups with Luxembourg in Group F. They're the final group before Championship Week. And we've got France all the way at the other end at Group A. And it does look like it'll be France versus Spain in the first match of the ECC on the 25th of September. So Switzerland, the other team this weekend we're seeing, they're in Group E on the 9th of October. Fast-paced and frenetic. That's what you can expect for 4 weeks in Spain as we'll play the Euros of cricket for the third time. 31 nations doing battle for the European Cricket Championship. Dawud Ahmedzai to bowl over number 2. And he's always a tough proposition. So, yeah, Jatin had a question about the score yesterday in one of the Luxembourg games when Nagyach hit the last ball for 4. But on further review, that was actually the 7th ball of the over. So it wasn't that the score was incorrect. The ball was cancelled. So that's the regulations now. If a 7th ball is bowled in an over and it's discovered before another ball's bowled, that result is cancelled. So poor Nagyach, he walked out, hobbled out really, and then he hit a 4, but then the 4 won't count. So yeah, it's a bit of an explanation as we've got a bit of a technical delay here. So Jatin, hopefully you understood what I said there. It wasn't the 7th ball of the over. Shub just doing a few running repairs. As we'll get ready for the second over now, and Ahmedzai. See how Dixit handles this. Ooh, not great. First one just slides on, almost takes out the stumps. So I think the thing with you facing Ahmedzai is he doesn't turn the ball a very long way, so you kind of play the line you see. I think you can start looking for things that aren't quite there. But he's a very clever bowler. He's different. You don't get to face these kinds of bowlers very often. bit of bat on this, just a single. All right, Bingu. 0-4. It's not going to get a lot easier here. A little bit high, I think, here. So he gets a lot of overspin. That one's way too high. Okay for line. I like the little dancing appeal as well from Ahmadzai here. Yeah, definitely climbing over. Oh, well, this could be trouble, and Bingu's going to have to go. Kanasane in the right place at the right time as he tries to sweep Ahmadzai. Bingu is going to go for a drawn-out duck. None off 6 for him. Again, top edge. Knows he's in trouble straight away. I think it's Warren Kanasane in perfect position. So, Bingu given opportunity, but not able to make the most of it as he departs without scoring. Haven't seen that much of Derek this weekend, have we? But he is here. And he is active as Luxembourg now are 3 for 1. Big hello to everyone in the chat as well. Just let me know, Jatin, if you heard my explanation about the 7-ball over. Oh no, this has gone up in the air again. Could be 2-2, should be 2-2, and it is 2-2. Asghar Ali, we know that he likes to go lard. And he tries, but he's going to go for a golden. And Luxembourg having a horrendous start. 3 for 2. Hangs up in the air a long time. Simple catch taken. And yeah, well, Dawid Ahmadzai, well, we know he likes to celebrate. And once again goes Mr. Universe as the batter. Asghar Ali has to go. Well, Derek shines brightly, a little bit like the afternoon sun on this ground. And the score now 3 for 2. And Packard, who pretty selflessly has dropped himself down to number 4 just to give an opportunity to Bingu at the top, but he finds himself in the second over anyway. Ahmadzai now on a hat trick. Packard. Hat-trick ball. We've only had the one hat-trick. Packard keeps it out. I think that would slipped a little bit on his back foot there. Pakaran with a good catch. Had a long time to think about it to get rid of Asghar Ali. Sort of like the wrong one to me. Yeah. Back of the hand. A little bit left to right. Great over though. 1 run and 2 wickets off the over. It is 3 for 2 after 2. Looking at the table, you can see they're not going to move positions now. Even if Luxembourg win, they'll be in 3rd. But still, I think you're wanting to walk away with a win from all you can. Luxembourg, of course, a bit of a different looking side for them. But giving these guys a taste of the first team action. Of course, maybe trying out a few players that they'd want to use in the ECC. Amjad comes back, and this is in the air. Just covering the fielder. Can he make the stop? He cannot. Zain Ahmed. Well, he does pull it back, but he pulls it back too far. Now, this one belongs in the circus. Check this out from Zain Ahmed, who actually does really well to pull it back, but he just can't get the ball out of his hand. Look, and it scoops it all the way around. And then probably the worst thing for Zain Ahmed, he's looking for the ball. He's looking the wrong way. Still, 10 points for effort. 4 points the result. Vivek Dixit with his first boundary. And this next one through, sailing through to Mukhtar Ghalami, who's got the gloves this game. No Action Jackson, like I said, for France. But nice bit of wicket keeping there. Amjad hasn't always worked out when he's come back to bowl straight away, even after a good first over. So I wonder if he thought to maybe hold himself back. He probably says, no, you know, I'm moving the ball a lot. I'm enjoying this new ball. I'm going to use it. Ticks it in and beats Dixit for pace. We'll say, though, that these two at the crease right now, they put together a very good opening partnership for Luxembourg in the first game of the day. 67 in 4.5 overs. Packard scoring 83 against this attack, so he's in form against the French. He's only faced the one ball so far. Again, look where Dixit ends up here. Again, the footwork's just not quite right here for a guy that's bringing the ball in. Look how dramatically his feet end up. He's actually off the pitch. Just not a good strategy. Got to get across. Make the swing your friend, not your enemy. Hello to the robot. Nice to see you in the chat. Saying great effort, Mount St. Ahmed. Again, stays leg side of the ball. Amjad's gone for the one boundary, but he really hasn't gone for too much else. And just a reminder, I'll be taking a little bit of a breather from the commentary box. I'll still be working hard in the background. Don't you worry about that. Just take a little bit of time away from the commentary box after I put in a few weeks here, and I'll be back during the ECS Germany in Krefeld in just over a couple of weeks. But Rico and Charlie will take you through Dresden. All right. I have a feeling that Dixit can't wait for this over to end. Last ball of it coming up. Oh, well, that's a nice shot. So this time he decides he's just going to hang the bat out there, use the pace of Amjad, who for sure is giving it the high eye roll here as it flies away. I find it hard to believe they wouldn't have a third man back, or maybe a fine leg back as well, considering just the batters didn't look like getting a run in front of the wicket there. Okay, there was the one that got pulled over. That wasn't particularly convincing either. 11 for 2 after 3, so fairly quiet in the power play. Luxembourg, they do have the opportunity to move things along in the middle overs. Wayne in the chat saying, it's okay, Mr. Ed will steady the ship for Luxembourg. Well, certainly no horsing around with the score where it is. Just 37 pace at the moment. Ahmedzai coming back for a second over, and why not? Took 2 for 1 in his first. 5 outfielders in place. A little bit short, hit, and well stopped there. Just a single, so Packard gets his first run. I think Ahmedzai drags that one down. Wasn't intended to be that short. Pitched up and out of here. Maximo. It's a good shot by Dixit. Again, the window is small for the spinner. This one isn't quite a block hole delivery. Turns out to be a bit of a half volley, and well whacked away by Vivek. He's having a pretty good tournament. Takes it to 16 then. He has 16 of the 18 runs. Now thick edge flies away, and that is going to be 4 as well. He'll take it. That's Mustafa Roma down there. And that just spins away from the fielder for 4 runs. Ahmedzai. If he gets a wicket, keep your eyes on him, because he's going to light it up with his trademark Mr. Universe celebration. A bit short, this is in the air, and it really should be caught. It is dropped. Well, Jamakel's a good fielder. Maybe didn't pick it up straight away. 9 times out of 10, he's swallowing this. He took a great catch running in earlier on. And yeah, disappointment front. Normally fairly safe in the field. Vivek gets the life on 20. Now, tries a little lap sweep. And, well, now they might get a run. They might not, though. Well, Mr. Universe slides in to back it up. King in the chat saying, yeah, good bowling by Amjad in this tournament so far. He does seem to be the one pace bowler that has come into this tournament bowling on this surface for the first time, and it hasn't really bothered him too much. Oh, the top spinner cut away, doesn't beat the field. So end of the over, and Ahmedzai, pretty good figures from him in his last bowl of the tournament. 2 for 13 for the leggy, and Luxembourg after 4 overs. They're 23 for 2, so clawing it back a little bit at a time, but still not quite run a ball pace through the first 4 overs. Yeah, so it's my last chance to have a chat with you from the box. So you can always send me a message, ECN European Cricket Network. Also, I'll say it's random question time. So if you want to have a random question, you can get involved in the conversation. Jamakel, who's built that catch, is going to get a bowl now with his off spin. And I think Jamakel's a good off spinner, but he's the bowler that you're going to have to roll the dice and attack. You've got 2 right-handers there, kind of hitting with the movement. Back yourself, hit up and over the top. It's exactly what Dixit does, but he's found trouble. He might get lucky though, because it's a Bermuda Triangle situation. 2 outfielders and the bowler converge, and he gets away with it. Luck always plays a part. Jamakel, he was off to try and turn that into a catch, but it was just a little bit too far away from him. Now Packard gets 6. Nice shot. Maximo. Oh, Ed. He's going to have to try and get his team out of a bit of a jam again, and he does attack Jamakel. Very first ball that he gets from him. Puts him up and over the leg side, 6 runs. Again, all these players vying for selection in the ECC in just a few weeks' time. Probably a couple of months' time for Luxembourg. Yeah, only at the back end of week 3. Mukhtar makes an absolute meal of this. He's ready for it, but he forgets one thing. He knocks over the stumps before the ball comes in, and I think he drops the ball anyway. Oh, Mukhtar. Keeping always looks easy, doesn't it? Until you stick the gloves on. Anyway, you can see actually if that was executed well, then Dixit might have been short of his ground. Well, hit straight, hit pretty well. Excellent fielding though. And the batters were certain that was going to go for 4, so they hardly ran. This is pretty well struck by Dixit, who just wanted to sit and admire it. Says, yep, that's the end of that. But guess what? That's not the end of that. Zain Ahmed to his preferred left side. You see, they were just watching the ball. Now, Packard gets the strike. He walks at it, just gets 1. So Jamakel, okay, yeah, got whacked for a 6, but you get whacked for a 6 and then you still come out of the over about 12 or so, then I think you've done pretty well. Still kind of an average over, but it had a worse than average start. So all things considered, I think you can be pretty happy with it. But will it be 12 or less? We'll find out, because Dixit's after him. Last ball, the 5th. Just stroked away. Ahmedzai doesn't have a play on it, so it'll be 4 runs. Dixit moves to 27. Jamakel goes for 14 in the end in the 5th of the score. Luxembourg 37 for 2. So putting together a couple of good overs. 12 off the 4th, 14 off the 5th. But they're just starting so far behind, aren't they? Still a bit of a recovery. A reminder, we have so much cricket coming your way over the next couple of weeks, including some women's cricket from the Netherlands, where the Netherlands Island series will start tomorrow. It's a 3-match T20IW series. Corey Ruckers will be there to take you through all the action starting at 12 o'clock GMT, which is 2 p.m. in Central Europe. It's 5:30 p.m. in India. Just 1 match a day on Monday, Wednesday and Thursday. Hello to Egan, who's watching from Spain. Nice to see you, Egan. He's asking, why isn't Nabi playing well? I know there's a lot of Nabi chat, all of our viewers, particularly those that watch the ECL, will be wondering why no Nabi in the side. Well, I do believe he's now eligible. That's the last I heard. That's been the issue so far. course, you need to fulfill the international eligibility criteria. So perhaps we'll see Nabi in September. We'll have to be selected though, but I mean, how could you not select a guy? He's hit over 100 sixes at Kartama. 100 sixes. Most people wouldn't hit 100 sixes in their life. Anyway, here's Ramatullah Mangal. A little bit short, and Packard deals with it. Maximo! Ramatullah just seems to be struggling with his approach here. He had the big steps heading into the delivery stride. He's just pacing out his run-up again. But you've got to get Yorker here. If you're not going to bowl a Yorker, you might as well just throw the ball for 6. Save everyone a lot of time. And Ramatullah, he's a very good bowler, one of the top young seamers in Europe, but he's found it really tough to adjust to this temporary pitch. Packard not in control of the shot, goes a long way back and takes the friendly bounce. Amjad can't chase it down. 4 more. Luxembourg fighting back. Once again, here's the captain, Edmund Packard. Wasn't really in control of that shot, was he? But fortunately for him, there was no outfielder back there. Rolls into the fence stronger together. Makes a bit of a quick step down the pitch, but Packard can't get this one in the air. Just has to settle for 1. The umpire does the backing up. You don't often see that. Wanting to get into the action. Onesimus and Saeed, they put in a big shift today, doing all four of the matches. Beautiful ground. Certainly will miss this vantage point at the top of the grandstand. Oh, this is a no ball. Pretty well handled by Galami behind the stumps. And shapes to throw, because this takes a nasty deflection off the edge of the pitch. Pretty good keeping. Good reactions. Not with the keeper here, what he's dealing with. He's going to his right. Then, whoop. Just has to make the block. But also good running by Packard. Why wouldn't you want to get down there for a free hit? And Mangal. What does he do here? Maybe slow ball? Probably not. Try and jam in a Yorker, I think. Bit of an outswinger, actually. That's a great shot. It's got all the way. Maximo! It's not the worst ball I've ever seen, but again, it's just a length delivery that gets slammed, and Shub's having to do the chasing. So, Egan, look forward to seeing you soon at the Kartama Oval, I'm sure. Mangal actually getting some good shape on that. I tell you what, if you bowl on here, you can bowl anywhere. That's probably one of the positives, I'd say, for the bowlers. Certainly forces you to adapt your skill set better. Now, Ramatullah needs to just dial that up 7 more times in this game, assuming he gets the second over. It's full straight with this little bit of outswing. Again, it kind of ends up swinging middle stump to middle stump. Dix at 27 off 17. Packard 27 off 12. 19 have come off this over with the ball to come. Yeah, again. Full and straight. You don't get hurt. End of 6, and Luxembourg turning things around 1 over at a time. They're 58 for 2 after 6. 21 runs coming off that over. It goes magical for Luxembourg. Well, Egan probably taking interest in the innings of Ed Packard, of course. Ed's previously played international cricket for Gibraltar. We also saw Egan. We've seen Egan at the Kartama Oval. We saw Ed playing for the Lathbury Lightning, the Gibraltarian champions at the ECL earlier in the year. The Champions League of European Cricket. Now, coincidentally, Lathbury Lightning were in the same group as Alton, the Swiss champions. And actually, they beat Alton in a thriller. Lathbury Lightning defending 74. In the end, the final score was 74 to 68. A low-scoring thriller that saw the last ball left behind the legs and bowling the batter when they needed 6 to tie. So a leave on when they needed 6, hoping it would be a wide. It wasn't. Crashes into stumps. Rahul Mangal to bowl. And he misses his Yorker. Back to the wall. And Ahmedzai, great effort. And almost snaps his spine in half, trying to make the stop. Dawood, well, he's made of rubber, so he bounces straight back up. But again, slight miss from Rahula, and the batter didn't miss. Maximo. Wow. I mean, that wouldn't look out of place in the WWE right there. Bounces up off the canvas, and yeah, well, Dawood doesn't really care about the match situation or anything else. He just sees the ball. He's trying to catch it. Pretty good shot, though, from Dixit. I love him when he just stands still and hits. Play the line of the ball. Rahula's going to go over the wicket to him now. Big swing and a miss this time. Just slightly lose this shape that time, Dixit. Dixit, no relation to Mohit Dixit, who we've also seen playing for Gibraltar as recently as the Valletta Cup, just a few short weeks ago. Rahula. In the air, Usman Khan, he's going to try and make a play and he can't do it. Maximo. Well, I think Usman gets there in the end. Again, wasn't quite in control of this shot. Usman comes around. Again, we've seen him take catches like this, but he's not able to judge this one perfectly and just taps it across the line. Maximo, 6 runs to Dixon, who moves up to 40 now. Again, Dixon's got a little bit of a habit of running away from the ball because he's scared or anything like that. I think it's just because he wants to open up the offside. And yeah, you look like a millionaire when you hit it, but when you don't, it seems like a poor tactic. If he is going to do that, the bowler would feel he have a chance if he gets it up and at the stumps. This time, it's a slight rolling cutter from Mangal. But just a single. Credit to Luxembourg here. They've had to bat themselves out of a pretty tight spot. They've got themselves back into competitive territory at least. They've got the run rate up above 10 and over. And they'd want one big final push maybe. Get up in the 120s or something like that if this partnership can continue. Packard last ball of the 7th. Flat bats it pretty firmly towards Zain Ahmed, who does the fielding into 7 overs. As that over goes for 14 runs. The score is 72 for 2. Hello to Chris Smith in the chat. I'm going to come back to your comment in a second. But first, let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. The next cricket you'll see on the European Cricket Network after this match. It's tomorrow morning in Dresden in the east of Germany. Rico Fool and Charlie Hunt will take you through the action. 5 matches a day, starting with the LB Tigers taking on the Berlin Cricket Academy. The Tigers, their first ever European Cricket Series. So looking forward to seeing how they go. It all starts tomorrow, 7:15 GMT, which is 9:15 in Central Europe, and 12:45 in India. Cricket 7 days a week. And if you want to look at the calendar, the next week in my schedule where there's no cricket is never. So if you like cricket and you like a lot of it, then stick around, tell your family, tell your friends about the European Cricket Network. Time for over number 8, and they're going back to Jabbar the off-spinner. Bit surprised we haven't seen Zain Ahmed bowl more in this series. The left arm orthodox. I think he'd be a pretty good option against 2 right-handers. As this is a catch, and it's taken. So Packard's going to go. It's Rahmatullah Mangal that takes the catch out there at deep mid-wicket. Ed not quite getting that out of the middle. It's probably there to hit the inside half of the bat. And nicely held. Good technique by Rahmatullah. He went down to his knees and caught it, fingers pointed to the sky. Still, pretty good innings from Ed, who came in a tough situation. Remember, he came in with a score at 3 for 2. So those two put on 69. They turn this innings around to an extent. Luxembourg lose their skipper at 72 for 3. Ed's had a really good day. I just hope that we see him in a position to bowl 2 overs, because I think that He was a very, very useful bowler back in the first game of the day when they almost pulled off their first win against France. Jabakel will take the wicket, and Jatin Madan will walk to the wicket here at number 5. Yeah, Chris was saying in the chat, talking about the Australian football, at least my Eagles only have 2 games left. Yeah, the season can't come quick enough. The season end can't come quick enough, I think, for the Eagles. They've had a bit of a shocker this year, haven't they? Oh, a similar direction this time on a bounce to Mangal. Madan's off the mark immediately. Madan just dipping below the 10 momentarily. Up and over the top. Really good shot from Dixit. Maximo. And Dixit, you got to give credit to him. He's one guy that's had a really good weekend with the bat. Okay, hasn't been perfect, but it's never going to be perfect. He struck a 52, he struck a 49 right now. He's on 47, not out. He's had a lot of time at the crease at least, and he's shown he can mix it. A little bit of length to work with there. He sent it away nicely over that offside. Up and over the top again, and this will be 50 for Dixit. Brings up his second half century of the series and brings it up off 25 balls, and he gets a good ovation from his teammates as well. It's going to be a really proud moment for Vivek, who's represented Luxembourg with distinction this weekend. He watched a couple of early wickets fall at the other end, and this is how he brought it up. Again, just gives himself a little bit of room. I guess against the slower bowler, it's a bit easier to do that. And, yeah, nice bit of batting. Brings up his 50. Now, back to live action. And the next ball will just be a single. Jabakel. Can't be easy for the bowlers at any time, even though you'd argue the bowling team's on top here, but as a finger spinner, you know they're just going to be going after absolutely everything. Can't miss your spot even a bit. Last ball over his Madan. It's a miss hit, and it could be trouble. Zain Ahmed comes in and takes the catch. So Madan just has not been able to get anything going in this series. Jabakel will get a second winning wicket and finishes with 2 for 26. Jatin not able to move the needle, goes for 6 with the 1 boundary in there. In fact, pardon me, in this game he goes for just the 1 off 2. Made 6 earlier in the first game of the day. But Luxembourg now 84 for 4 after 8. Well, sometimes it can happen. You can just have a weekend where nothing really goes your way, and Jatin's certainly a player that I rate very highly. Saw him starring for Star CC at the ECL, and hopefully he has a bit more success the next time we see him. Anyway, we're into the 9th, and we say it all happens in the 9th. Luxembourg 84. So, I mean, 100 seems a bare minimum. Maybe if they could have a really good finish, they could get 15 and over or something like that. 114 still seems a bit light on, but France, we know their batting can disintegrate at times as well. Dixit faces up now to Rahul Mangal, as this could be gone as well. It is. It's a full toss that he hits straight at the fielder on the walk. Yeah, no issues with height or anything like that. A fairly simple catch taken out there. And so Vivek's good innings comes to an end. And so he can be very proud of his efforts. 52, his final score. And he matches the effort that he was able to compile against Switzerland earlier in the tournament. So well done to Vivek, but he leaves with 11 balls still there. Mohammad Amjad, the skipper, It's a fairly simple catch for him out at deep cover. Do you guess who Pat, the new batter? The puzzle. Here we go. Not a bad shot at all. That's 4. Nice. As he got a little bit of length there from Rahula, who doesn't hit his spots. A little bit into the pads as well. And swung away for 4. Good batting. AVD with a good question. Will we ever see Corey and Charlie commentating together? Well, no reason they wouldn't. Just kind of the scheduling and availability. It hasn't happened just yet, but I'm sure the day will come where Corey and Charlie will commentate together. AVD. Big swing and a miss this time. Better length there from Rahula Mangal. You've got to realise Charlie's also studying broadcasting at the moment, so he's only available some parts of the year. Corey, of course, been pretty busy with his Spanish coaching commitments. Also, he's had coaching commitments previously in the Netherlands. Some obligations there. Another big swing and a miss from Pat. He's getting excited by the leg side after he hit the first one away. But yeah, this is probably not the right shot to all outside the off stump. Hit down the ground. And will just be a single. Chris Smith, thank you for your interest. I can tell you, there is a second account. It does not belong to me. It's been in the chat. Doesn't bother me that much as long as you realise it's a fake account. A minute ago, I sent you a bit of a message there. Well, he completely loses the handle on this one. Gulami deputising for Action Jackson behind the stumps. So free hit coming up. It's Puri. I'll be looking to give it a good old whack. I'm going to go out on a limb here. I'm going to say bold and maybe some buys off the stumps. There you go. Of course, it won't be out because it's a free hit. All right, it goes wide Yorker. Puri can only get it for 1. So it'll take us to the end of the 9th over. In Luxembourg, 91 for 5 after 9. 1 over remaining. See who gets it. Looks like this is Ramatullah Mangal coming back. So going for the Mangal finish. Beautiful scenery here. Got to say, Switzerland is a beautiful country. A lot of it's very high, of course. Pristine up among the mountaintops. St. Gallen's around about an hour out of Zurich. It's such an interesting country as well. The melting pot of cultures and ethnicities, backgrounds all coming together to form a nation. It's quite unique. Here's Ramatullah in over number 10. Just straight through everyone, including Mukhtar. He can't deal with it, and we'll get a bye first ball. Means that Pat will get another go. Started well, Pat. Let's see what Ramatullah can do here. Pat would love to take him down. That's pretty well bowled. Full straight again. You bowl there, then you're probably going to be fine. You get the occasional French cut, which might sneak away to the boundary, but I think that's a really good spot. Can't really get the middle of the bat on that. You just got to jam down, take one, move on. Now rolls the dice with a length ball, but Puri swings all around it. So even that 100 might be looking a little bit distant at the moment. Great sleuthing in the chat by Chris at the moment. 3 to come then. Luxembourg 93. Yeah, good length. This is where I think Ramatullah He's getting it right, and he hasn't necessarily got it right for a lot of this series. Look where that bounces. Bang right up. Around where the batter's standing. Don't give the batter a look at it. 2 to come. Not quite the Yorker this time, but it should be gone, and it is. So Usman Khan will take the catch. It's a wicket for Rahmatullah as Puri goes for 1 and struggles to keep things moving. With the ball remaining, Luxembourg 93 for 6. It gives me a chance to turn to the chat. And yeah, Chris was saying that his co-worker, her son was working in Zurich and lives between there and St. Moritz. Yeah, St. Moritz is a place I've played actually, cricket on ice. She said, it is expensive out there, yeah. Well, I mean, if you compare it to other countries, it is a pretty expensive country, but I suppose also there's a lot of infrastructure here in Switzerland, so it's one of those countries with quite high rates of taxation, and it pays for all these things. Cost of living is pretty high, but also wages are pretty high. I suppose it's all relative. All right, last ball, and Sokia gets 1 opportunity, and he hits it, and he'll probably get 1 in a run out. Probably worth trying for. Gulami's just got to take the ball. He does. Worth going for. Unselfish stuff from Sokia, though. But a pretty good last over from Rahmatullah Mangal. There's just 3 runs off it. And so Luxembourg are going to finish at 94 for 7. It's a golden one for Sokia. 95 for France to sweep Luxembourg 3-0 in their mini-series. As we roll into the highlights, and Luxembourg, there's trouble at the old mill early. They tried Bingu at the top of the order. That didn't work out. Tried to sweep Mr. Universe. Went absolutely crazy, as usual, every time he takes the wicket. Then it was double the fun. As Askar went first ball, he wasn't laughing. Hat-trick ball was negotiated by Packard. It really was up to Dixon and Packard to pick up the pieces again for Luxembourg after those first 2 wickets. They were 3 for 2 when they came together. But then a partnership of 69 brought some respectability to the scoreline. Saw Gulami in with the gloves. Action Jackson just given a rest in the last game of the series. Ahmadzai did have those 2 wickets early. Could break through again. Have kill. Again, I like his to work. Couldn't quite turn this one into a catch. Well into no man's land. And then this is a bit of a funny one where Gulami broke the stump, dropped the ball. And Zain Ahmed, well, I love his work in the field. France are willing to throw themselves around, feature of their cricket. Case in point, this one. And no regard for how he's going to land there, Dawood Ahmadzai. He's a little bit sore and sorry for himself after that, but he was fine. Usman Khan couldn't quite turn this into a catch, ended up going over the line for a Maximo. Meanwhile, Rahmatullah did hold on to 1. Dixon was able to bring up his half century, a nice moment for him. Second half century of the series. He's also got a 49. He's had a breakout weekend. His teammates appreciating that. Late in the piece, Luxembourg just struggled to turn this into something 100 plus. They were kind of on track for that with a few overs to go. That was the end of Dixon. Finally hold out to Mohammad Amjad in the deep. And when all the I's were dotted, the T's were crossed, it was 94 for 7. Still looks a bit light on. We haven't seen double digits defended in the 2 weeks that we have been here, and Luxembourg in particular have struggled to stem the bleeding when they've been in the field and with the ball. But let's see if they can go out and challenge France, make it tough for them in this second innings. 52 for Vivek Dixit. Again, I really liked his weekend. 4 Maximos, 5 fours in his innings, striking at almost 2 a ball. Packard to the rescue as well, 28 off 14 with 3 sixes before he held out to Rahmatullah Mangal off the bowling of Ibrahim Jabakel. And in the end, 94 on the board. Pretty good effort with the ball, I think, for France with those early wickets. But also, look, not a single wide in the innings. There were 2 no balls, but not a single wide. And the extras, you can see the difference between the club level and the international level. Just not as many extras at all in the weekend session. 2 for 13, Darwin Ahmedzai gets the figures. 2 wickets also for Ibrahim Jamakel, the offie, and the Mongols get 1 each. Shout out to Amjad, though, who did a great job again without picking up a wicket. He only conceded 9 off his 2 overs. Always a quick turnaround. Last innings of the day coming up, and France will need 95 to just consolidate their spot in the middle of the table and try and make it 3-zip over the Luxembourgers. Find out if they can do that after this break. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll see you after this for the final instalment of our Swiss adventure in this ECI.
Hello and welcome back to Switzerland for the final time in our 2-week adventure in this wonderful country. And fittingly, the sun's out as we'll take the show home in the second half of match 9 with France out to make it 3-0 over Luxembourg in their little mini-series. They'll need 95 runs if they're to do that. Zain Ahmed has come out to open the batting. And he's gone out there with, well, I thought for a second that might be Rahul Mangal, but normally it would be Mukhtar Ali Gulami. It looks like we'll get Milad Momand to get us going. Yeah, that is Gulami out there. And so 95, you'd think France should be able to do this fairly easily, but you never know in ECN cricket. And don't forget, in the last game last night, France were only able to get 65. Let's get going then. Momand to kick us off. And the first one's gone. Well, he's gone very first ball, if you don't mind. Well, there's some discussion, but I don't know what that's about. I can tell you that Zain Ahmed, he's gone very first ball. And it was Asghar Ali that takes the catch. And nice to see Luxembourg having a bit of fun, but Zain, he's not having too much fun at all. Just drives on the duck, drives on the up and has a golden duck for company. Derek makes an early appearance. And the first wicket falls 0 for 1 as Lingaswaran Kanasana comes to the crease. So just the start that Luxembourg wanted. This is my last innings for a little while, so thanks again for all the nice messages I've been getting. I do appreciate it. We're so lucky to have such amazing viewers here on the European Cricket Network. This will bring Lingaswaran Kanasane out effectively as an opener. Momand with the wicket. It wasn't a bad ball. It was up. Quite the York, but almost. Got Zain Ahmed driving on the up. Over the wicket now to the right-hander. Oh, Kanasane just lifts him up and out of the ground. Maximo! Well, Valentines, that was very close to the camera. Maybe give us the thumbs up if you're okay, Valentines. Because that was slammed straight and smacks into the seat. Well, I hope Valentines is all right anyway, because that was pretty close to where he was set up on the main camera. So Momand goes the old out and 6, not the 6 and out. Full toss. Very optimistic shout. It will be a leg by. And Mukhtar Ali Gulami comes out. We learned a little bit about Mukhtar today, didn't we? That he's a very good soft baller and base baller, and also that he's a good cook. Well, maybe I'll have to ask him what his favourite meal is to cook. Mukhtar faced up for the first time. Pitched up, driven. They go on the hit. Oh, had to hustle for it, but I think he was home anyway. This is the time of the day where it starts to get a bit difficult to pick out the line with the sun in the position it is. Safely home at any rate. Good judge of a run. Uh-oh, that's trouble. That's going to be 5 wides. Momand just stretching with some extra pace. It goes behind the batter, goes behind the keeper. 5 runs the result. Just watch this take off as well. The keeper didn't really get a good look at it because the batter was in the way, blocking his view. The ball ends up screaming away to the fence.
Canasane faces up again. Absolutely horns it leg side. He's a pretty no-nonsense character. He just sets the feet and decides it has to go. That made a real ping off the back of Lingaswaran there. Gone in record time. France aren't going to creep up on this. They're going to go all guns blazing. That's the only way they know how. Canasane, 2 sixes and 3 balls. He's also watched the ball go behind him to the boundary. And although they do have a wicket first ball, since then we've seen 19 in the next 4 legal deliveries. All right, in the air. Not really timed, but it gets over the fielders and it's going to skip away for 4. So that's power play batting from Canasane. Goes up and over the offside, down towards the bottom of the bat. It wasn't perfect timing. I think later in the innings it's going to be a chance for a fielder that's on the boundary. But as it is, it will be the end of the over. Now, one thing we haven't had the whole time here in Switzerland is a golden ball. And the way things are going, it looks like we might have to wait till next time we're here. 131 matches since a golden ball. Well, I'm going to hand the torch over to Rico and Charlie, assuming this isn't a golden ball. And even in the second week of Dresden, during the second week in Dresden, we'll have 3 10-over internationals in the Netherlands between the Netherlands and Jersey in the women's, and maybe they'll give us a golden ball. You never know. Sukia will bowl over number 2. And he's hit. And he's hit well. Straight over the infielder's head. Gulami's so strong. It's cuatro carreras. And yeah, it's not quite the Yorker, but almost. But Gulami, good swing at the bat, good shape. That's going to be 4 more to the total. Now, crisp looking drive, but if he hits, he's going to be in trouble. Well, what's happened here? Did the ball hit the stumps, or did the stumps get knocked over by the vibrations around? Yeah. Wow. I mean, I'm not sure if the ball's flicked the stumps or not. And then if it has, I'm not sure if he's in or not. I'm going to go in, just because there's a fair bit of doubt around that. Might want to have one more look at this. Let's assume the ball hits the stumps. There's nothing to say it doesn't. Oh, it's so close. I think you've got to go benefit of the doubt there, because the bail isn't dislodged until both ends are out of their groove. So the fact that the bail takes so long to fall, I think, basically costs them. Interesting. Really nice shot, up and over the offside. Canasane has really come into his own in the last few weeks in a French shirt. Just gives himself a bit of room. Slices it away over point, 4 runs. $20 off just 5. What a start for him. All right, up and in the air, catching opportunity and gone. It's Puri that takes the catch. So Canasane with a lightning 20, but he's going to have to go. Last we'll see of him in this ECI. Again, taking on that pull shot. We know he doesn't really get across. He just kind of stands there and swings for the hills. Works sometimes. That time doesn't quite get the distance. And another wicket falls, 32 for 2.
So Luxembourg fighting on, and now we'll see Usman Khan in the number 4 spot. All right, 2 to come then in the second over. Sukia, who we're affectionately calling ankles because we were pretty sure he was going to break an ankle the way he was landing. But anyway, gets one up to Usman Khan and pushes it out for 1. France have won both their encounters against Luxembourg, but weren't able to take any points off the Swiss. Now, false shot, it's going to work out fine. It's going to skip away for 4. So, sometimes you can hit the ball in the middle and get runs. Sometimes you can get runs other ways, and that's what happens here. Galami not quite timing up that pull. And the result is a boundary. End of the second over. The score is 37 for 2. Well, it gives us a chance to look at the table. I think it's pretty clear by now. If you haven't realised already, Switzerland, they win the series with a perfect 6-0 record. France with 2 wins at this stage. Luxembourg without a win. Really, I think the way things are looking, they'll need a miracle to pull this one off against France. Although we know France are prone to the odd collapse. Over number 3 begins, and it's Askar Ali Khan to bowl. It's a slower bouncer, but certainly a slower ball. Usman Khan's a long way through the shot before the ball arrives, and then he's frustrated. Maybe he got out Usman'd, and that's what he normally does. Got a very good slower ball. Oh, nice shot. There's nothing too wrong with that ball, but it's driven away and it's going to roll into the rope. So Usman Khan with 4. He's really improved his batting, Usman Khan. Again, doesn't get too carried away with the backing away here. Just kind of stands his ground, plays a nice looking cricket stroke. Hardly any risk there. Right, it's in pretty good shape, to say the least. 54 required, or 46 now. Askar with a comeback ball. Slight miss hit, opportunity. Oh, and he can't quite get there, Vivek Dixon. Can't get off his feet. It won't go for 4 because Sukia's going to jump all over it, but oh, no way. Well, this will be quite something if this is out, because Usman wasn't really watching, and the throw, I don't think it was even intended for the keeper's end. Oh, I think he's just in. Let's have a look. This is super tight. Here he comes. He's just in. Just in. Well, this would have been comical, and I'll show you why. Because look at what happened here. He's just sitting watching it. He's assuming that they'll probably go for 4 if it's not caught. So he just kind of trots and pretty much stopped watching. And then he says, oh, hold on a second, that's coming my way. Like he realised at the last moment that he had to turn the afterburners on. But he does survive, and he gets 2. Now he's going to chop on very next ball, so his luck runs out. And it's Askar Ali Khan with the wicket. So one Khan gets another. And France have lost 3 wickets now in the power play, 43 for 3. And this is the risk with Usman Khan's technique, because he stays leg side of the ball. He's reaching. The ball's a long way away from his eye line. And he just gets a little inside edge back onto the stumps. So Luxembourg may be feeling there a glimmer of hope, but they're going to have to keep taking wickets. It's very hard to see how they can contain the French to under 94.
think you've got to continue to take wickets, make opportunities, take opportunities. Add 2 or 3 wickets onto the score right now. It's a very different looking contest. So Amjad comes out at number 5. He's a good cricket at the moment, Amjad. He's the one bowler, I think. I have him as the bowler of the weekend, actually, because even though he hasn't always taken wickets, he's very rarely gone for runs. Here's this one pretty much straight back to where the bowler was, but the bowler was following through. So it's just a single. How long can Luxembourg keep that runs required versus balls remaining equation in their favour? Currently a difference of 8. Galami hasn't really hit his straps yet, but he's a very, very good striker. And this is up in the air. Another opportunity. This time it's an easy one, and he's caught it. Well, Dixit kind of went on a little march around to nowhere in particular. He was wandering around, didn't really get his eyes behind it, so he made it tough for himself, but he's still got the composure to hold on to the catch. So he lets it get a bit to his left, maybe drifting a bit in the wind. So, well, there's another wicket, another piece of the puzzle. 44 for 4 at the end of the power play. Are we going to have some late drama here on a Sunday afternoon? So 44 for 4 after 3. We'll head into the 4th over now. And Packard, well, finally we're going to see him before the 9th over. Edmund. He's actually had a really good day. Shows you how much one day can make a big difference. They call cricket the great leveller. Edmund didn't have a great day yesterday, but he's cracked runs today. He's taken important wickets. Here we go, in over number 4. Low full toss and dealt with Maximo. I actually think this probably was a Yorker waiting to happen, but Amjad seemed to get on the front foot. Let's have a look. Yeah, that's what it is. It's a little press. It's a ball that probably would have dropped into a perfect Yorker, but Amjad, just that little shuffle making all the difference. Now more. How much more? Well, no, he's gone. How about that? Well, Amjad goes 6 and out, and Packard does it again. I thought that was going to get over the fielder, but he was perfectly positioned. And a great catch down there by Jatin Madan. Well, we know that Madan's had his issues with his catching, and then Packard says, yeah, that's exactly how I planned it. I'm 100% sure that was the intention, but France bring up the 50, but they've lost 5 wickets now. It's amazing how things can kind of fall apart in the last game of a series as well. Bit of fatigue creeping in, these players playing their 6th game of the weekend in high-intensity environment. We talked about the need to take wickets, and that's exactly what Luxembourg have done here. 50 for 5 now in the 4th. 5 wickets in 20 balls, to give you a bit of context. Packard with the golden arm once again. I thought that was 6 off the bat of Amjad. I really did, but Madan, he guarded the line. Now, here's Mr. Universe, Dawid Ahmedzai, coming out at 7. The thing with France is all of them, once you get kind of 5 and below, they all bat the same. They all, not the same, but I mean, they're all of a similar batting ability. I think they can all hit boundaries. Even once you get down to the Mungals, which you typically see 10 and 11, they are good batters. And they are guys that can hold it. No ball. Hits the edge of the pitch. The Packard's getting a bit too much movement there. Yeah, see there, hitting the edge of the pitch and coming back. Pretty good keeping from Rupesh Bingu. So free hit, a real opportunity for Jabakel, who's yet to score. Can't get it off the ground. So it'll just be one run. Are we going to see an unlikely defence? We haven't seen double digits defended this whole time here in Switzerland. Will we see it in our very last match? Flicked away, but same man down there is Maran. Just a single. Yeah, so Amjad's gone. Kalami's gone. Kanasane's gone. Usman Khan's gone. And Ahmed's gone. Now, could have another one. Fielder misjudges it originally, but he recovers and he catches it. That's 6 down now. Jamakel goes for a single and it's 54 for 6. High drama here in match 9, and don't you tell me this is a dead rubber. As Luxembourg, they've waited long and hard to get anywhere near a win. They've almost scaled the wall today, fallen short on a couple of occasions. But right now, I don't know if they're on top, but you could argue it's a 50-50. As 6 wickets have gone in the first 4 overs, 54 for 6. Well, Jamakel just misjudging that shot. What do you think about this? "131 matches since we had a golden ball." That's a sign. That's a sign from above that Chris Tapps is feeling it. Oh, edged away just over the fielder. That'll run away for 4. It was perilously close to Jigasu Pant. And the result is 4 runs. Living dangerously. Mr. Universe just teases the fielder. Gets 4. At this stage, Luxembourg, they were 24 for 2 and France are 58 for 6. So more runs but more wickets. Very different innings indeed. Mustafa Omar at the other end, yet to face the ball. Ahmedzai has another go. Cuts and cuts well. That's 4 more. Good batting. Like I say, all these guys can bat. There's not that much difference in their ability. And just leans on that. I like the way he goes offside. That was the line of the ball. Down leg side, they're going to wide here, plus they get 1 extra. So 2 more to the total. France edge closer. 6 wickets down, though, in the first half. Omar is going to face up now for the first time. He lets it go. A sign that he's concentrating pretty hard on not getting out here. Asghar Ali Khan, slow ball. And here's the thing about Omar, he's only playing his first kind of batch of 10 over cricket for France, and you can see he's been thrown into some pressure situations. One thing about his batting, I would like to see him try and hold his shape a bit more and open up that offside. Seems to really want that leg side, and I think at the international level, you just can't be too one-dimensional that way. That's hit the edge of the pitch. This will be a no ball. So what a nice opportunity for Omar to maybe whack a boundary. You can even tell by how that ball bounced. It didn't bounce completely on the pitch. So another free hit.
What a game. Well, he does get it, and he gets it pretty good, and that's why he's in the team, as he launches that one high into the sky. Maximo! And Omer shows a bit of what he can do. Had the immunity cloak. Little mistakes having big consequences, as essentially that goes for 7. Askar Ali Khan has 1 ball to go in his spell. He's got 2 for 24. Would give anything for a 3rd wicket here. Oh, straightens down the line. Omer good enough to keep it out. End of the over. It's 72 for 6. Well, I want to welcome you into the commentary box, and it's Vinny Sandhu here. This is Hassan Ahmed who's here. And Hassan, welcome to the broadcast. I want to say congratulations on the tournament. I'm proud to present you with the MVP award on behalf of Local Lifestyle and everyone at the European Cricket Network. Congratulations.
Thank you, Vinny, and see you soon.
See you soon. I'm going to ask you one question. How are you enjoying playing for Switzerland? I love watching you in the red shirt. You obviously are very proud.
It's wonderful, and let's hope I'm in Spain. We have a next tournament.
I'd love to see you in Spain, and I want to congratulate you too, because you've hit more sixes in this 2 weeks than anybody in ECN history. So Hassan Ahmed, big congratulations. Hold that up and show everyone you are the MVP.
Thank you.
It drops. Well. And, well, this is going to be a drop chance. He jams down on this. It goes late. Just have a look at this. Bingu's a little bit wrong-footed. Definitely bounces, takes the edge, and then he just basically clangs it. This will be a great view. He's in pretty good position. He's not wrong-footed. He just has to react with his hands because he's not that far back, and Packard could have had a wicket. Unfortunately, it goes down. Now, full toss, and that's into the gap. That's 4. So little things making a big difference at the moment, as France will get 4 more. Now, well, my pleasure to welcome Ali Nair into the commentary box. And we've got the wonderful, what can I do here? The trophy on behalf of Local Lifestyle. It is very cool. It's also solid, Ali. So if you have any burglars or anything like that, you can use that for your defence. I'm going to have a chat with you after this ball from Packard. It looks like a no ball. And it's going to go the journey. So that's 7. Well, the game never lets up, does it? I'm pretty sure this is too high. He hasn't really charged at it. Oh, yeah. To me, I reckon that's a no ball. If you go on what they've been calling so far in the series. So, well, we'll find out whether it is shortly. Well, we'll come back to us in a second. Right now, we'll watch the next delivery, which has worked away. It goes pretty quickly out to the boundary. In fact, it goes over. Well, no, it doesn't, in fact. And they're going to have a look at this. I thought this went over the boundary. Mudden out there. He actually kicks it twice, and then the ball gets away. Now, I thought this might have gone. Runs away, runs away, runs away. I mean, that's 4 for me. I think it is called 4 now. Well, Ali, sorry, I know it's very hectic, but I want to say congratulations on your win in the ECI this weekend. How do you feel leading the side?
Very happy as a team, as a captain, and yeah, it's been a wonderful tournament and really enjoyed. And it's also very nice to see every young comer is playing very good, performing. So it's a very good thing as a captain.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed some new guys coming to your setup as well. Obviously, you want to have a look at as many guys as possible heading into the ECC. We've seen you a fair bit at the Carlton Oval. You must be looking forward to getting back there again.
Of course. We are all very excited to that.
Yeah, absolutely. And in your group, you've got the England 11, you've got Cyprus, you've got Malta and Romania in there. You must be pretty confident, especially because you won the Valletta Cup recently. As we get to the end of the over here, 88 for 6, just 7 runs required right now for the win. You must be pretty confident. England 11, of course, they'll be tough.
Yeah, of course.
But also, you guys, you've played some of the format and you're looking in some really good form.
Yeah. I think we are very positive that we want to go to on the final day. And hopefully that all the players come also together and try to win also that.
Yeah, well, I'm
we're just going to present you this trophy now on behalf of Local Lifestyle and everyone at European
Thank you
Cricket
so
Network.
much, Vin.
Congratulations on winning the ECI
Thank you
this
so
weekend.
much. Thank you.
Always a pleasure to see you.
Thank
You're
you.
a fantastic
Same.
player to watch, and to you and all the guys. It's going to be hard to pick your team, that's for sure, but I'll be seeing you pretty soon in Spain.
Thank you.
Ali Naya, the Swiss skipper, of course,
you.
Switzerland going 6-0 to win the series. Let's get back to the action here because we are rapidly drawing to the conclusion of this match. France have had a scare. 7 to win and make that 6 to win after this. So yeah, France, as they tend to do, they tend to lose wickets sometimes, but they don't really slow down. They have confidence in each other. I've got to feel really happy for Mustafa Omar here, who's put together a pretty crucial innings, and that's whacked away. And where's that gone? It's gone for 4. So this is going to get them ever closer. Luxembourg, got a feel for them. So 93 on the board now. I want to say a big thank you to everyone here at the venue as well. That's looked after us over the last 2 weeks. So nice to be able to hand over that trophy to Ali. This will tie the scores at 94. Got to say a big thanks to Luxembourg as well. I mean, it's great to see a few new faces there. Plenty of guys that I haven't seen too much of. I hope that they're better for the experience. They'll get the chance to go back and look at their performance, maybe identify some areas they could improve. Obviously look back on the good things they've done as well. Right now, it's not game, set, match because scores remain tied. So France, they're going to finish with a 3-3 record, winning their 3 against Luxembourg. That should do it. So here we go. Dawood Ahmadzai will hit the winning run and he will end our Swiss experience. And in the end, doesn't seem that close, although I think that Luxembourg put a bit of a scare amongst the French there. In the end, it looks fairly comfortable, doesn't it? As France win 95 or 6.5, defeating Luxembourg 94. France winning by 4 wickets with 19 balls to spare. Big thank you once again to the Blue Crew, to everyone here, to all of our viewers as well. And a reminder that the next cricket you see will be tomorrow from Dresden, where Rico and Charlie are currently preparing for the next European Cricket Series. So we never really take a break. We'll be back on tomorrow. Join us 7:15 a.m. GMT, which is 9:15 in Central Europe, and 12:45 p.m. in India, 1:15 p.m. in Bangladesh for the next European Cricket Series. 5 matches a day, 11 days, and then finals Friday. Then more ECI action. The cricket just keeps on coming here on ECN. As we'll roll into the highlights here, and well, let's just say Luxembourg were starting to dream big, weren't they? Especially after the first ball wicket, and they just put themselves in the frame, but the wicket just kept on coming, didn't they? Kanasane has been a bit of a revelation there at 3. Loves to swing the bat hard, and certainly had the fielders chasing their tails a little bit. But Luxembourg just found a way to keep breaking through. Some nice looking shots in there. This was a strange one. I think it hit the stumps and Bale came off, but not quite in time to get Galami, who's always big fish for France. That was a nice catch taken out there. And Usman Khan, he's almost caught napping here and realised the ball's coming his way just in time. He would survive the run out and that catch attempt on that delivery, but he would only survive one more delivery as the very next ball, Usman reaching would chop on. That's Ali Khan with a big wicket. And France just continued to lose wickets at key intervals, and thought there's no way they can mess this up. And you thought, well, maybe if Luxembourg can take another couple of quick ones, then we'll have a game. And then this happened. So first there was that catch taken, Amjad came out and he just looked so good. You thought, well, he'll finish things off, won't he? But then there was more trouble ahead as Justin Martin caught him on the boundary. So with 6 out, you're starting to think maybe there's a boil over on the cards. Packard's had a really good day for Luxembourg. Came up with a wicket. And yeah, so this one 6 down. Now they're starting to believe Luxembourg, but then Dawood Ahmadzai and Mustafa Omar came together. They put together the resurgence. That was the chance, though, to get Omar Bungu couldn't hold on behind the stumps, had to change direction quickly. Ultimately, those two would get France over the line and chase down this total with 19 balls to spare. So we go our 2 weeks and we never see a double-digit total defended successfully. Let's look at the scorecards. 20 for Kanasane early on, Galami with 10, but it really was the last two down there that get them home. Omar with the breakout innings for him, 28 off 13, undefeated, under pressure. Nice work from the youngster, and Dawud Ahmadzai with an unbeaten 12 as well, as France get there in the 7th over, but highly entertaining game. As far as the bowling figures, Luxembourg, they tried hard. Feels a bit harsh on them that they go away with an 0-6 record, but they'll be better for the experience. 2 wickets apiece to Asghar Ali Khan and 2 for Packard, who had a very good day. Milad Momad picked up a wicket off the very first ball, although his over did go magical in the first in the end, and Sokia picked up a wicket as well. Once again, I want to say one quick final goodbye to everyone out there. A reminder to tune in tomorrow because there's cricket from Germany. There's also women's cricket from the Netherlands as well. Big thank you to our team at Spring Productions, the Blue Crew, to Aspen from Cricket Switzerland, and everyone who's been so kind to me and all of our ECN family here. I want to say a big thank you finally to the viewers for being so great to me. I've had 5 weeks on the road of the tour. I've loved every single second of it. I want to say a big thank you to Andrew Leonard for joining me in the commentary box for most of this series. To Rico as well, of course. Always love working with Rico, and we'll hear Rico tomorrow with Charlie in Dresden. Big thank you to the Blue Crew as well, to all the office staff for their support as well, especially since we've been here in Switzerland. To Chachu, we couldn't have done it without him, and everyone at the St. Gallen Club. They have been wonderful. We're going to leave you with some highlights today, thanks to our geniuses at Spring Production, who put together some of the best bits of day 2 of this ECI, day 14 of this series. A reminder to like this video if you haven't already, as Chachu comes in here. Come in here, Chachu. Tell your family, tell your friends about European cricket. This guy is an absolute superstar. Have you had a good time?
The best day of my life, the best 2 weeks of my life, because we love cricket and we are passionate, you know. It's amazing, the best ever. And don't forget, next time we'll do more better, much better. We will get international teams here and we will make St. Gallen more proud.
Make St. Gallen great again.
Thank you very much. Thank you, all the team. Thank you, ECN. Thank you, Sam, Maxi, Sammy, Joe, Rob, everybody. Thank you very much.
Well, it's probably about time I told you we actually have an extra headset. You could have said that yourself. But yeah, it's been a great family affair. So I want to say a big thank you once again to everyone out there. Don't forget our website, EuropeanCricket.com, and our social media at European Cricket, as well as like and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Final thanks to everyone watching on Swiss Sport TV. Thank you for your company. And don't forget that you can flick over anytime to our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, and watch every day. Well, I think I can hear the end of day music going in the background as we'll get ready to take you out. The best bits of day number 14, day number 2. I'm going to break my chair in advance here because it's goodbye from me, it's goodbye from us. I'll see you in a couple of weeks, but we'll see you tomorrow right here on the European Cricket Network for some more action. Hasta mañana. Bye for now.